Hi there, everyone. Welcome to the second open meeting of the National Academy's Committee on Independent Scientific Review of Everglades Restoration Progress, the 2026 Biennial Review. My name's Helen Regan, and I'm a Professor of Conservation Biology at the University of California, Riverside. Before I go into what our mission and charge is, I just want to send out a few thank yous. We had a really wonderful field trip yesterday. Thankfully, the weather was gorgeous and we didn't have any disruptions to it. In particular, I want to thank Rebecca Gibble from the Fish and Wildlife Service for helping organise it, as well as Fred Sklar and Eric Klein and team. And there were several academics from the University of Miami and Florida International University who joined us. We took airboats out onto Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge. One of the participants on one of the boats got out on one of the pop-up tree islands. We also went and took a look at Lila, and we had a look at some of the restoration progress out at Lila. We walked around on one of the tree islands there, and it was fantastic. And then we also had a presentation on lessons learned from Lila to inform future restoration. I went out to Lila about 12 years ago, so it was really amazing to see what progress has been occurring over there. It's just absolutely phenomenal. All right, so the consensus study was mandated in the Water Resources Development Act of 2000, which launched the SERP and is sponsored by the Corps of Engineers, the Department of Interior, and the South Florida Water Management District. In response to this mandate, the CISREP, which is our committee, is charged to produce a biennial report that reviews restoration progress and discusses scientific and engineering issues that may impact progress by September 2026. I now would like to ask other members of the committee to introduce themselves, and let's start with Stephanie Johnson, and we'll go around this way.
So I'm Stephanie Johnson with the National Academies and Study Director for the project.
Philip Dixon, now retired, Professor of Statistics at Iowa State University.
John Calloway, also retired from the University of San Francisco, and I work on wetland restoration, soils and plants.
Tracy Quirk, Associate Professor at LSU, Louisiana State University, and wetland ecologist.
I'm Jeff Walters. I'm in the Department of Biological Sciences at Virginia Tech.
I'm Chad Smith. I'm president of a little company called Headwaters, and my background is working on large restoration programs like this.
Sam Kraft, I'm a senior program assistant for CISREP.
Hi, good morning. I'm Casey Brown. I'm a professor of civil and environmental engineering, specializing in hydroclimatology and water resources at the University of Massachusetts, Amherst.
Margaret Guitar, Professor of Agricultural and Biological Engineering at Purdue University, and also Director for the Institute for a Sustainable Future.
Can't hear this, Mike? And now I think it's just the proximity.
Margaret Guitar, Professor of Agricultural and Biological Engineering at Purdue University and Director of the Institute for a Sustainable Future.
Denise Reed, I'm a research professor gratis at the University of New Orleans. I'm a coastal geomorphologist.
Matt Cohen, I'm the Director of the Water Institute at the University of Florida, and I'm an ecohydrologist.
Bill Hopkins, I'm a professor of wildlife conservation at Virginia Tech.
Al Steinman, professor and aquatic ecologist at Grand Valley State University's Addis Water Resources Institute.
Denise Wardrop, research professor at Penn State University and executive director of the Chesapeake Research Consortium. I'm a wetland ecologist.
Thanks, everyone. I'd also like to acknowledge Maya Frey, who is a staff member at the National Academies, who's helping us with this, organising this meeting today. We also have a member who's missing today, Charlie Driscoll, who has been a long-time member of the committee, and many of you know him. Today's meeting is one of several information gathering sessions that will be held over the next year. The committee will examine the information and material obtained during this and other public meetings to inform its work. Comments made by individuals, including members of the committee, should not be interpreted as positions of the committee or of the academies. In addition, committee members typically ask probing questions in these information gathering sessions that may not be indicative of their personal views. The committee will deliberate thoroughly before writing its draft report. Moreover, once the draft report is written, it must go through rigorous review before it is considered an official Academy's report. Therefore, observers who draw conclusions about the committee's work based on today's discussions will be doing so prematurely. I also want to note that there's a sign-up sheet outside this room for those interested in making public comment at the end of the day. So please sign up for that. And virtual participants wishing to make public comment can email Sam Craft as noted on the agenda. And I'll make this announcement again just before lunch to remind you. So today we have a number of fascinating topics on our agenda, including progress towards restoration goals, defining success, trade-offs, and the second periodic SERP update. The agenda is jam-packed, and so we are going to need to be very strict about time. If we don't have time for questions of the individual speakers after their presentations, there will be a panel at the end of each session for questions. To start us off, we have Gina Ralph from Recover and the Corps of Engineers to provide a presentation on defining success for SERP and Everglades restoration. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Gina Ralph with the Corps of Engineers, and I want to give a brief overview of how SERP success is defined and assessed by Recover. I would like to thank Tasso Kakovas, who you're going to hear from later. I did borrow some of his slides. Okay, so before we jump into defining success, I would like to give a very brief overview of the SERP Applied Science Strategy to lay the foundation for today and to share how we planned SERP and how we plan to assess SERP. So SERP uses, hold on, here we go. Okay, so conceptual ecological models, these show how the natural system has been altered by human stressors, and these provide information to focus our efforts. An ecological premise is a fundamental assumption or principle serving as the foundation for understanding and analyzing ecological systems. Hypothesis clusters, which you'll hear more about today, depict these causal relationships among ecosystem components and describe how these relationships are expected to change with restoration. So if we do X, we predict Y will happen. Those hypothesis clusters also form the basis for Recover's monitoring and assessment plan, or the MAP. The MAP identifies system-wide monitoring that is needed to establish pre-SERP conditions and track restoration success. Moving on to performance measures. Performance measures are used during the planning phase to evaluate alternative plans to understand which plan would get us closest to the target for specific indicators. Performance measures are also used to assess SERP implementation, and this is the verification portion of Recover. And the Recover System Status Report, which you'll hear about a little bit more, is one medium in which we describe how success how we're obtaining success. All right, moving on to all of this information is used to plan and implement projects and inform adaptive management. That was really quick. Hopefully you all read the background material on the SERP Applied Science Strategy, and it just lays the foundation for what we're going to talk about today. So with that applied strategy in mind, I want to focus on the goals and objectives of SERP and how we determine SERP success. So these are the goals and objectives as laid out in the Yellow Book in 1999. So as you can see, these are very qualitative in nature, and they focus on the broad goals of enhancing ecologic and economic values and social well-being. So in order to define success within the Yellow Book and choose an alternative that we know now as SERP or D13R, which you're going to hear about as part of the second periodic SERP update, the project delivery team used a suite of performance measures for each area of the system in order to evaluate that plan. And these are also the performance measures which have been refined over time to allow us to determine how close we're getting to success as identified within the Yellow Book. So SERP identified 68 interactive project components designed to provide storage, water quality treatment, water preservation, and removal of barriers to flow to achieve more natural inundation, timing, and distribution of flows. So some folks may say, if we complete and construct all of those projects, we've met success. SERP is successful. But is this truly success? So this table shows water deliveries through the water control structures into Northeast Shark River Slough from 2012 through 2025. As stated in the Yellow Book, one measure of SERP was the delivery of 500,000 acre-feet of water into Northeast Shark River Slough. So this target was achieved in 2021, 22, 23, and 24. This table shows flows across all structures into Everglades National Park for the period of 2012 through 2025. So the Yellow Book target was achieved in all years except 2012 and 2015. Does this translate into success? Well, of course not. The Yellow Book target was achieved in all of these years, but we haven't even built the Central Everglades Planning Project. It hasn't been constructed. We don't have the EAA reservoir where to deliver that additional acre-feet of water. Most of this increased flow is from our foundation projects, the modified water deliveries to Everglades National Park, changes in operational plans, and Mother Nature. So we need more than hydrologic targets to deem SERP successful. So SERP success is so much more than just building those 68 components. Within the Yellow Book, we define success as a successful Everglades restoration program will be one that recovers those ecological characteristics that define the original system to a sufficient degree so that a new Everglades type ecosystem is created. This part is important. While the new Everglades cannot possibly duplicate the old, it will be able, if recovery is successful, to sustain Everglades-like ecological patterns in a region which has been substantially reduced in overall spatial extent. That portion is key. The idea was, if you get the water right, specifically the quantity, quality, timing, and distribution, the ecosystem will respond. So ecologically, what does success look like? So way back when, Recover developed an assessment strategy to track progress towards achieving SERP's goals and purposes. To address SERP Goal 1, Recover uses ecological indicators that are intimately linked with foundational ecosystem processes like primary and secondary production, nutrient cycling, and soil dynamics. The indicators illustrated here are a subset of ecological indicators that are assessed. By monitoring indicators that are linked to a variety of ecological processes, we are able to capture a signal that should tell us something about those underlying processes. And collectively, we are able to capture a broader signal of overall ecosystem function. And it's important to note that the indicators you see here on the screen are only a subset of the indicators that are being monitored and the ecological processes in which they are used to inform success. We also have lots of hydrologic performance measures for SERP Goal 1 for ecological values and Goal 2, economic and social well-being. And you'll hear a little bit more about those later. Okay, so Recover also created SERP success points of reference to kind of set expectations to portray a range of ecosystem conditions across which SERP success could be measured and communicating, acknowledging that SERP itself may not attain the desired restoration condition fully across some or all of those indicators. Performance measures have a desired restoration condition and associated targets to evaluate SERP performance. And we start with the pre-SERP baseline. This is the degraded system. This is the system in which we compare back to in the year 2000. And this is our starting point for assessing SERP success. At the other end of the system, we have the pre-drainage system. This is the ideal condition. This is before anything ever happened, before Tamiami Trail ever went in, before the conservation areas, before Lake Okeechobee connected to the Caloosahatchee. This is an idyllic situation in which we know realistically we are not going to achieve in the footprint for which we have SERP. So we've created what we call a desired restoration condition. This is a healthy, sustainable ecosystem that supports the foundational ecological processes. We have in our performance measures both qualitative and quantitative statements with regard to the desired restoration condition. We may not achieve that with all of our indicators with full SERP implementation. And we actually predict that full SERP is not going to get us to that desired restoration condition across all of our indicators. We also have interim SERP. Interim SERP is where we are now. And as part of interim SERP, we evaluate that as part of our interim goals and interim targets, a report that came out in 2020 and another one which will be published in a couple more years. And then we also have our system status report that you'll hear about. That's the assessment. That's all of the information we're gaining from our monitoring. So what does success look like? So in the yellow book, going back to the yellow book, very similar performance measures to what we use today. Lake Okeechobee stage. We are looking at the frequency and duration of high, low, and moderate lake stages, and a spring recession rate without reversals greater than 0.5 feet per week. For the northern estuaries, we look primarily at flow volumes. We have a performance measure that gives us a preferred salinity envelope, which ties back to optimal flows from Lake Okeechobee. For the greater Everglades, lots of hydrologic performance measures that we use: inundation duration, flows across specific transects throughout the region, and we look at a suite of ecological indicators. Within Shark River Slough, increasing nesting success and abundance of American alligators, increased population density of aquatic fauna, increased abundance of wading birds and wood storks, earlier timing of colony formation, and resumption of the return frequency of wading birds. We also have enhanced production and community composition of periphyton and cessation of sawgrass expansion into wet prairies and sloughs, and preservation of those tree islands. Within the Rockland Marl Marsh, we are looking at alligators, aquatic fauna, wading birds, Cape Sable seaside sparrows, marl accretion and tree islands. And then in our southern coastal systems, crocodiles, mangrove fish, waterfowl, sport fish, and pink shrimp. And then, of course, we have our water supply and our flood protection performance measures. So the question is this still what SERP looks like, SERP success looks like? We have climate change. We have changes in sea level. We have projects that have been altered through time with our planning processes. And we also have invasive species. So we always have to continue to ask ourselves, what does success look like? Well, minimum flows to the St. Lucie estuary was one of the performance measures that was used to select the plan. But the St. Lucie estuary stakeholders don't want any flows from Lake Okeechobee. What happens when sea level changes? Will there be a change in that determination? Tree islands and Shark River Slough, our monitoring data is already showing us that our hardwood hammocks on some of those islands are being affected by increased flows to Shark River Slough, what I showed you on that graph earlier. So what does restoration look like? Is it preservation of those hardwood hammocks and lowering flows to the sloughs to prevent that and sending less water to Florida Bay? Or is it moving full steam ahead and acknowledging that we are going to have change in certain areas of our ecosystem? What about periphyton? Well, with periphyton, we are monitoring periphyton to look at changes in water quality. You'll hear later during the trade-offs, water quality versus water quantity. And we learned about that yesterday at Loxahatchee with how they manage that system to prevent degradation of water quality. Cape Sable seaside sparrow in the Rockland Marl Marshes. When we deliver that water through Northeast Shark River Slough to meet those slough targets, the Marl Marsh on the east side of the slough is going to have an increased hydro period. So what happens there? Reestablishment of those coastal nesting colonies in wading birds and wood storks. Recent information has showed us the importance of Lossman Slough and the timing of wading bird nest initiation. It has also shown us that with sea level change, are we still going to have the appropriate foraging depths in those coastal colonies to sustain those large eruptive nesting behavior? And then low to moderate salinity macrophyte communities in coastal lakes and basins and the return of waterfowl. With sea level change, we're likely going to shift that mesohaline strip that we so desire within Florida Bay and Biscayne Bay. So those are the questions I leave you with today. Hopefully that gives you a framework for how we measure success within Everglades restoration. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Gina. So we have about 5 minutes for questions. So I'll open it up to the committee for questions. So committee members, if you want to ask a question, please upend your tent card thing. Okay, Alan.
Thanks, Gina. With all those measurements of success, potential success, interim success, what is the process by which you evaluate, or the Corps evaluates, whether you're actually meeting those or not? It's great to have them in front of us for us to evaluate, but what is the Corps process for then assessing them afterwards, and how do you proceed from there?
So as part of the, the Corps doesn't do this alone, right? The Corps has a partner, South Florida Water Management District, and those are the conversations that, recover with our multi-agency team through our system status report. We provide information throughout the planning stage, throughout the design stage. And I think you saw a little bit of that yesterday with the SEP North and our tree islands. So part of our role as Recover is to collect the information through the monitoring and assessment plan to create these indicators. You'll see we're pretty red right now. But also Recover has created these project delivery team interaction points in which we start at the very early of the planning phase, and we give them an idea of, hey, these are the performance measures we have available to use to assess and evaluate what design for this project, or what alternative would be the best to meet the goals and objectives of an individual project. And we stay with them throughout the process. We don't leave them. We review the alternative plans. We help with the review and design of the monitoring and adaptive management plan. And then on the implementation side, we have points of interaction where we're there for the value engineering study, because there is a time gap between when a project is authorized to when we get appropriations in order to start that design. And during that time, there's all of this new science and information that we're learning and incorporating that we then want to bring to that forum to help the engineers with the best design to achieve the ecological benefits.
Thank you.
Sure.
Chad.
Thanks, Gina. I have a lot of questions. I'll just do a couple and then Helen and Steph, oh, can I squeeze two in quick? So you identified two goals from the yellow book. Thank you for doing that. If I were to ask everybody and all of our friends in the audience, what are the goals of SERP? Do you think there would generally be agreement? Those are the two goals of SERP. I know they're amorphous, but I'm trying to figure out where everybody's centered at first. Is that?
I think there are many interpretations of these goals.
Okay.
I think to enhance ecological values has different meanings to different individuals as well as different agencies and the tribes. And the same thing with economic values and social well-being. I think there are numerous interpretations of those very broad goals and objectives.
So here, I'll sneak in my second question. So then it's basically the same thing. I'll probably ask it 10 times a day, and I kind of asked it yesterday. Who is or are the overseers of those goals? Like I really appreciate your presentation about defining success, but who is asking for that relative to these goals?
So
What's your interpretation of that?
So as part of our overview of the second periodic SERP update, the second periodic SERP update is designed to give one snapshot of a potential future with SERP implementation. And with that, Recover will do a full evaluation of all of our performance measures so we can identify where we are in relation to those goals and objectives. And so if we see there's, specific deficits, the Corps of Engineers and our partner, the South Florida Water Management District, are the implementing agencies, and we are the ultimate decision makers for that. And that doesn't say we do that in a vacuum. There will be lots of workshops, to talk about the results of that. But, in general, it's the Corps and the district.
Okay, thanks. John, I'm going to ask you to ask your question during the panel. That's all right, so we can stay on time. Thanks very much, Gina. So our next speaker is Phyllis Klarman from Recover and the South Florida Water Management District, who will provide an introduction to the 2024 System Status Report.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Phyllis Klarman, South Florida Water Management District. I'll be giving you a very brief overview and introduction to the 2024 System Status Report. Got it. So as Gina had indicated, we monitor and assess ecological indicators across the system-wide view. And for those of you less familiar with Recover and New, I just wanted to share really quickly, we organize our monitoring in these ecosystem modules. So northern estuaries like Okeechobee, Greater Everglades, southern coastal systems, and just in recent years added a new module, Southwest Florida. And here is just a quick depiction of all the monitoring that we have going system-wide. So it's system-wide geographically, but one of the questions that we are meant to answer is, what does system-wide success look like for SERP in the long term? And so Recover has some specific reporting requirements as defined in the SERP programmatic regulation. So all that information from that monitoring is, we're meant to produce a report no less than every 5 years on whether the goals and purposes of the plan, including the interim goals and interim targets, that's the interim SERP component that Gina had shared on that timeline, are being met or are likely to be achieved. And the specific tool that we established is those interim goals and targets. So I'll define that in the next slide. The monitoring and assessment plan, or our MAP, is the primary tool by which Recover will assess the performance of the South Florida ecosystem as it responds to SERP implementation. So really quickly, introduction to interim goals and targets. These are basically our benchmarks as modeled benchmarks, how we think the system will respond as those projects are incrementally brought online. Interim goals refers to the specific ecosystem or ecological components. And then interim targets, you'll hear a little bit more about this later, speaks to other water-related needs of the region, including water supply and flood protection. And just depicted on screen is the cover of our 2020 interim goals and interim targets report. So going back to this applied science strategy that Gina had shared earlier, monitoring, this is where all of that monitoring falls in this applied science strategy. And then we undertake assessment, right? And that's what we did in our system status report. So we look at status and trends. I stole these graphics, Gina, from you. So just an example here, common native flora. And then regarding interim goals and targets, we want to compare what we're seeing in the system with what we expected to see based on simulations of hydrologic and ecological models with those incremental steps of SERP implementation. So system status reports passed. Here are a number of covers of our previous system status reports. If you've not had the chance to review all of these are pretty lengthy documents, 200-300 pages long, summarizing all of the ecological monitoring for the given reporting period of those reports. But this is the first report where we're starting to see SERP projects operating. So again, we're in that interim SERP phase now. And so one of the things we're trying to do with this system status report, again, for the first time, is link what we are seeing in the system in terms of change in hydrology with potential responses of the ecosystem through our monitoring program. And so for the current system status report, we wanted to also focus on audience. So the question of, who's asking for this information. We wanted to target the format and the packaging of the information that would be informative to Congress, who ultimately authorized SERP. Agency leadership. So Recover represents 10 federal and state agencies, as well as the 2 tribes. And then the SERP project managers. Surely they'd want to understand how their individual projects and then the projects together are affecting the system. So the SSR, the way it's formatted is we have a description of status in our reporting period. This is the last 6 years or so, water years 18 through water years 24. We compared what we saw in that period with what we called our baseline in this SSR. This is water years 2005 through 2017. 2005 is around the time when most of our monitoring started under Recover's map. And 17 is the end of the previous SSR in 2019. And we want to make sure we're answering those key questions, whether we're making progress towards interim goals and targets. And we also considered, again, audience and how we wanted to structure the information with bottom line up front, highly graphical, sharing that results up front, and then providing background and additional information through providing extra resources for those who really want to dig into the data. So the process of the system status report, our Recover team had regional points of contacts for each of the regions that are depicted on the map. And these point of contacts worked directly with the scientists, our map principal investigators, and other subject matter experts on the key questions, data, and format of the report. The principal investigators and subject matter experts furnished data and information. We actually produced a template. We listed the specific questions and things that we wanted answered in the report so that all of the PIs were furnishing the same type of information. And then the Recover points of contact adapted all of that data that we got from the principal investigators and created graphical fact sheet style summaries. This was a new format approach for Recover this year, and so we'd love to get feedback on this. We created indicator specific fact sheets. We also have regional summaries. So for example, Greater Everglades here. And then we also have our system-wide summary. I actually handed out hard copies of those to you just before the meeting started. And just opening up to the front cover, just wanted to point out a summary of all the statuses of our indicator species are listed in here. We made use of stoplight scoring mechanisms that were first developed in the mid-2000s and have been used by the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Task Force and their ecological indicators report so that there's consistency between the two. We also worked with a graphic designer and a technical editor to promote readability and accessibility of the document. And it went through multiple review processes. So first, our PI saw it to make sure that the information that was translated was correct. It went through a number of internal recovery reviews, and then finally an agency and public review where we were able to get feedback from not only our agency, but again, members of the public. SSR key findings. This is a very truncated version. The key findings are also on the cover of this handout that I provided you. We wanted to know whether we met expectations for progress toward interim goals and targets. Sort of. We didn't expect by 2026, which was one of our simulated future SERP scenarios in the IGIT report in 2000, we didn't expect much change from SERP, and that's exactly what we saw. What we did see, however, benefits and poor condition both, was due to weather and operations. And so you'll hear that in the flash talks following, and Gina did mention the influence of operations and nature. We detected some local benefits for those projects that are operating. And we suggested that it's recover that CERT projects need to be expedited to prevent further decline throughout the system, and that supporting the system-wide monitoring, ensuring it continues into the future is critical to be able to state whether success of CERP occurs. I think I don't have time for questions, but I'll be on the panel later and happy to take them at that time. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Phyllis. Yes, so we'll leave questions to the panel later on. So next we're going to try something new, which is a series of 10-minute flash talks that will try to synthesize status and trends takeaways for decision making from the 2024 status report organized by region. After each talk, if the speakers stay within time, we'll take 1 to 2 focused questions from the committee. But again, later in the morning, we'll have a longer period for discussion with all speakers. So hold on to your questions if you don't get to ask them. So our first speaker is Jennifer Chastant, who is going to talk to us about Lake Okeechobee.
Good morning, everyone. I am with the South Florida Water Management District. I am the science supervisor for the Lake Ecological Assessment Unit. And although at the time when the SSR was created, I was the regional coordinator for Lake Okeechobee, I am no longer that person, but I am presenting to you today because I was very active in this process. So everything about the lake is all about lake stage. And this graphic that you see at the top of the page explains it very, very well. So we have one of our main restoration goals is to keep that lake stage within the ecological envelope. And here in this graphic, and does my pointer work? Yes. The green, these 2 colored greens show you, so it's from 12.5 feet to 15.5 feet, and it allows the water levels to move back and forth across the littoral zone. So on this map over here, you can see that most of the littoral zone is green. And as that water moves up and down, various plant species, so like you have SAV, the submerged aquatic vegetation. When the water levels are low, the water gets clear and allows the SAV to germinate. And then as it moves upslope, our EAVs, our emergent aquatic vegetation, grows. So some of our other restoration targets, we have a 50,000 acre SAV acreage that we like to see to accomplish each year. And again, that's related to that slope of the lake bed. For wading birds, we have a 50% nesting proportion, and that's the proportion to the greatest capacity that the lake can handle. I'll talk more about that in a minute. And then one of our other restoration goals has to do with that emergent aquatic vegetation, and it's that mix of the good species we like to see, not so much the invasive species, and a nice open water. So at the moment, there are no SERP projects that are in or around Lake Okeechobee. So everything that's proposed with SERP will be in the future. The closest one to being done will be the EAA reservoir, which is a reservoir south of the lake, and the anticipated date for that is 2034, I believe. The next biggest one is Lokar, which is a large reservoir that will be north of the lake. And with those two reservoirs, what's really nice with those is they'll be able, once implemented, to pull water off when lake levels are too deep and give water to the lake when the lake is too shallow. Last one being ASR wells. That's part of that watershed protection project. Those are deep storage wells that go down into the aquifer. So like Phyllis was saying, we give the bottom line up front. With the SSR, we observed that lake stage was above the ecological envelope 21.5% more often than in the reporting period than was predicted by modeling. The reason we suspect that to be, we had two major hurricanes, Irma and Ian. Those were in water years 2018 and 2023. We also had heavy rains that were associated with El Niños. Those were water year 2017 and water year 2024. And then third, the operational preference for those estuaries. When you prioritize the estuaries, it leaves little room for making withdrawals from the lake when the lake needs it. So in general, our ecological indicators have all either declined or remained in poor condition. And unless we make substantial effort to keep those lake stages within the ecological envelope, we're probably going to see the same condition at the lake. But we are hopeful that once those SERP components come online, we will see improvements in the system. So the graphic on the top, that gray, nice uniform band that's running across, that is the ecological envelope. The solid line that runs across it is the actual observed lake stages. And especially in these last years, you can see lake stage has been above the ecological envelope. So this is comparing what we were seeing in baseline period to the reporting period. So the blue is baseline, orange is the reporting period. We saw a 2% decrease in the envelope, an 18% increase above the envelope, and a 16% decrease below the envelope. And like I said before, it's because of those hurricanes and the operational preferences. So the big one I want to talk about is the wading bird restoration goal. It is, to be completely transparent, we do realize that it is a qualitative metric, and we will be working on that in the future. I'll talk about that in a second. But every year, transects are flown over the littoral zone, and colonies are found and estimated so that we have an annual metric of how the birds are nesting on the lake. It's a mean of the 5 highest nesting years, so depicted here with these stars. So the blue is all of the historic nesting data that we have. The yellow is the baseline period, and the red is the reporting period. And so each year that for our metric, we take that year and divide it by the highest potential that the lake has to offer. And so if it reached at least 50% of that potential, we gave it a good. If it was 25 to the 49%, it gave a fair, and then below the 25%, that was poor. And that basically had to do, we needed at least half the population potential in order to keep the population going. Looking at our 3 main white birds, which is typically what people look at because they're so easy to see from the air. Great egrets, we had a 17% decline. Snowy egrets, 42% decline, and white ibis, 28% decline. And the biggest thing is snowy egret was the only one in all of the, in the reporting period that actually made that target. So to bring in the hypothesis cluster, you can see how the lake stage affects the wading bird nesting. And so we do think the wading birds have a fair rating because lake stage is in poor condition. So this is baseline, this is reporting period, no change. And like I said, to sum it up again, we believe those hydrologic patterns, which are prolonged high waters and infrequent drawdowns, are affecting this, which is causing a loss in the quality of their nesting habitat as well as their foraging habitat. Leveraging some work that's done in my section, we know that their prey base is declining, and this is again likely due to the high water levels. And so once again, if we don't try harder to keep that lake stage in the ecological envelope, these poor conditions will likely continue. I do have some positive news though. FDEP is funding this one-time map assessment tool. It'll be a modeling tool that will help us when Recover gives us new water estimates for SERP evaluation. We'll be able to use that. So we're excited for that. And then also too, led by the Army Corps, we're going to be doing a system-wide. So the Greater Everglades and Lake Okeechobee will be trying to coordinate with each other so that we'll be assessing wading birds consistently. And that is all I have.
Thank you. We've got time for a question if anyone has one. Okay, Denise.
Hi, thanks, Jennifer. Do you have any idea if you get consistently poor years, when you fall off the cliff and 2034 will not be soon enough? Like, do you have a risk calculation to wading birds?
The risk population?
Calculation, like how many
How
of
many do we
these poor
need?
years before
Honestly, no.
you're non-recoverable?
Yes, because we've been on that trend of not doing well for a while. No, I do not have an answer for that.
Do you have time?
Yeah, we've got time.
Quick question. Hi, Jen. Thank you. Pretty close to the mic. So for your wading bird nesting data, you divide by the potential each year?
Yes.
Does that change based upon
It
other
could.
factors?
Yes, it absolutely could. However, as you saw, since we're trending down, we haven't hit those top 5 years in a while. So it could, if we had an amazing year, it could change that. And again, we will be changing that metric. We just developed it really for this SSR because we didn't really have anything and we needed to assess it. So I fully realize this may not have been the best way to do it, but yes, we're working on it.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Oh, yeah, okay, go ahead.
I'll speak loud.
Okay.
So I'm surprised you're not focused on. Sorry. I'm surprised you guys aren't focused on snail kites as part of a target here. Is that assessed at some level?
It is assessed, correct. It is done through the district as a completely separate thing to SERP. And one of the interesting things about it is that they require different water regime than the wading birds. And so when we a long time ago tried to compare the both, they kind of canceled each other out. And so since wading birds have, especially in the Everglades, we have historic information that goes way back to pre-drainage. That's why we decided to go with the wading birds. Yeah, no problem.
All right, thanks very much, Jennifer. This is not working. All right. Okay, our next speaker is going to be CJ Shefchek, who will talk to us about northern estuaries. Thanks.
Hi, everybody. My name is CJ Shefchek from the South Florida Water Management District, and on behalf of Recover today.
It's on Zoom correctly, but it's not on the.
There we go. There.
No, it's on. It's got a delay for some reason.
Okay. Sorry about that, everyone. Yeah, so I'll be presenting on the northern estuaries, and I'll go ahead and get started for time. So a brief overview of the northern estuaries. This system includes the St. Lucie and Loxahatchee estuaries on the Atlantic coast, as well as the Caloosahatchee estuary on the Gulf Coast. And we're monitoring a variety of ecological indicators. But across the system, our primary restoration goal is to maintain total inflows to the estuaries within the optimal flow envelope that you see highlighted in green on the bottom right table. These targets have been derived specifically for the St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee as priority due to their connection to Lake Okeechobee. Maintaining these optimal flow ranges should then correspond to the optimal salinity gradient that is desired for the indicators within the region. And it was derived through different modeling iterative scenarios of flows to understand how the salinity gradient will be affected. By maintaining an optimal flow envelope, that should then help address altered salinity, which is the major stressor to these ecosystems, and it should help restore the estuarine salinity condition. By doing that, we should then also have a corresponding restoration of the quality and spatial extent of estuarine habitats when the conditions are appropriate. Each of these primary inset locations of the estuaries have a coordinated pertinent SERP project that will most affect them. In the St. Lucie and Indian River Lagoon, we have Indian River Lagoon South, and currently the C44 reservoir and STA is the only component in operational testing for that project. And then we have the Loxahatchee River Watershed Restoration Project, as well as the C43 West Basin Storage Reservoir. Our primary takeaways from the system status report, I wanted to start by highlighting hydrology as our major restoration goal. You can see when comparing our baseline period to our reporting period, we had an improvement from poor to fair conditions. And this is largely driven because we achieved two of our goals. If you look at these navy bars on the bar plot, these represent our baseline period, and the light blue is our reporting period for the 2024 SSR. And you can see that we had an improvement in the frequency or percent time in the optimal flow envelope. And that was likely driven because of that reduction in the low flow envelope, and that should help the system during the dry period. However, we did see some increases in those high, stressful, and damaging flow envelopes, and that can deliver excess fresh water, which will then alter the salinity within the system. And because we saw this increase, it was largely driven likely due to storm events and then any associated water releases from the lake. And this will likely improve over time because where we're at within SERP's timeline, we have limited water storage capacity in the region. But as greater SERP implementation takes place, that should increase, and then we should be able to parse back those high inflows. So to zoom in on one of our indicators and understand why we might be seeing the trends we are in the system, I wanted to highlight oysters. So within our science strategy framework, we have a desired restoration condition that currently is only qualitative for oysters. And this is increased acreage of functional reef habitat and improvement in some of our metrics, including oyster density, recruitment, and health. So when reading our desired restoration condition, you can see that we're looking at both the spatial extent of oysters, but also the functionality of that habitat. To date, we have limited restoration targets that are quantitative. The ones that you'll see displayed on screen are from the early 2000s. So we have almost 20 years of monitoring data that we can use to reassess these targets and update them. And I want to highlight the targets that exist that are quantitative are only for the St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee, and they only are hitting that spatial component of the acreage extent of oysters. And it's kind of not highlighting that other aspect of oyster functionality. And the team is aware of this, and we're planning to look into the desired restoration condition and update this in the near future. And the reason that's important is when we're looking at how oysters are doing, when funding's available, but we'd like this to occur around every 5 years, we're able to map the actual aerial extent or acreage of oyster resources within our systems. And when you look at our baseline period and our reporting period, which we weren't able to do all three systems for in the reporting period, there was funding limitations, so just the St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee were prioritized. A few trends become apparent. We have a general decline in oyster resources within the St. Lucie estuary, which is undesirable and opposite of the trend we'd like to see. And in the Caloosahatchee, you'll actually see that the acreage did increase by 15%, which is desirable. But again, when we're only focused on the spatial acreage of oyster habitats, that only tells so much of the story. Our contracted effort listed that about 60% of that 980 acres was classified as sparse, mostly dead oyster resources. So although we have these desires for dense, healthy reef habitats, we're really dealing with sparse, mostly dead reef habitat where it's a lot of shell material. And overall, we're not seeing the quality of the habitat that we'd like. So we need to reassess those targets and make sure that both considerations are taken into account. So As mentioned earlier, the hypothesis clusters allow us to kind of understand the different linkages and relationships within the system, and this can help describe why we might be where we're at today. So in the baseline before major SERP implementation, everything was classified as poor. And when we switch to the reporting period, we get a corresponding improvement in our inflow criteria or our hydrology. And again, I'll just remind you, this is likely due to this reduction in low flow and increase in our optimal condition that helped us achieve fair status. But we're still dealing with the consequences of those high inflows. And those high inflows have a series of consequences to oysters and can explain why we did not see the oyster metrics themselves improve to fair conditions corresponding to that improvement in hydrology. Largely, these high inflows can deliver excess fresh water and alter salinity. And then both of these data were presented in the SSR. We're seeing a general trend where we're warming in the estuaries. So this is the percent of days that the average temperature exceeded 31 degrees Celsius in red and fell below 20 degrees Celsius in blue. So we're seeing this general pattern where we're warmer more frequently throughout the year. And these two stressors can have an interactive effect and cause a greater degree of physiological stress, which through either disease susceptibility or just general stress can cause mortality. And we actually see that response in some of our oyster densities. So in the blue bars highlights the annual baseline density relative to a target for that estuary. And you can see that in the reporting period in orange, specifically in the St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee, we saw declines in those metrics, which may be attributed to that interactive effect between the high flows and warming conditions. And one of my major takeaways is I want to remind everyone of the SERP timeline. We're still really just scratching the surface in this region in the northern estuaries. So in 2024, we only had the one component, the C44 reservoir in STA, that was within its operational testing and monitoring phase, which I've highlighted. These are just the primary three projects that I mentioned at the beginning, and I highlighted when each of those projects should enter operational testing. And you can see in 2024, it's real limited. We had the one component, and that should account for about 60,500 acre feet of storage. And even that has an asterisk because it's operating at not its full capacity currently. Flash forward into a decade from now, all of these components should be entering operational testing and monitoring, and we should transition to approximately over 340,000 acre feet of storage made available, in addition to any natural storage through watershed restoration efforts. So our primary future outlook is in the next decade, we should really be able to increase our basin water storage capacity. By expanding that, we should be able to then reduce the frequency of those high flows, and that should then reduce stress on our indicators. And overall, across the decade, once we start seeing the realized benefits of this added water storage, we should then start to see a trend from where we're at now with those sparse dead reefs closer to what our desired restoration condition is with these dense, healthy reef habitats. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, CJ. Yeah, we've got time for questions. So Alan. Yep.
Sorry, I don't mean to dominate, but this is my area. So I'll shut up for the rest of it. CJ, are there any plans to do experiments to look at the interactions between the temperature and the flows? Because even if you take care of the flows with the C43, you're still going to have a temperature stress going on here. So if the temperature is dominant, then it's great to have the reservoir, but it's not going to do what you want it to do.
Yeah, we don't have any like specific studies set up or anything, but I think part of our reassessment of those targets and developing those quantitative criteria, I think is going to implement acknowledging climate change, acknowledging what that might have on the oysters. And we want to look through the data and understand if the targets we have are feasible still, because as mentioned in those earlier talks, that restoration target for SERP might not get us all the way there. We can't control the climate with the SERP features. So it's something to consider. And I see Phyllis and Amanda both have hands up. So
the secondary part to that, is there still any concern about the Valleson area?
I haven't. You want-
Yeah, real quick, I don't think that you've seen this yet, so it's not your fault, but there was an oyster mesocosm study that the Water Management District conducted a few years ago that looked at both different salinity conditions as well as temperature. So if you're interested in that, we could provide it afterwards.
Has that been published, Phyllis?
Good. Well, we have the final report. I don't know if it's been published in the peer-reviewed literature at this time. Okay, we'll check. We could check.
Thank you. Was that done at Gumbo Limbo or?
Florida Gulf Coast.
Thank you.
Denise?
Thank you. I'm struck by the kind of annual nature of these indicators. I don't know much about Florida oysters, but I know that the models that we use for oyster habitat in Louisiana are a little bit more focused on different times of year, freshwater during spawning, for instance, and those kinds of things. So I'm struck by why you've got like average, you've got annual data, like for temperature. It would seem to me that there are life stages that are more sensitive to temperature, and that these kinds of conditions are probably quite well known for oysters. It sounds like people are doing experiments for them. I'm wondering why we've got 20 years of data and it's still a fairly coarse kind of screen that we're looking through. The other thing I'm thinking about is whether or not there are these estuaries. It's like big. From what it sounds like, you've got areas of dead oysters. It sounds like there are places that you need to be targeting rather than just measuring like acreages across the whole. It just seems too close. I mean, you're trying to get to somewhere like that, something a little bit finer on where we need these appropriate salinity and temperature conditions can be, as opposed to the Caloosahatchee.
Yeah, so in terms of the mapping of oyster resources, that helps us to try and identify some like key restoration zones within the estuaries. And currently I'm actually working on a contract to go back out and do some more additional oyster mapping. And that will also include mapping of benthic substrates and updated bathymetry. And that will then also pair with some work that the district is doing. We're doing a larval transport model. So I think we're taking some of the data we have and are trying to further flesh it out and fine tune it in a better way. But part of that mapping effort will be identifying kind of key restoration zones that then we can make sure to focus the salinity effort and flow on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we've had a request from a member of the audience who should go unnamed. But I can totally see what the issue is. If people on the committee could speak up real close to the microphones, because it's really hard to hear. And also speakers as well. Okay, thank you very much, CJ. We're going to move on now to Tasso Kokovis, who's going to talk to us about the Greater Everglades. Thanks.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Tasso Kokovis. I'm a biologist with the Army Corps in Recover, and I am also a regional coordinator for the Greater Everglades module. And so Phyllis described kind of where the Greater Everglades is. GE can be a kind of more encompassing term. My presentation today will kind of cover the goals and kind of the applied science framework that we use in the Everglades and within Greater Everglades. Then I'll run through an example of a hypothesis cluster kind of walk through with the SSR results, and then talk a little bit about how we've interpreted that, and then go through some of the next steps that we are taking to address what we observed going through the SSR process. So the Greater Everglades module is basically the interior freshwater extent of the Everglades. And so You see the map on the left there going from Locks all the way down through Shark River Slough and Taylor Slough and Everglades National Park. Restoration goals and ecological goals for the GE module include restoring natural sheet flow and water depth patterns, the historic oligotrophic nutrient status, restore landscape pattern and heterogeneity, so the landscape ridge, slough, marl prairie, tree island mosaic, restore wading bird nesting and freshwater predator-prey trophic interactions. I'll talk a little bit about that later, and restore the historic distribution of alligator populations. Relevant SERP projects within the GE and will influence the GE include SEP, all of the SEP components, and then also the Broward County Water Preserve Area project. So in the 2024 SSR, some key takeaways, the 2020 IGIT model run, or 2026 IGIT model run, sorry, little change in GE was expected because not a lot was expected to be implemented. And we observed little change in the GE in the 2024 SSR. Some notable responses and observations from the SSR is we did see improved hydrologic conditions in Water Conservation Area 3A North, specifically increased hydro period associated with operational flexing that allowed us to push more water in there during the dry season. We did see increased flows into Shark River Slough and Taylor Slough due to both environmental variation and management combined operations plan specifically. Some ecological responses that we saw that are notable are for 3 of our indicators I'll go through. For periphyton, we did see a signal of legacy phosphorus loading downstream of structures going into Everglades National Park. And so we are pushing more water into the park, but we are seeing a signal of phosphorus coming in with that water. On the other side of the system, the south end of the system, we are seeing marine sourced phosphorus in coastal ENP within our periphyton. So it's good that we're seeing signals. We just have to decide what to do now and how to move forward with those. In the Marl Prairie, like I said, we did see increased flows going into Everglades National Park. We did detect an increase in what we call vegetation inferred hydro period, which is basically taking the vegetation community, translating that into a hydro period based on the preferences of that vegetation. And so in the Marl Prairie, we did see an increased veg inferred hydro period, which is away from the desired condition for Marl Prairies. And lastly, and I'll talk about this more, we did see wading birds respond in 2018 and 2021 with eruptive nesting events, which is one of the ecological goals for wading birds in the Everglades. And so this is just the applied science strategy. And what I want to do now is kind of connect the dots through this applied science strategy in the context of what we saw in the SSR. And so I'll do that with our trophic hypothesis cluster. And this hypothesis cluster is centered around wading birds, and the ecological premise and the hypotheses within this cluster are that aquatic fauna and wading bird prey are regulated by hydrology. That prey availability is regulated by water level recession and the microtopography across the landscape. And then 3 and 4, the collapse of the wading bird nesting that we saw from the historic to the modern era is due to reduced prey availability, and that restoring hydrologic patterns that promote prey availability will in turn restore that wading bird breeding activity. Build it and they will come, as Gina says. So this is the trophic HC, and I know it looks a little less organized than some of the others, but the bolded components of this are what we monitor with our Recover map. And so we monitor alligators in the top left, going down through the middle, periphyton, primary production, the two, sorry, here's the cursor here. We monitor the aquatic fauna production and community composition, and then also subsequent to that, we monitor the aquatic fauna availability in the dry season, and then we also monitor wading bird nesting effort and nest success. And so in the baseline period, I have got some stoplight colors that we determined based on our assessment methods. Periphyton was fair, Aquatic fauna production was also fair. Prey availability was good, green. Wading bird nesting effort was poor. In the reporting period, everything was in a fair status. And so taking that, and I guess I pulled up this slide to just convey that behind these stoplight colors are these metrics. And for wading birds, we have 4 metrics. The foraging ratio, which is the number of tactile forager nests to visual forager nests, so great egret to white ibis and wood stork nests. We have the stork initiation date, so when wood storks initiate their nests. We have bottom left the coastal ratio, so how many of the nests across the system occur within the coastal ecotone of Everglades National Park. And then we have on the bottom right this super colony interval, so the interval that we want to that super colonies occur, and the hashed line represents the target in each of these metrics. And as you can see, for most of them, we are not hitting the target except for this super colony interval. And so kind of coming back around, what we took from this SSR, this assessment, specifically from wading birds, was that the system, if we get the water right, the Everglades can support eruptive nesting like we want to see. So that's good news. In our other indicators, we did not detect a map signal for the production or availability component of that, especially in those, and I guess I'm talking now for those specific years, 2018, 2021. Plugging that back into our hypothesis cluster to understand why wading birds responded, yet we didn't see that signal in the aquatic fauna. We've learned that the cumulative available foraging habitat through the breeding season, so that progression of habitat that's forageable with high prey concentrations is really important. And in those years, 2018, 2021, that cumulative habitat was ample throughout early in the season, all through the season. I noted here a recent paper by David Essien looking at Lake O wading bird nesting, found, and he really calculated this cumulative foraging habitat as a resource index that matched very well with the nesting effort on Lake O. We also learned that it's not just about the concentration of fish into the sloughs of the system. Now that we're working with more water, that additional water allows the Marl Prairie and the short hydroperiod wetlands to be involved and incite and support the breeding effort of wading birds. And so my last point here is that I'm organizing, and I think Jen mentioned it, a wading bird performance measure development workshop to examine our targets, discuss if they are still appropriate. And then also we're going to consider our evaluation model and our current model development to just ask the questions of what have we learned and how can we incorporate that into our assessment. So kind of zooming back out into the bigger picture, one of the things you'll notice is that a lot of our SSR stoplight methods are kind of qualitative and mathematical in a sense of like distinguishing along this spectrum of indicator status, like what is green, what is yellow, what is red, good, fair, and poor. We want going forward, we want to more accurately reflect the indicator statuses and tie these transitions more discreetly to their ecologically relevant thresholds. And so what that looks like, I'll kind of toggle back. So this, on this spectrum here of indicator status, what that would look like is discreetly delineating these bins and aligning them with their ecologically relevant thresholds. So we can establish when we're going to fall off that cliff on the bottom end, and also on the good end, when we've achieved that success and we've built a healthy, sustainable condition, at least relative to those indicators. And groups of indicators that reflect those foundational ecological processes that Gina had mentioned. And so doing this will allow us to better inform, better communicate and better describe the status of indicators, but it also allows us to inform adaptive management actions to a finer degree, rather than just going on kind of a continual spectrum of red to green. So I think that's everything. So I'll take any questions if I have time.
Yeah, we've got time for a question or two. So we'll start with Jeff.
So I don't actually have a question. I have a comment.
Yeah.
I'm thinking back to the days of the state's Accelerate program, and when this committee, previous edition, took a deep dive into deteriorating conditions in the greater Everglades and the central Everglades. And it was unimaginable to me then that when we get to the 2025 systems status report, the area showing the most improvement would be the central Everglades. And I think that's a testament to the sustained, intense focus on the central Everglades and some creative problem solving, like the 3x3 planning process and the dealing with the 8.5 square mile area that went along with that. And I would think you could point, especially for the congressional audience, you could point to this as like a big picture, high level indicator of success, like that you actually can turn things around.
You mean relative to the Wadingberg response and
No, everything,
everything.
everything in the central Everglades. Like some of these things that were seemed insolvable for years have now, like you've got water going through Northeast Shark River Slough at high volume. So just those kind of things that I mean, the programs has churned things around in one area. I mean, you're not all the way there, but to me, that seems like a real indicator of success.
Yeah, having more water to work with is definitely a good thing in this context.
Except in the lake.
Yeah, understatement of the day. Margaret.
Thank you. So can you talk a little bit more about the phosphorus and how you're concluding that that's legacy P?
Yeah, so we have, and I don't have a diagram, but you can look in the, I think there's a map in the 2024 SSR. And if there's not, I can get one to you, but we monitor periphyton communities across the freshwater extent of the system. And where we're seeing that signal it's basically on the eastern edge of the Everglades, is we're picking up those signals directly downstream of structures that have been opened and are used to facilitate the movement of water into the natural system from the infrastructure. So we measure the phosphorus content of the periphyton along with the volume of the periphyton and the community composition of the periphyton. And so we're picking up that signal directly downstream of those structures at our sites.
Okay, thank you, Tasso. We don't have any more time for questions, but you can ask questions during the break or in the panel session. Right. Our next speaker is Stephanie Verhulst, who will speak to us about Southern Coastal Systems.
All right, good morning, everyone. Rounding out the southern end of the Everglades system, I'll be summarizing and sharing with you some information about the Southern Coastal Systems from the SSR. Okay, so the Southern Coastal Systems is a very diverse area. It is not just a coastal region. We have very different and distinct regions, subregions, basins within regions. So trying to describe and give a clear synopsis of the conditions within the Southern Coastal Systems can be challenging. And we tried to show and share as much as we could about these different regions. Here you can see we have Biscayne Bay, we have Florida Bay, the coastal Shark River Slough, and the southwest coast in the green that makes up a freshwater saltwater ecotone. These regions still have collective, restoration goals to reestablish conditions that are conducive to maintain and reestablish natural flora and fauna. And then also by reestablishing an estuarine salinity gradient that reflects diffuse and natural flows across the landscape from near shore to offshore that would then be allowing for these flora and fauna mosaics within the coastal regions. We have 5 CERT projects that are in various stages of completion and future planning. Picayune Strand, the C-111 Spreader Canal, Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands, these are in the ground and at various stages of completion. And then we have the Biscayne Bay Southeast Everglades Ecosystem Restoration, or known as BBCER. It is in the planning stages, and then the future Everglades or Southern Everglades project, which is still in the works. And so these projects within the Southern coastal systems can hopefully provide the ability to have our restoration goals met. And of course, we do rely upon the flows of the water through the Everglades and all of the Central Everglades Planning Project components. For the system status report, the Southern Everglades across all of those regions were fair. From the baseline period to the reporting period, we saw changes in the system, but overall, it was pretty even keel across our different indicators. And then we also saw that we do have some interim goals that we're able to assess the different indicators, but we also have a number of our indicators without interim goals, and also less developed ways to assess their progress and their status. But we do recognize that the hydrologic processes are what typically dictate the ecological process of indicators within the southern coastal systems. And mainly these are the freshwater flows and the salinity, which also is associated with freshwater. But we also have to account for the marine and marine influences and the sea level changes and climatic patterns that can also play a role in the system. And these freshwater and salinity conditions influence our primary production of submerged aquatic vegetation, and then moving up the trophic levels, influencing the fish communities, their composition and their movements through the system, and then also higher trophic levels of the wading birds, looking at nest success. I didn't mention it here, but also crocodilians and their ability to continue and be successful. So with the changes in the water system and water delivery, we've seen impacts to our aquatic vegetation, either based on the amount of flow or the quality of water that is entering the coastal systems. So I'll walk through the submerged aquatic vegetation hypothesis cluster. This hypothesis cluster has a number of hypotheses, I think like 10 or 12, but they're mostly centered around 3 major themes. One would be the climatic patterns, which could be either drought and less precipitation, or maybe we'll see climatic patterns in the future resulting in more precipitation, and both of those would have influences on the salinity regime. Sea level change or sea level rise also is an important influencing factor. And the hypotheses associated with those are, what are we going to do if sea level rise pushes more salt water into the freshwater systems? We'll have changes in composition in the in the submerged aquatic vegetation community. But also we have to understand how the water use and management is going to influence the water, either through delivery or through the movement of the quality of water. And so we have in the Southern Coastal Systems in the SSR, we were looking at the nutrient content or the algal, chlorophyll A values in the system representing nutrients. And so through the baseline period and the reporting period, it was considered fair. It wasn't, it didn't change. So we still had a fair condition of nutrients and chlorophyll A levels. In the center here, you can see there is a big black dot by the frequency and duration of hypersalinity and hyposalinity events. One of the challenges that we have in the Southern Coastal Systems is our assessment capabilities or like development of the assessments for either being fair, poor, or good related to our hydrologic indicators, which is a huge gap in our current level of understanding because hydrology is a major influencing factor in the system. And so that is one of our goals, is to be able to say, do we have targets of salinity? Are we meeting those targets? When do we reach a good condition? When are we in the fair, and when have we transitioned into poor hydrologic conditions? And so then we also, though, have the submerged aquatic vegetation down at the bottom, also is considered fair throughout the Southern Coastal Systems. Different regions may have poor conditions. Some, I don't think any were actually good, if I remember correctly. So pretty much fair is where we're going to stay with our level of assessment. And then also at the bottom, again, I have water quality. Since water quality does influence the composition, if we have too much nutrients, we can have algal blooms. Then that could set into motion different die-off events. And sometimes we aren't meeting the water quality that would be able to sustain or be able to maintain submerged aquatic vegetation beds. So overall, the key findings is that we did see improvements in freshwater flow. We do have a lot of information of freshwater flow into the system. And a lot of that is based on precipitation. You've heard from the other presenters that we did have a fair bit of precipitation, and that was a contributing influence in the improvements in the flows entering the system. We also had water management operations and restoration activities that improved the freshwater flows. However, we are aware of the ecological time lags in response to these improved conditions. So yes, we might have improved flows, but in some instances like Taylor River, we might see that there's been a reduction in ideal conditions for so long that we are hypothesizing that the seed banks may have been diminished for some of our freshwater species. And so it will take time for the conditions to improve for some of our ecological indicators. But we also acknowledge that our ability to our assessment methods and indicator targets vary throughout the system. We are aware that it is very Florida-based centric or focused. We don't have as many indicator targets and assessment methods for Biscayne Bay or West Coast. And so one of the things that we see as recommendations, or that were pointed out by our subject matter experts and our principal investigators, were that we still want to have increased freshwater flow into the system to eliminate or limit the hypersalinity events. And this is through water management and expedited restoration activities. And then also we are making progress to setting targets and assessment methods. We have going on salinity modeling capability advancements for the Florida Bay salinity performance measure that will help us to assess and evaluate with more updated science and modeling capabilities. And we're also right now holding the Submerged Aquatic Vegetation Workshop series that will hopefully tie together the different regions of the southern coastal systems to have a collective ability to assess the submerged aquatic vegetation. And so with that, thank you. If there's time for questions.
Thank you, Stephanie. So we have time for one question. If anyone has one. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to our next speakers. So this will be a joint presentation by Jenna May and Alicia Magloire, who will be talking about water deliveries to ecosystems, other users, and flood protection. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jenna May. I'm with the Corps and I'm presenting on behalf of Recover. We'll be tag teaming this, me and Alicia, and I'll be presenting more of the water delivery information that was occurring within the natural system. And then Alicia will be covering the water deliveries to the built system. So within the 2024 SSR, we summarized the hydrologic information through a couple indicators that we combine: water volume and sheet flow, and hydro period and water depth. These are the statuses that we assigned based on our assessment. So from the baseline to reporting period, we saw an increase or an improvement in these metrics. So in terms of water volume and sheet flow, we have significant increases denoted by the green star across the Tamiami Trail and Taylor's Slough, and not significant changes occurring across the red line and Everglades National Park Panhandle. And so this is, as we've been kind of talking about this morning, a lot resulting from the combined operational plan and some other foundational projects like Tamiami bridging, and then increased precipitation during the reporting period. In terms of hydro period and water depth, so hydro period being the length of time that water is above the ground surface, and then the depth of the water, we have significant increases in hydro period up in water conservation area 1, 2, and sort of local areas of area 3 north. And so that's kind of as a result of the operational flexing that Tasso had mentioned, and very intentional effort to kind of push water into that area. We saw significant increases in depth in water conservation area 3B, and then significant increases in depth and hydro period all throughout Shark River Slough and around Taylor Slough. There was also some interest in the water quality, and so this is the map that Tasso was mentioning. So just to kind of reiterate what he had mentioned. So overall, not seeing a huge change in periphyton, which is what the indicator that we use to track water quality. But in some very local scale, at a very local scale, we're seeing some of those negative changes sort of in this northeast corner of Shark River Slough, where we're increasing those flows, and then that marine source phosphorus increasing down towards the coastal areas. And so the key takeaways, as we've mentioned earlier, we weren't anticipating a whole lot of changes in interval, so we're on track to meet those expectations, and then in some cases exceed them, particularly in Shark River Slough and Taylor Slough. Those additional flows and improvements in hydrology throughout the system that we saw weren't necessarily a result of any sort of projects, but of water management operations and rainfall. And despite some of those improvements, we're still seeing some low hydro periods and water depths in northern 3A. So what I showed before was sort of that difference map, so you could see how there was an increase or an improvement in the areas, but we're still seeing sort of those low hydro periods that we're trying to address, particularly with SEP North and SEP EAA. And so those remain a concern. And then we're also still seeing some drier conditions in Taylor Slough, Lossman Slough, and we made the recommendation that more water is needed during the late dry season based on this assessment in the 2024 SSR. And then we're still dealing with those higher than normal water levels in Southern 3A, which we hear a lot about and are also trying to address with things like SEP South. So that was pretty quick, straightforward. I'm happy to answer any questions, or if we want to maybe wait till after Alicia goes, whatever the panel or the.
Let's wait till after Alicia. Thank you.
Hi, and good morning. Alicia McClure with the South Florida Water Management District, and I will be providing the overview of the flood, water supply and flood protection interim targets for the 2024 SSR report. It's not advancing. Oh. There we go. Sorry about that. So for our water supply and flood protection interim targets, in the SSR, we looked at 2 water supply and 1 flood protection target. The 2 water supply targets that were looked at was water restrictions, specifically looking at water shortages that occur in the Lake Okeechobee service area and the Lower East Coast service areas. And the other water supply target that was looked at is protection of the Biscayne aquifer. Specifically, we're looking at saltwater intrusion. So this slide focuses on the 2 water supply performance measures, and the table on the upper right of the slide shows water shortages that was simulated in the 2020 IGIT report. We're looking at the number of water shortages that occurs both in Lake O and the LEC. And then we're comparing that to actual declared water shortages that happened during the baseline and reporting periods of the system status report. So the target we're looking at is 1 in 10-year frequency of water shortages occurring. And what we're seeing is that when we compare the baseline to the reporting period, we had an improvement in terms of no water shortages occurring in the reporting period of the system status report. The graph on the bottom is for the second interim target that we looked at for water supply. And like I said, this one has to do with the protection of the Biscayne aquifer. As we know, the Biscayne aquifer is a minimum flows, minimum level protected water body. And so we have MFL control, salinity control structures along the coast that the district monitors, and there are minimum operating levels that these canals are held at. And so what we're looking for in this target is that at each of these control structures, that the minimum operating level or the target is achieved if these minimum operating levels are met 50% of the time for the period of record. And once again, looking at the structures here in the graph, you can see the 50% red line that goes across the middle of the graph. In both the baseline and the reporting period of the SSR, these targets, we were able to meet these targets for the most part. So for flood protection, we did have one target that we looked at. And we're looking at here, the target is for root zone groundwater levels in the South Miami-Dade agricultural area, which is east of the L31 North. And we're looking to evaluate a relative comparison for flood risk in this area. So the map on the right shows the locations of agricultural model cells that were used in the 2020 IGIT report. And so for the SSR assessment, water levels from monitoring wells, which are located in these model cells, were looked at to determine number of days and percentage of time that groundwater levels are within the root zone. And this root zone is defined as land surface to 2 feet below. So this information is able to give us an indication of if there may be a flood control problem in the vicinity of the model cells. So what we're seeing here, the target that we're looking to achieve is no more than 50% in the root zone. And so when you compare the baseline to the reporting periods in the SSR, while we do have one monitoring well, which is the G3898, that's the first in the table on the left-hand side, that did slightly exceed that 50% target, but for the most part, all the other monitoring wells were able to stay below the 50% target that we have for this flood protection performance measure. So one and other interim target that was included in the IGIT report is what we call the water volume or water budget. And unfortunately, we weren't able to utilize this performance measure for the assessment portion that was needed for the system status report. And just briefly, just to go over what this is that to have a good understanding of truly system-wide hydrologic indicator recovery is using to evaluate these projects, we look at sources of water made available as a result of SERP projects being implemented, and this water made available, who are the recipients of this new water made available and where it's being redirected to. So we have the evaluation capabilities in the model. It was done for the IGIT report in 2020. However, when we came to actually do the assessment, we ran into some situations where we didn't have all of the monitoring in place needed to be able to report out on how we're doing system-wide for this water budget. So right now, the district is in the process of developing the assessment protocol, working closely with our folks in the hydrology and hydraulics group to pinpoint all these sources of waters and where we need to be, monitoring so that in the future, Recover could leverage this information. And hopefully by the time the next SSR comes out, we will be able to report out on actual water made available and who's being delivered to. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you. We have time for questions for Jenna and Alicia, if anyone has any.
Maybe I'll ask a question.
Yep, Casey.
Thanks. Thank you for that presentation. I have just a question about that last figure, which seems very interesting on the sources and recipients of the additional water made available. It's okay. You don't need the figure. It's fine. But I was just curious. So it shows things in percentage terms, which is useful. It would also seem useful, I would imagine, to know the volumes. And so is that part of that indicator as well? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
All right.
Any more questions? Okay, then thanks everyone. Thanks for all of these flash talks, and in particular, thank you to the speakers for keeping to time. So we're actually a little bit early. Yay! So we're going to have a break now, and we will reconvene in here at 10:40. Thanks, everyone. Continue with the flash talks on status and trends, moving beyond regions to the topics of threatened and endangered species, followed by invasive species. And our first speaker is Tim Breen.
Yeah, so good morning, everyone. My name's Tim Breen. I'm the acting Everglades program supervisor for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And I'm going to be giving you a update on the status of threatened and endangered species in the Everglades ecosystem. Here's 3 questions that we were given to sort of think about in going through our presentation. I'll do my best to address these questions throughout my talk. You all are very familiar with this graphic. I felt like it was important to bring it up on my talk because it's all about the water. I feel like if we get this right, the species and the habitats will respond accordingly. So it was good to see that Gina had mentioned this in her talk, and when I was preparing to give this update, I went back to look at the restudy and some of the information we had in that document, some of the documentation from 1999 to think about threatened and endangered species. And so these are a couple of quotes that sort of jumped out at me. We talk about the restoration, preservation, and protection of the South Florida ecosystem. And we mentioned the expectation that there will be improvements to native flora and fauna, including threatened and endangered species. So it's good to think about what were we considering back then in the beginning. Oops, let me go back. And so I don't have time in 10 minutes to go through the 40 listed species that are located in the Everglades ecosystem. So I've picked these 4 as I thought that they were kind of a good representative of different scenarios on what's going on with listed species in the Everglades. Florida panther, wood stork, Everglades snailkite, and Cape Sable seaside sparrow. Let's start with the Florida panther. Panthers are, I guess I got to slow down and let the slides catch up. Sorry. Florida panthers are doing well. Their populations are pretty stable. This depicts, there's 2 maps up here, as you can see on the left, it's male panthers, and on the right, it's female panthers. And you don't need to worry about the symbology, but for each of those maps, it essentially is telemetry locations, mortality sites, and other occurrence records like camera traps. And so on the left, again, the male, one of the encouraging signs is that males are moving, expanding their range. They're now up in the I-4 corridor and even north of there up to St. Augustine. There are recent camera trap photos of male panthers in St. Augustine, which is kind of cool. For female panthers, part of the process with panthers, as most wildlife, is that it's not just the males, right? We need females for the population to expand. And so that has been one of the limiting factors for panthers, is getting female panthers across the Caloosahatchee River, which I've depicted on these maps with that white hashed line. And as you see on the right, we've actually had some female panthers north of the Caloosahatchee, which is a great sign. There are 6 confirmed adult female panthers who have had at least 5 litters of kittens north of the Caloosahatchee. So that's, again, a great sign for the population of Florida panthers in Florida. So having said all those great things about panthers, there are impacts to panther habitat from Everglades restoration and related projects. And that's just the nature of what we're doing here. This map, I've shown this before in presentation, it's showing 3 projects: the Lake Okeechobee Component A Reservoir north of Lake Okeechobee, C-43 Boma Project, and the C-43 Reservoir Project. Just to show, for these 3 projects, this equates to a loss of about 24,000 acres of panther habitat. And you don't have to worry about the different colors on there. It's, you know, panther focus area and corridors, essentially important habitat for panthers. And again, just to show that there are adverse impacts to panthers through Everglades restoration. Having said that, we're all working together. The agencies, we're doing a lot of good things for panthers. And so, yeah, an example of a species that's actually doing really well. So the next species is wood stork. In 1984, when this species was listed, there were about 4,000 to 5,000 breeding pairs in the Southeast. There were about 29 colonies, breeding colonies, and most of those colonies were located in Florida. In 2021, there were about 11,000 breeding pairs of wood storks and over 100 nesting colonies, which is like a threefold increase. So they're doing really well. As a result of all that and additional information, we proposed to delist the wood stork in 2023. And so again, at the population level, wood storks are doing really well. And so that's good to see. Oops. But there are signs, you know, there are concerns. There's some concerns in different places. The 2025 South Florida Wading Bird Report did mention that in 2022 and 2023, there was a low nesting effort from wood storks in the Everglades, essentially. And this may or may not explain some of that. It's just one piece of information, but this shows the fish survey data for WCA3A, and you see the kind of the downward trend. And in 2022, it was the second lowest number of or density of fish in WCA3A. That may or may not be related, but it's one piece of information. And, you know, I feel like as I'm going through this, what keeps coming to mind is like, it's not that simple, right? I realize that for all these species and all these issues that we deal with, it's not that simple. It's so complicated. So the Everglades snailkite, another wetland dependent species. From a population standpoint, again, doing really well. The population has been over 2,000 birds. The estimate for the last 10 years, you can see that on this graphic. The previous 15 years, the population was below 2,000 individuals as an estimate. And in 4 of those years, it was actually below 1,000. So from a population standpoint, doing pretty well. There, you can see at the end of that graph, there's this downward trend, so maybe a little bit of a concern. This year was really dry. I expect the estimate maybe to be a little bit lower this year as well, but I'd say in general, snailkites are doing really well. Having said that, from a population standpoint, doing well. From the South Florida ecosystem, from, you know, water conservation areas and Everglades National Park, where historically snailkites were abundant, we're seeing some different trends going on there. So this is nests, snailkite nests from 1996 to 2015. You see there are hundreds of nests in South Florida. When we moved to 2016 to 2020, less nests. I think there were about 97 in WCA3A in that period of time. And then the last 5 or so years, even less. And I think there were 2 nests in WCA3A during that time frame. The other concerning trend that we're seeing is that the crews are seeing less birds. So regardless of nesting, and I'm going to forget the time frame, but let's say 2016 to 2020 or so, they would see on average about 15 or 50 snail kites each time they went out to do their nesting surveys. And that number has gone down to about 3.8 birds per survey in the South Florida part of the system. So they're seeing less birds and there's less nesting. And the last species that I'm going to talk about, it's funny, I think about the sparrow as such a small bird, but it's like the elephant in the room, right? You know? And when I was thinking about where we are with Cape Sable seaside sparrows, this map came up. And I look at this, we've all seen this, right? How much of the original Everglades are we going to get from you know, where we are now and where we're going to be? And there's some features that caught my eye in these maps. And it's these two areas in South Florida, as we're all familiar. These are the Marl Prairies. And so we've said that from the beginning. We expect that Marl Prairie will be on the landscape even after Everglades restoration occurs. And as we know, Cape Sable Seaside Sparrow, critical habitat, as well as subpopulation A, which is not critical habitat, are located in those Marl Prairie areas. And so I guess I would continue to say that if Everglades restoration is successful, then the ecological functioning of the system is going to be there. These species are going to be on the landscape, and the habitats are going to be on the landscape as well, including Marl Prairie. So where are we with Cape Sable Seaside Sparrows? The last few years, we've seen the numbers decrease. And it's probably not the best graphic, but population has been going down over the last few years. And in 2024, we had reached the lowest population estimate that we've ever recorded since like the 1980s in doing surveys. And we thought that was pretty low. Lo and behold, the population estimate for this year is going to be around 1,300 birds, which is almost half of what it was the previous year. So there's some issues going on with sparrows. It's very complicated, right? It's not that simple. There was a wildfire in one of the largest subpopulations this year that certainly affected this population estimate. So anyways, there's some more work to be done with Cape Sable Seaside Sparrows, and we are doing more work. I guess I should mention that we're working with the agencies and our partners and the tribes, and we're developing a captive breeding and translocation program, which will help. And so we're moving forward with that. And I'll just end my update, with where I started. You know, if we get the water right, then things will work out. And so the ultimate question is, are we getting it right? And are we seeing the improvements that we expected under Everglades restoration? And that's all I have. Thank you. And I'm sure there's no questions, so.
Thanks. Thanks, Tim. Jeff.
So are there any spatially specific goals for the kite? Does it matter where they are, as long as the total population size stays high?
That's a good question. From a listing perspective, from being on the endangered species list, I don't know that it matters. You know, it may be numbers and stability of or it is numbers and stability of the population. But from a ecological restoration standpoint, should snail kites be present in the water conservation areas in Everglades National Park? I think the answer is yes. So that's a sign probably that their prey, the apple snail, is not doing so well. And we have data that suggests that in those areas, there aren't many apple snails.
But you also have this invasive apple snail, and they like the invasive one.
They do.
So I guess we'll get into this with trade-offs, right?
But and it's a great question and a great comment. And again, it's not that simple, right? And so the population is essentially moved north. We're seeing many more nests and birds in the northern part of the system, certainly related to the fact that the invasive apple snail is doing well. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just end by it. It's kind of a specific instance of the general question of ability to go back in time given changes to the system, and maybe sometimes you can't if the kites like the invasive snail better now and they're up north.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And and again, I think for all of us, I don't know that the question is whether or not there are kites there. It's whether or not the ecosystem is functioning the way it should be, regardless of whether or not there are kites there. And kites may be a sign.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, thank you.
So our next speaker is going to be coming in virtually. And so I welcome Anissa Karim, who will be talking about status and trends in key invasive animals and plants.
Thank you. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Anissa Karim. I'm the Non-Native Fish and Wildlife Program Coordinator for the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. FWC is the state's regulatory agency for fish and wildlife resources with a primary mission to manage fish and wildlife resources for their long-term well-being and the benefit of people. And so today I'll be talking about status and trends of key invasive animals. And similarly, I've just chosen a few animals to actually look at, and I'm going to go ahead and advance my slide. And so the presence of non-native animals is certainly not new to Florida. There are actually archaeological records that indicate that indigenous people were trading animals. The Calusa were trading northern cardinals with the fishermen that were coming up from Cuba for the mullet runs every year. We know that there have been purposeful introductions of non-native animals, and certainly there have been accidental introductions. One of the things that we deal with, one of the challenges, is that we have so many introduction pathways. Certainly, Florida has a large import system of the live animal trade industry worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and we have many introduction pathways. And so our hypothesis is that these pathways, specifically the live animal trade, is the source of many of the animals that we're seeing on our natural areas. And so a while back, FWC staff actually did a literature review to figure out where these non-native species are coming from. Are we sure about these pathways? And during this literature review and database study, we started to better understand the number of species introductions and where they originated. So for instance, you'll see that I have reptiles highlighted there. Of the 100 species of non-native reptiles, 92% of these were introduced through the live animal trade. And if you look at the total at the very bottom, the number of introduced species, this was when we did the literature search a few years ago, we saw that we had approximately 593 introduced animal species, of which 80% were introduced through the live animal trade. So the live animal trade is certainly one of the huge inputs into the non-native animals that we're seeing in our ecosystems. And this is usually where we talk about the invasion curve. Just because something is in a natural area doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to become invasive. Certainly, if we could prevent something from being introduced, keep it in the pet trade and not introduced into natural areas, that would be great. But once that introduction happens, we are on a time clock. We really have to, if that animal is going to start to invade our natural areas, outcompete native animals, we have to really start talking about eradication or containment before we get to the invasive area. And so during the talk, I'll be talking a little bit about this invasion curve as well. And okay, so the number of non-native species in Florida. I had our database person run the numbers actually yesterday, so I could give you the most up-to-date information. And as of yesterday, we have over 165,000 observations of non-natives in the state of Florida. Now this totals 620 non-native animal species. Some of these observations are of one individual, and some of these observations are of multiple individuals. A lot of our data is taken from things like the Christmas bird counts that happen every year. Our first data set for the Christmas bird count came from 1924. And so that's really when we start to see how we've logged the number of non-native species in Florida. Of these, however, at least 139 species are reproducing. And so these 139, or at least 139, these are the problem species that we talk about. And the impacts of these species vary. Certainly there are ecological impacts. We have direct predation. And especially when talking about the Everglades, a lot of people think about the Burmese python. Certainly the Burmese python is one of the culprits, one of the animals that we're trying to manage, but it's not just the Burmese python. Reptiles in general have a huge effect on our ecosystems. There is direct predation, habitat alteration, competition for resources, and then introduction of disease and parasites. We often think of non-native animals being introduced into our ecosystems undergoing this predator release, which is certainly true, but a lot of them bring with them their own native parasites, which then make their way into our native populations. And so with these disease and parasites, we are not only we're harming our native species kind of in a different way, more so than a lot of people, especially people in policy, think of right now. And then, of course, there are economic impacts and human and health safety impacts. Early detection and rapid response. So this is something that a lot of invasion biologists think about in terms of combating that invasion curve. Early detection and rapid response is a system whereby we act as quickly as possible to get to the culprit as quickly as possible. And so really with this, we have to engage the public. With the land masses that we're talking about across the state of Florida, so many undeveloped acres and people hunting and fishing on these lands, we have to rely on the public to help us figure out what's out there. And so we've developed this I've Got One response system whereby the public can call us and we can then respond to what we're seeing. We have to make sure the reports are credible. Usually we ask for a picture, definitely a date of when the species was seen. And if it's a high priority species for removal, we then engage our biologists and actually even some of our volunteers to go and retrieve the animal. Our response team, our agency partners, our volunteers, we have paid contractors. There are a number of ways in which we are then responding to these early detection, rapid response incidences. And so what I wanted to show you were some of the trends that we've seen in some of the reptiles. These are numbers of verified and credible reports of Burmese pythons throughout the state of Florida. And I'm going to ask you to look at the y-axis. You can see this number 3,000 here. And that's per year. It looks like in the year 2020, we approached that 3,000 number for Burmese python. Similarly, with the Argentine black and white tegu, over the years, we've started to get more and more reports of tegus. We have 4 very specific localized populations of tegus in the state of Florida. And now we're starting to see tegu populations in the suburbs of Orlando. So that's something we're really keeping an eye on. But again, if you look at that y-axis, that 3,000 is where we're, that mark that we hit in 2024, we went over 3,000 tegus verified. And then green iguanas. Green iguanas populate extremely quickly. And you can see that y-axis is in the 5,000s now. In 2018, there was a study of iguanas. And so all of those iguanas that were detected were reported to our system. And so that's where you see the spike. The iguanas are there. It's really the detectability that we're lacking in the years past 2018. And that really goes to speak to our biggest challenge with non-native species is detectability, making sure that the people that are hunting, fishing, recreating, more so than just the biologists that are working out there, but the people that are using these natural areas are comfortable understanding the difference between a native and a non-native species. And then if they see a non-native species, what potentially they can do to report it to us. So that's something we're really working very diligently on, is getting that information out there to the public. This is, to me, right now, a good graph, a graph that we're pretty confident about. These water monitors, fairly late on the scene. You can see there was an early report in about 1972, but then we don't see them. Of course, they were out there, but the detectability is now starting to rise. But still, in 2024, that y-axis number is at a 35. It's not in the hundreds, it's not in the thousands. This is something that we believe is still at the containment level. And this is something that, especially with people that work in the field, UPS workers, Federal Express folks, folks working for the power company, were very engaged in trying to train these folks to be able to detect these animals and then to let us know what's happening by contacting us. So the invasion curve, you can see that with the water monitor, we're at the containment stage. We've passed eradication, we're at containment. And you know, if we develop some new technologies, we can potentially go backwards. But in the invasion curve thus far, once you get to containment, you have to maintain before you actually get any further. And so I'm gonna switch to pythons, because pythons are actually beyond the containment phase at this point. They are in the invasion phase of the invasion curve. We have enacted, we meaning the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, we've enacted a python action removing a python team to remove invasive constrictors. And our sister agency, the district, has done the same thing, this python elimination program that has been pretty successful. And you can see that once we implemented these programs, we increased the number of pythons taken out of the system. And to date, we've totally taken over 23,000 pythons out of natural areas in the state of Florida. We also have a python control plan, which is an effort by multiple organizations to cooperatively manage pythons in Florida. And what that means is, if we're in the invasion stage and we're trying to cooperatively manage pythons, that means that we're actually looking at these creatures and making sure that they're we're focusing on our most critically endangered areas, the Florida Keys, areas where we know that we have endemic species that are in danger of going extinct. And so that's where we're focusing our efforts to remove more pythons. It's kind of a prioritization at this point on where we go. But we're also looking at funding new tools and technology. We have a Python near infrared detection system that will be coming online using drones to detect pythons. And that's the huge challenge with pythons, is actually detecting them. You can walk by a python and not even know it was there. We're hoping that some of this technology will help us to detect pythons at a higher rate so that we can go out and remove more pythons. We also have things like the Scout Snake program, which allows us to track snakes in the Everglades to see how they're using their habitat. But ultimately, it's getting the reports of these non-native species and getting our team out there to remove them that does the most work most quickly for us on our team. And so really, I think ultimately the message, the takeaway that we should be looking at, obviously prevention is something we have to look at, working with the live animal trade to prevent these introductions into natural areas. Early detection and rapid response is critical if we want to contain non-native animals. And you know, eradication efforts work. When we can engage partners across the landscape and when funding is available, these control and eradication efforts do work. We just have to have all of those components. The use of innovative technologies is key to increase the rate of detection, especially for cryptic species. And engagement of the public is equally critical because we have such a vast area we're trying to cover. The public has to be engaged. The public has to be informed and take an active role in the detection and the reporting of these non-native animals. You know, ultimately, the goals of the comprehensive Everglades restoration plan to be fully realized depends on the restoration of fish and wildlife populations, habitat, and diversity. And so combating invasive species leads to all of those components coming together. to hopefully make successful restoration efforts. So with that, I will end and take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Anissa. Do any of the committee members have any questions? Oh, yeah, Denise.
Thank you. That was very interesting. We heard on field trips and in other venues about vegetation. Could you say anything about FWC's efforts on invasive vegetation?
Sure, I can. And what I will say is that the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission has a whole section devoted to invasive plant management of vegetation. One of the hardest things is the identification of vegetation. Certainly, you have biologists that are trained to identify grasses and vines, but if anybody's tried to, as a brand new biologist or someone in a new area, try to distinguish between grasses, it's really difficult. And that's where we're seeing a lot of the invasions in plants. A while ago, we used to think the big three, and they were a while ago, the big three were Melaleuca, Brazilian pepper, and Australian pine. Those are trees that are fairly evident, trees and shrubs, fairly evident, easy to identify, easy to detect, and not necessarily easy to remove, but easy to target for removal. These grasses and vines are a whole new story. We have a list that we update in the state of Florida of Category 1 and Category 2 species. We update that list every 2 years to show basically land managers what they should be on the lookout for. And so what I would say so not to specify one plant species, but to say that there are lists where land managers are being trained and kept up to speed on the types of plants to look out for. Prevention, again, is one of those things. We have such a huge so many ports in Florida where we have plants that are introduced by accident, sometimes for erosion control on purpose, but a lot of our plants coming now are accidental imports through the industry. And so these big box stores, when you buy one thing, oftentimes you get something else too, and then they jump into our ecosystems.
So, if you, Anissa, have any access to materials on trends in invasive plants that you could share with the committee via email to Stephanie Johnson, that would be great. We'd love to see that information.
Absolutely. I could certainly do that.
A big group. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks very much, Anissa. So now we're going to move on to our next speaker. So we've heard many presentations on status and trends in the ecosystem. And our last speaker of the morning is Jenna May from Recover, who will provide a brief update of efforts to improve the monitoring and assessment plan, which supports some of those assessments. Thanks, Jenna.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Jenna May again from the Corps, and on behalf of Recover, I wanted to talk a little bit about an effort that Recover has been undertaking for last several years now, just to kind of pull information together to figure out how or what we need to do to update our monitoring and assessment plan. Our current monitoring assessment plan is from 2009 and has gone through some iterations based on resources available, but we are planning a formal update of the plan for 2026. And so this is sort of an overview of how we're doing that and the information that we're pulling together to inform that update. So when we first determined that we needed to, when we decided we needed to do the update, it seemed, maybe less complicated than what we found out. We had identified that we would need to do some sort of evaluation of our current monitoring, but we also then realized we needed to sort of take a step back and figure out, okay, what is our current monitoring telling us? And so we started off with this effort to kind of summarize the information that our current monitoring plan is able to sort of tell us. So, what information do we have available in order to characterize our desired restoration condition? Do we have qualitative information? Do we have quantitative information? If we don't have one of those, what information do we need in order to kind of determine that? So we did a little bit of digging just to kind of get a sense of the current status of our map, and that is what we are pulling together in what we're calling our map summary. So that's kind of where we're at now. In order to kind of figure out what we need, we have also determined that we need to do this sort of map evaluation or map review, where it kind of describes what we need in order to best assess SERP. And so there are a number of things that we are considering in order to kind of understand the information that we need. And so with these sort of two components, the summary of what we're doing now, and then sort of overlaying that with what we need, we can identify gaps and mostly additions that we need to incorporate into our map update. And so the different components that are going into this map summary, first, the 2024 system status report, which we talked about this morning, was very revealing in terms of our current ability to assess our indicators. It showed us where we have gaps spatially, temporally. If you look at that table there on the system-wide summary that was passed out, those black boxes are a big indication of some of our gaps. And so that was very telling in terms of what our current assessment abilities are. That information is to be used to kind of confirm or refute our existing hypothesis clusters. We kind of talked about that in our science framework this morning, about how we kind of have these conceptual ecological models, hypothesis clusters. We verify those hypotheses based on our monitoring, and we update them accordingly. In 2023, we went through an overall hypothesis cluster and CEM update. But then with the new information gathered from the system status report, we can continue to assess whether those hypotheses hold true. In 2023, we also held a monitoring workshop, which we pulled information from groups all over South Florida, not just Recover, trying to gauge, what monitoring efforts existed and how those monitoring efforts aligned with our current hypotheses to see, what opportunities there were for leveraging across programs, as well as identifying gaps that still exist with our monitoring. And so again, that kind of gave us an understanding of the current resources and monitoring that we had available for us for our current monitoring and assessment plan. That information, as I mentioned, identified the gaps. So we sort of did that crosswalk with our hypotheses clusters. So that kind of revealed to us some of the information that we need to be including. So sort of that map and more into that map review product. The second periodic SERP update, which we'll hear about later, that's going to tell us sort of what we can expect based on updated modeling tools, what SERP gets us based on what was described in the yellow book. And so that can help us to sort of prioritize and identify the areas that we really need to be focusing our monitoring, kind of getting at what Denise was saying earlier in terms of, do we need to be monitoring this whole area, or do we need to be focusing in specific areas that can help to inform those kinds of decisions. And again, the CEM hypothesis cluster updates, helping us to sort of reveal what monitoring we still need to do based on how we're able to address our current hypotheses. We're also doing a statistical review. So this map review, or also called map evaluation, there is a part A and a part B. The part A includes the statistical review, where we look at the monitoring design of our current monitoring projects. We conducted a pilot study to determine if the design was robust enough to answer the questions or the objectives that we set forth for that particular project. And through that pilot study, we are looking to apply that same process or even the product to our other monitoring projects that we have captured in our monitoring plan. So we can say from at least a statistical point of view that we have the coverage that we need to address the questions that we have. And then as part of that map review, we're also ensuring that those monitoring components align with our map objectives. Our map objectives include things like establishing that reference condition, any sort of monitoring that we need to conduct in order to investigate those cause and effect relationships that are really key for us to understand not only what's happening, but why things are happening. Status and trends as what's described in our system status report. And so as part of that map review, we're also sort of sorting our monitoring and making sure that it's meeting those map objectives. And again, sort of characterizing exactly what we need in order to assess SERP as a whole. These are the major sort of, in the map objectives, that's sort of like that map evaluation part B process. So this is sort of an overview of the like higher level things that we're doing to review our map. We know that we have gaps. We have added an entire module in the Southwest Florida part of the system. So we know we have to add monitoring there. We've had resource changes over the years, and we've been slowly building back and communicating the importance of the monitoring in order to build those resources back up. And so we're hoping through this process, we are monitoring all the things that we need to do in order to ensure that we're restoring those key ecological processes we talked about earlier, and then formalizing that in a map update that'll go out to the public for review and be sort of that summary of what we need to be monitoring for SERP specifically. So I guess that's another thing I'd want to emphasize, that our monitoring assessment plan is designed to assess SERP specifically, but it is leveraged for other programs and projects. I think that's all I got. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Jenna. Does anyone, Denise? Thanks, Jenna. When you say assess SERP, what do you mean? Assess what about SERP?
Assess the projects, assess the success of SERP. So we have, project-specific monitoring that will assess those project-specific changes of SERP projects. The monitoring assessment plan looks at a larger landscape scale. It looks at multiple projects and assesses how those projects are working together in order to reach those restoration goals that we described earlier.
So it's the performance of your interventions, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you go then back and say, when you updated the hypothesis cluster, my envisionment or my experience with how that goes is that every sort of intervention would have had an expected model of they did this intervention, right? And there was a response.
Mm-hmm.
And did the response that was measured actually meet that model? And one potential thing would be, well, I'm missing a factor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which would go, well, I don't have a diagnostic indicator. How did you update the hypothesis clusters without a comparison of expected to actual response? Like, did you just do it on what the literature was saying might be other factors, or how did you update hypothesis clusters?
So we have our hypotheses, and then through our assessments, whether those are our annual reports or system status reports, we see whether those results that we would expect are happening. And so one example of this is, how we're introducing these flows. We assume that we're going to increase flow into an area, and then the indicators should be responding positively, parafine, for example.
Mm-hmm.
But we saw, in some cases, that introduction of flow actually degraded some in some areas, parafine in some areas, because we didn't necessarily consider the mobilization of legacy nutrients. So I think that kind of information that we learned through our annual reports is getting incorporated into our hypotheses. One component of our hypotheses clusters are also our uncertainties. And so that's also a part of us updating our uncertainties in those hypotheses. A lot of the updates that we did in 2023 were related to like climate change, sea level rise, information we learned as a result of invasives. Because a lot more was learned over the last over the time that had occurred since the last update.
So if the process worked, and in your example, right? Phosphorus would have been added to the hypothesis cluster, and that would translate into an addition of an indicator?
Not necessarily. It might just be, you know, a increase, like a better understanding of what's happening. And maybe we need to be focusing on phosphorus or that particular parameter when we're interpreting the response of the indicator. So maybe we don't need to just be looking at flows. Maybe we also need to be looking at some of these other things that are happening. So when, I guess there's also a indicator versus parameter. So like the periphyton indicator wouldn't change, but maybe we would also consider some of that other information so that we could say why we're seeing that change in periphyton.
Okay, thanks.
So I know there's other questions, Jenna, stay there, but we're switching to a panel Q&A. So while you're answering Philip's question, if the other speakers from the morning could go up to the front, we can have an extended Q&A.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jenna. Philip Dixon. What's the current status of that statistical review? And when do you anticipate finishing both the pilot and the final versions?
So the pilot, we have the tool available now. We're sort of doing a test drive of it, trying to break it. We contracted out USGS to help us with that. I would say in the next couple years, I mean, it's resource dependent, but we look to apply some of those like statuses and principles to our agreements over the next couple of years to inform that map update. So that I think was there a second part of your the pilots? Okay.
A few years ago, this committee looked at the 2019 system status report. That was the previous one, right? And I'm pretty sure we made a recommendation or we commented on the need for more multivariate statistical analysis. Is that part of this initiative that you're going into?
Not necessarily. It's really just looking at, you know, what are we able to address the objectives of the monitoring based on the sampling design that we have? Do we have enough sites to yeah.
Okay.
All right, I will, so who of all of the cards that are up, who has more questions for Jenna? Hands up. All right, so we'll go who you sort amongst yourselves who wants to go first.
All right. Okay. Yeah, so I also want to understand how the applied science strategy works a little better and the whole hypothesis cluster thing. So we saw a number of examples where you identified a place in the chain leading to the desired restoration outcome that was identified as what is the step that's limiting restoration success. So I'm wondering, like, what you do when you see that. You could just leave it like that and wait and see what happens when the one thing that's marked red changes to yellow, or you could focus on the thing that's red to do more, try to make that change, or you could decide that you're going to do more research on that particular step to make sure it's right. And then you would have, I'm sure, other instances where everything is green all the way down and what you're expecting, the restoration, the performance measure is still red. So if maybe you could walk me through a little bit, like how you when you see those kind of results, how you react to those?
So, so when we get a result, we go back to our hypotheses and say whether, does this align, does this outcome align with what we assume with our hypotheses? If the answer is yes, then fine, we just, we kind of keep doing what we keep monitoring and keep doing what we do, and make some sort of management recommendation if we, if it requires that, because we're confident that our hypothesis is correct. If it's not, that might be an indication that, yeah, there might be something more to this hypothesis that we need to investigate further. Or we need to update our hypothesis, because it's not correct or accurate. So I think those are maybe the three sort of avenues we go through when we assess the validity of our hypotheses and what needs to happen next.
Chad?
I sort of lied. This question is for Jenna, but it's probably also for Phyllis and Gina. If you want to sit down, Gina. I'm going to come at my pet issue from a little different direction. So my blanket statement is that budget is policy. That it's this is me talking the biggest, I think it's the biggest iterative decision that decision makers make that sets policy in restoration, these big programs. So if you go with me on that, for now, we can debate it later. So we have a system status report. Phyllis showed how, the intended audience is Congress, agency leaders, decision makers, project managers. Jenny, good job explaining kind of the process and monitoring assessment and all that. Can any of you tell me, do you see now direct links between that work, between this document, the work that goes into it, the assessment that you do that gets you this? Can you see or explain how you've experienced whether that is influencing that budget decision, which then will basically factor into the priorities of what the Corps implements, of what the district implements? What's your take on kind of the robustness of the breadcrumb trail between this and the budget decision question?
You want to talk first? Sure. Yeah. So, at this, can you hear me? Is this work?
Yeah, really close.
Okay, it's a little awkward. So this precedes the publication of the system status report. But as a result from previous system status reports and like folks like me and Gina directly communicating with our chain of command essentially about what we're missing or about what we're currently seeing, at least one good thing that occurred, and I think is directly related to that communication, is the South Florida Water Management District received a grant in the amount of almost $2.6 million to help support not long-term monitoring, but one-time funded needs that we have. So an example, just tying it back to CJ's presentation, some of that money is going to be used to do benthic mapping in the Northern Estuaries. There's also Gina, help me with the acronym. The Mangrove Experimental.
Emma. The Everglades Mangrove Migration Assessment.
Thank you. Everglades Mangrove Migration Assessment. A portion of that is going to be funded, and that's like in the ground sort of adaptive management related type study. Some of the money is going to be used to fund that, for example. This hasn't translated into new recurring funds yet. Waiting to hear back on that status for the upcoming fiscal year. But from some of the previous reports, and then again with the communication that we have directly with our managers, I think that has bore some fruit so far. But I think there's some work that we want to do even in preparing for our next SSR and understanding how this report is helping us to bridge that gap. Anything you wanted to add or?
Just to add from the course perspective that since 2022, 2023, since we've been very vocal about the need for monitoring, the Corps' adaptive assessment and monitoring budget has increased so steadily with, I think, an additional, $1.5 million since 23. So we still continue to advocate for additional funds. I have indicated to our management that I don't want the funds until fiscal year 26 because we need to do the map evaluation, the map review, so we understand what we need. Because if we are provided additional funds and we don't execute them, we don't get them again the following year. So we want to be prepared when the money comes in to have the additional monitoring identified so that we can go right to contract.
All right, thanks. We're going to go with John first because he had a question way back for Gina, and then we'll do Matt because you had a question for Tasso if you still want to ask it, and then we'll go with the rest.
And my question's really pretty general for anyone. So I'm wondering about how you're incorporating nonlinear issues into the hypotheses clusters. It seems like there's lots of thresholds or lots of, time lags and those kinds of things. So how you're incorporating those into the hypotheses clusters, and then how that's reflected into the monitoring and the evaluation of success.
So, as I stated earlier, SERP is based on this adaptive management framework. So when we have new information to inform one of those linkages in the hypothesis cluster, that's when we go ahead and update. And it doesn't mean to be like the CEM, the conceptual ecological models and hypothesis clusters are iterative, right? They're continued to be refined based on that information. And to get back maybe to one of Jeff's questions, another avenue that we have that we just went through a process in January of this year is for areas where we don't have sufficient information, what targeted studies can we go ahead and implement to inform that linkage? So I think it's going to depend on the indicator, how we put in that information, because the monitoring and assessment plan is also supposed to help detect unexpected responses, right? So hopefully that answers your question, unless anyone wants to add anything.
Okay, we'll move to Matt now.
Well, my question was really about the updating of the hypotheses based on new evidence, and the timeline question was going to be my follow-up. And so I guess now I feel like I have a better sense of it, but maybe you could give us some examples of hypotheses that have been invalidated by your monitoring data that have led to like updating the conceptual models, because it seems like that updating process is critical to making sure we're measuring the right stuff.
Thanks for the question. I think going back to my wading bird example is we didn't necessarily reject the hypothesis that fish and concentration of fish into sloughs in the Central Everglades are important for wading bird colonies. But what those two eruptive years and the hydrologic conditions in those years showed us was that the fringes of the system are also important to incite breeding, because when we have more water and that water stays on the fringes for longer, those become more productive and are available at the right time of the year for wading birds coming into the season in the early dry season. So January, February, they are using and exploiting those resources that are typically not available in the drier years. So it really directed us to say that those areas are important to achieve the ecological effect that we want to achieve. And and kind of carrying this around in the applied science framework, we then pursued the development of a crayfish evaluation, a crayfish model to model the crayfish response in those areas. And so that's an example of, we saw a response. It wasn't necessarily consistent, not rejecting the importance of the sloughs, but adding information. We then recognized those areas and crayfish in those areas as important, and then funded a modeling exercise to understand that relationship more.
Okay, thanks. We'll go Bill, Denise, Kathy, then Casey.
So I've got I think a straightforward, more technical question followed by a bigger picture follow-up that's related. So Jennifer, I think this is for you. On Lake O, you talked about the wading bird indicator, and I'm curious, what did you mean by the nesting potential and how that's calculated and how that could change year to year? I just wasn't clear on that.
So it's looking at our entire data set that we have, which goes back to like, I think 1952. And even closer? Okay. That is awkward. That's all right. So we're looking at the entire data set, goes back to 1952. And as we add each year, if we were to have an eruptive nesting year, it could change which 5 years we use as the highest potential. I don't know how likely that'll be because we're having that downward trend at the moment, but let's say we have an amazing year and then it would change which 5 years we use as that maximum potential. So that's how it could change.
So you're using it sort of as a benchmark for
Yes.
population.
100%.
Population
Yep.
stuff. Okay.
That's right.
And is that used across the system or is that specific?
Just
in
Lake O. That was specifically for Lake O. In fact, I was just talking to Tracy about this. So Lake O, even though it has nesting wading birds, it's different than the Everglades because the Everglades is a lot more boom and bust. And Lake O is that constantly there, usually about 10% of the breeding population in any given year. And so when the Everglades crashes, Lake O's still there. So it's a lot more stable state. And I lost my train of thought of what I wanted to say with that. Oh gosh, I really did lose my train of thought. Yeah, so that's, I guess that's why we went with we'd like to see at least 50% of those birds breeding each year to sustain that stable state.
Okay, so this leads to the bigger picture. So, and this is probably for anybody, playing off something Jeff said earlier about snail kites, maybe they're just moving, right? And doing well elsewhere, feeding on different things. And so, how system-wide, how do you integrate what's happening in one region with what's happening in another region, especially with something that's highly mobile like birds? Maybe they're doing poorly on the lake, but maybe they're doing great elsewhere.
Does anybody else want to take that?
Yeah, so in the greater Everglades, and I guess the Everglades excluding Lake O, we look at wading bird nesting across the entire freshwater extent of that system outside of Lake O, and that's what our wading bird assessment metrics are based on. And so, I mean, we interpret, like Jen said, the lake is really there's a different set of factors influencing nesting on the lake than influencing nesting in the rest of the Everglades south of the lake. And so you might get years where we have great nesting in the Everglades, but nesting on Lake O is maybe just a little higher than normal, or we get a terrible year in the southern part of the system, but the Lake O is still supporting nesting. Does that answer your question, or?
Not really.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
So I think that is the point, and I think that was Jeff's point too, is that more holistically, you may be penalized on the lake because they're not doing well, but they're doing fantastic somewhere else. The birds move around, and so I think I think Jeff, I don't want to speak for you, but I think what you were getting at as well is holistically, how are they doing, not just compartmentalized within one region.
So in terms of the function of the Everglades, Lake O is again a little separate. When we talk about restoring the Everglades, restoring these processes that support nesting in the system, we're really talking about the majority of nesting that occurs in ENP. And like Jen said, it's probably about 90% each year. And so those are the responses that we're interested in supporting. The lake management influences nesting, no doubt. that paper I cited, SCN et al. 2025, examines nesting at the lake relative to the regulation schedule and experiences. But the bulk of nesting and everything we're trying to promote with SERP is not necessarily on the lake, it's in the rest of the system. And so like we're focused on restoring those also mainly, I would say. Nesting it's not important on the lake, but the bulk of nesting and the populations and what's pulling birds into the system is the Everglades, not the lake.
And to add to that, we're having the meeting in July where we're going to try and see where our two systems overlap and how we can assess them similarly. So that is a gap that we have realized that with this SSR that we realized we need to do that. So TBD.
I think also for the Southern Coastal Systems, we are very different than a lot of other regions, but the SAV workshops that we're holding, we also try to incorporate the northern estuaries as they have SAVs, but in different species, different factors influencing them. But if we can find commonality between how we want to assess them, are there ways that we can meld the two very different systems into one way to give a system-wide assessment for a particular indicator such as SAVs, still acknowledging that they're very different and have different factors influencing. So we do try to find similarities when possible, and the complexity and differences in the system is challenging to sometimes find that holistic view.
So this is probably a general question, but I'll maybe use oysters as an example. So there's this overall problem where you've got multiple systems in decline. And you've got interdependencies and you've got conditional probabilities, like, the previous year may set up what's possible the next year. So I understand a lot's going on. So is there room, for example, and I'll use oysters as an example, where either through spatial targeting, you have a set of dials for every living resource, response you're trying to get, right? And only one, well, there might be 4 water dials, right? There's going to be quality, quantity, timing, and duration. But there's other things like for oysters, for like shoreline structures, or, point source sediment inputs, or things like that. Is there, until, like for oysters, in the meantime, while you're waiting for the 344,000 acre feet of water to appear, is there room to turn some of those dials to get a response, or to sort of stabilize the decline of some of these systems, instead of just going, well, when we get to the end, it'll all be better? I mean, aren't certain systems going to fall off the edge during that time? And is there anything you can do to prevent that in the meantime? Do you have room to do that?
So I think I'd like to take that one
Oh,
with
good.
the fact that, SERP is based upon hydrology. What the Corps and the Water Management District can change is that quality, quantity, timing, and distribution of flows. So there are lots of ways through water management operations that we can add incremental benefits to restoration, right? We may not be able to get that full desired state at the end, but we can adjust flows to the estuaries to try to, if the estuaries had a really hard year, to dial back those flows. And that's when Lake Okeechobee takes a hit. This is where we have those trade-offs, right? And so the Corps and the Water Management District host these weekly calls with the agencies as well as other interested parties in the public to understand what they're seeing in their area of the system and to provide recommendations as part of our weekly water management operations. In addition, we also host seasonal meetings so that we can go back and look at what happened the previous year, the previous 2 years, to understand, well, wading birds have really had a tough go of it. what can we do under our control for water management to help maybe get them a better year next year? So there's all of that dialogue that's going on in the background as we're waiting for CERP projects to come online. And I think with the water flows south of the trail, you're seeing those incremental benefits of restoration. It's not the whole thing, but we're making steady progress.
Okay, so, and are those, what you talk about on the weekly calls, are they not only quantity, but quality, timing, and duration? Like, can you adjust that specifically? And this kind of gets back to your indicators are pretty general, like for oysters, oysters need certain things at certain times. So are the conversations that fine scale?
So again, bring it back to what CERP is about, adjusting flows. So what CERP can do to benefit oysters is to ensure that we're maintaining optimal salinity ranges for oysters. CERP can't control sediment input from the basin. To a limited degree, maybe with the C44, right? But CERP can't control temperature. CERP can't control these other factors that have an influence on these oyster populations. So what CERP can do is adjust that hydrology. So if we can keep the salinities within those optimal ranges, hopefully there are efforts by other interested parties, local governments, South Florida Water Management District, other entities to help do those things that CERP cannot do. So we're not trying to restore oysters. We're trying to ensure that we have proper salinity to support oysters within the northern estuaries.
Kathy. Well, it's Kathy, then Casey. Yeah.
Is this on? Okay, great. This is close enough. Thanks. Those were great talks this morning. I really want to thank you all for the, I'm flooded with information, but they were really clear and consistent. So I appreciate that very much. I want to start at the very top level, which Gina I appreciate very much that you laid out the two objectives that started all this in the Yellow Book in 1999, which is super helpful to me. And I've been struck through the whole discussion this morning of the two objectives being enhancing ecological value and enhancing economic values and social well-being. I'm an ecologist who studies people, also known as an economist. And so many or almost all of the metrics, the status and trends and so on that you talked about to my ear sound like ecology. And so I wanted to raise the general question for you to tell me of the various metrics, the status and trends, the things that you look at, which ones do some of them have linkages more directly than I'm immediately seeing? And let me just throw out, so that's one question. The other question is, there's a lot of people in Florida, and they care a lot about the Everglades. And while Congress, it was the authority that is sort of your direct report, as they directly report to the stakeholders known as the citizens who vote for them. And it's sort of I feel like it's gotten very focused on the set of things that Congress said in 1999, as opposed to what the people of the country want out of a Florida Everglades restoration. That's way too broad. But if you starting back with the fundamental thing is, how do you think about that second objective, what you're doing in terms of measuring? And that would be super helpful for me.
So just real quickly, this afternoon, as part of the second periodic CERP update, we'll share with you all of the metrics that we're using for Goal 2. As part of the system status report, we didn't talk about those today.
Cool. Fantastic.
So I'd like to add to what I didn't talk about today is that the Southern Coastal Systems has two monitoring efforts. It's a sport fish or spotted sea trout, and we use that as a metric because it is a recreationally important species.
And then we also look at the largemouth bass and snook. So I just didn't highlight them, but we do try to bring that aspect in as the recreation value for some of our species.
Very good. And just in case you don't know, there's a really nice study that's been done on the value to recreation anglers and others of sea trout. So there's a piece of economics that's really valuable data that goes directly to that group of stakeholders. Thank you.
I just wanted to add, Alicia, I don't want to steal your thunder, but this was the first system status report where we were reporting on the water supply and flood protection metrics. And just in the last couple of years, we've reinvigorated a water supply and flood protection team because for a number of years, due to resource staffing, the majority of the focus was the ecological component. And so that team is now actively working on updating performance measures. You heard from Alicia that the Water Management District is developing a protocol for how to actually measure the water budget stuff. And so I think there's going to be an opportunity moving forward to highlight the benefits to the human population in a more direct way.
Really quickly, is there any work related to that about the impacts of water quality improvements on humans, whether it's recreation, whether it's housing values, whether it's the whole suite of ecosystem services? Is that part of the discussions you've had?
Not within the context of that team. The individual CERT projects have water quality monitoring plans. And maybe it's part of the metrics from the SPCU that, that'll explain a little bit more about how they're looking.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Casey?
Thanks, Helen. Let me repeat my thanks or repeat Kathy's thanks to all of you for really clear presentations, a really informative morning. And I was, I guess, struck by the reminder from Gina regarding this goal from the Yellow Book to create an Everglades-like, this new Everglades-like ecosystem, which is sort of fascinating, right? To think about what that means, what this new ecosystem is going to be as this ultimate goal. And I guess, and also I really enjoyed this this new document that use the stoplight approach to show progress. And what struck me about the presentations in this report is the contingency of sort of these results on the weather that occurred in the last 5 years, right? And it makes me think in terms of the goals that we're trying to achieve ultimately, there are two aspects of it, it seems. And this report sort of combines these aspects, and really everything in terms of monitoring, there are these two combined aspects that come together, and they're all sort of mixed up. This is too, so I'll get to it. There's the weather, right? There are the external factors, and there's what SERP is doing, right? And then within that, there is these two questions that I think emerge from that, which is SERP doing what it's supposed to do, right? Because I guess there's this hypothesis that if you get the flows right, then everything follows, right? And so one big question is, are you getting the flows right? Are you going to get the flows right, right? That's sort of this critical question. And then the other question is, if you get the flows right, do you get the ecological response that you want? And so to me, during all these presentations, what emerged to me is this big attribution problem, or this big attribution question. So when you're looking at these various indicators, do you attribute them to the actions that you're taking? Do you attribute them to external hydrologic precipitation variability, hydrologic factors? From an ecological standpoint, do you attribute them to other stressors, right? And so I'm just curious how you think about, as you look at individual indicators and evaluate individual projects, how are you thinking about attributing the outcomes, what you're monitoring, to things that you can't control, things that you can control, things that you can learn from to improve future designs?
So as far as parsing out the effect of environmental variation, because it is a dynamic system, I think one of the things that we are trying to do is learn how to take advantage of that variation and manage in a way that facilitates not an annual lift, but over time, trying to manage the system for one species or one component such that the overall trajectory is going up. So I think that we're not going to get rid of the variation, I guess. And when we look at assessment, I wanted to point to this new assessment protocol that was developed for our aquatic fauna, the wet season aquatic fauna, where we developed a model and to try to account for the environmental variation, we developed kind of a dynamic target where we took for each of the years in the reporting period, the PI went back and found a surrogate similar hydrologic year, and then overlaid that on the model such that the question became not what does the model predict, but what does the model predict with this amount of water in the system. And so you can kind of, because it's unfair to say we expect a lot of fish when there's no water in the system, right? So to account for that, the PI tried to take similar years in the past and then apply them to that. And so that, I thought that kind of thinking was trying to get around it. And so we have not, that was kind of the first time we've developed such a method. And I think there's interest in kind of trying to apply that concept to our other indicators to tease out some of the noise introduced from the environment. But I thought that was a good example of trying to do that.
So I think also kind of similar but different to what Tasso mentioned. A lot of our PIs don't just they don't just count fish. They're going to count fish and look at the salinity and look at the SABs in their monitoring efforts to then be able to look at how the different parts of the system are responding and be able to hopefully tease out what is SERP influences and what would be natural variation or environmental conditions that are existing. So if there's more precipitation, well, we can look at the flows into the bays, and the fish responded in one way, but the seagrass responded in a different way. Okay, well, the seagrass, we also measure DO, we measure sediment depth, we measure algal level, like epiphytic algae. And so hopefully we can see where the flows might influence the systems, where different components, like if there's sediment resuspension, okay, well, that wasn't SERP, like seagrass didn't die because of SERP. Maybe it died because of an environmental factor. So we're trying to also have a robust way to look at the system within our monitoring plans.
Okay, we're going to move on to Jeff, then Bill, then Phil, but we've got to be done by 10 past.
Okay, so I feel compelled to ask Tim about the elephants. So when you looked at the COP modeling and then the SEP modeling, unless this little bird that prefers walking to flying got a lot better at colonizing new habitat, that like this day was coming, they were going to probably decline for a while. And I do think that captive breeding and translocation reintroduction is the way to go. So my question is, how soon do you think you can get that program up and running? Like, what's your target for when you want to be able to start releasing birds?
Yeah, great question. And you're the only one that's asking that question. I was kind of hoping that since I sat all the way over here, no one would ask me any questions, but I guess it didn't work out. We're actively developing those programs. Both we're calling them conservation breeding and translocation It doesn't happen overnight, as you can imagine. We need to be thoughtful about how we move forward with that. It's never the best solution under any circumstances. If you get to the point that you're doing captive conservation breeding and translocation, it's not good for the species. So having said that, I would say, you know, we're thinking about perhaps translocation sooner, right? That's you can do that sooner because there's birds out there, and so you can move them around. But I mean, we're moving as fast as we can. We're working with facilities to do the captive, the conservation breeding. So I'm trying to get around actually putting a time frame on it, but hopefully soon. I mean, we're doing this right now. We're working with facilities. I'd say within the next few years, but then the issue becomes for conservation breeding. It's one thing to get the facilities up and running, but then you've got to get birds in there. They've got to be breeding. You've got to get enough so that, so there's some time. It's not going to happen overnight. And that's part of the issue, is that this is not a solution that happens tomorrow. It will take some time. And so the question is, what do we do in the meantime? Are there things that we can do to minimize the impacts to the sparrow in the meantime while that is happening in the background? So.
Yeah, just one little comment. I mean, there's some really, really successful translocation programs out there, which usually involve taking like young birds and because they seem to be more willing to be moved somewhere and not try to walk back home like an adult bird that's bred would do. So you might be able to do that, and at least try it fairly soon.
Yes, no, great. Yeah, that's good input. And you're right, there are some successes, there are some failures out there that, where you get into a program where you're just recycling. There's some quail out in the west. There's the Atwater's prairie chicken where, these can be long-term things that go on for forever.
All right, Bill's going to ask our last question.
So mine's about invasive animals. Unfortunately, I think Anissa just dropped off the line, but I think this could be posed to everyone up there. So we've seen some really good examples of invasive plant control, Melaleuca as an example. I'm just curious about FWC or other organizations and how they interface, regionally on different projects to actually actively try to control or eradicate invasive animals.
I can tell you, so I'll use Lake Okeechobee as an example. There is a monthly meeting. It's FWC. The district also has a land management department. And they are actively spraying and burning, and just like FWC, spraying and burning. And so there's other private contractors, I believe, that get paid. I think actually, an Army Corps participates in it as well. And so it's at least monthly that they meet. And they talk about which region they're going to be working in, what people are seeing on the ground, reporting of like how successful things have been or what hasn't worked. So it is happening. But I can only speak for what's happening in Lake Okeechobee, but I'm sure that's happening throughout the system.
I think what I'm trying to get at, and maybe my impression is just wrong, and I'm trying to figure this out. It seems like there are these big examples of pythons and tegus, for example, where you've got eradication and control efforts all over Florida, but I'm trying to understand how they actually interface with your efforts, hydrological restoration, and are there strategies where you're overlaying control of both plants and animals at the same time, invasives?
So the Corps of Engineers has an entire invasive species management branch within the Jacksonville district, and they work in conjunction with all of the other federal and state agencies for invasive control. We also have, as part of our SERP project delivery teams, a member of the invasive species branch on that team to help inform what would need to be done. But again, the planning process all the way through authorization and appropriations, then you build something, there's a long time period between there. And as we saw from Anissa's presentation, we're constantly being invaded by new species, and we're somewhere along that curve for everything. So again, it's communication and dialogue across Recover and the various agencies. And I think East ISMA is a huge part of that conversation.
Cool, thank you.
I'd like to add something real quick. So I am kind of involved and just appraised of what the invasive species operation branch is doing. I talk to them probably weekly at this point. One of the things we're doing or we're trying to do is get on top of this Asian swamp eel invasion curve, because that's probably the next big one that's going to hit the system. Studies have been conducted in Taylor Slough showing that it's pretty much decimated and very much altered the aquatic fauna community down there. It's progressing inland, upland, into drier and higher places. And I attended and the operations branch hosted a swamp eel summit where we gathered everyone, tribes, agencies, state and federal, and discussed, well, what are the next steps and how can we pull the levers that we have access to try to influence this trajectory. One of the things that I've done since then is I put in a proposal for funding, I think in FY 27, 28.
Hopefully 26.
Yeah, 26 maybe, for the design of an Asian swamp eel trap that we could deploy within canals and infrastructure such that we are not dumping a bunch of swamp eels into the system in an effort to put more water there. So the idea would be to treat the canal prior to opening it up, because we know they are there per studies in the early 2000s, and we don't want to just accelerate that.
That's a great example. So
Yeah.
thank you. Yep.
Hi, I'll introduce myself. My name is Erskine, Everglades Coordinator with FWC. Your question was kind of directed right towards FWC, and Anissa got dropped off the Zoom call. She got disconnected, but I think the swamp eel example is a great example. And we do a few other things with these overlap, where the plants and the non-native wildlife overlap with the SERP projects. One thing we do is we try to coordinate for pythons, for example, we try to coordinate our python contractors to be in areas where SERP projects are gonna happen. So we try to get those contractors out there. So they're looking on the ground for that. We use the coordination of both controlled burn and fire and python contractors in site. We use the coordination of when the project's going to happen and when we're going to have those python contractors on those locations. We do communicate that to the groups. In terms of invasive plants, we have programs that'll target the areas where the SERP projects are going to happen before the SERP project happens. So we are looking at that. But there is quite a time step, like Gina Ralph pointed out, there's quite a time step in there to handle. So often these projects are being talked about on paper or talked about on paper 10 years ago and being built today. So that time step is something that we do wrestle with. In addition to all of that, we use that communication avenue that Anissa talked about. We put in our permits that are written out, especially to the contractors, and we communicate out to the contractors that are doing the work to report non-native wildlife on site. And we make sure they're knowledgeable on the rules of non-native wildlife, on what can be removed from the site and what can be terminated on site, like pythons and large constrictors, for example. The conditional wildlife can be terminated on site during a contract by the contractors there and then reported to the I've got one. So we're tracking that as well. So there is some overlap with that, but there are certainly gaps. Did that help?
Yep, a lot.
Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. Thanks to the panel for answering all our questions and also for your really amazing talks this morning. Yeah. And thank you for keeping on time. I really appreciate it because I get anxious when people go over time, Bill. So we're going to break for lunch now until about 1 p.m. Let's try and get back in here at 1 p.m. so we can keep to time. And I just want to remind people that there is a sign-up sheet outside this room if you want to make a public comment at the end of the day. And if you're online, virtual participants can make public comment by emailing Sam to get on the list. And his email is in the agenda. Okay, thanks everyone. All right, thanks everyone for coming back so promptly after lunch. I think we'll make a start, so we're not in here all night. So welcome back, everyone. If you could take your seats, please. Okay, thanks everyone. Welcome back. This afternoon, we're going to start with a panel discussion, including people from a range of affiliations, mostly outside of Recover, and they're going to reflect on the state of monitoring to support system-wide understanding of status and trends. I'd like to invite our panelists to introduce themselves first before we kick off with the questions. So maybe we'll start with the people on Zoom. If you could introduce yourself very briefly, please. So let's do Bradley first.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay. Hi, I'm Bradley Strickland. I lead a data sciences team for the South Florida Natural Resources Center for the National Park Service. So I don't know if that's if you want any more of an introduction than that, but
no, that's good.
Nice to see everyone.
Yeah, thank you. John?
Yes, good afternoon. Hope everyone had a nice lunch. Sorry, I'm not there in person. John Kamenowski, Florida International University. I'm a professor in Department of Biological Sciences, and I'm the lead of the Florida Coastal Everglades Long-Term Ecological Research Program. Happy to be a part of the panel.
Thank you. And let's go from right or left to left
Right
or
or
right. Start with Eric.
All right. Okay, you can't hear me on this. This is Eric Stavino with the Everglades Foundation. Been with the National Park Service prior to this, so been in Everglades restoration work for about 20 years.
Good afternoon. Gil McRae, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. I am the director of our Fish and Wildlife Research Institute, which is the research division within FWC.
And good afternoon, everybody. Excuse me. My name is Kevin Kniff. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for the Miccosukee Tribe of Indians of Florida. And I do want to say it's really, really nice to see a lot of familiar faces from the previous CISRIP and to welcome all of the new members. The tribe very much looks forward to having you all out to visit the tribe and to get to know the tribe and its perspectives a little deeper here in the future, as we've done with the previous CISRIP group. And thanks for having me here to represent the tribe today. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much, everyone. So this is an open session. So I think the way we'll do it is that I'll pose some questions, and any of you can jump in and address those questions. And then at any point, the committee can put their cards up and ask questions as well. So we have 3 questions, but they kind of group into 2. So I'll start off with a couple of questions that are very related to each other. So do you think that the current indicators are the right ones for monitoring success of restoration? And what key data do you think are lacking to inform a periodic assessment of status and trends? And if somebody doesn't pipe up, I'll pick someone. All right, Gil.
Well, thanks for starting off with an easy one. First of all, let me just say, I think the systems. Sorry about that. So first of all, let me just say, I think the system status report is an excellent document. I think the team does an amazing job pulling together a huge amount of information in an understandable way. And gives you both a summary stoplight picture, and if you're so inclined, you can dive in to the details. I don't think it's necessarily a matter of the indicators not being the right ones. But there's an element of this particular report that we have to realize, as Gina, I think, said earlier, there are some things that SERP can influence and there are some things that SERP can't influence. And then there are other things that among these indicators that are they're dependent on each other. The indicators aren't independent. Someone mentioned earlier about a multivariate analysis, and I think that type of direction is something that is worth looking into. In my mind, the three things: quantity, quality, timing, and distribution. There is a sequence, but also a trade-off. So several of these indicators have to do with getting the water flowing to the right areas. That's quantity. Other indicators have to do with quality, particularly nutrient enrichment. And I still think it's a big open question whether or not SERP can do both, deliver quantities and maintain quality, essentially mimicking the historic natural filtering capability of the system, which has been lost. So in my mind, those indicators tied to those two things, quantity and quality, are worth investing significant amounts of monitoring capital into, because many of the other indicators flow from those. If you look at some of the successes we've had with wading birds, I think that was really a quantity-driven thing. The water was there at the right time, and those birds are going to find it and be there. And there are other components of the ecosystem that will follow if that quantity and quality element is taken care of. Now, there are other components of the ecosystem, and oysters is a good example, where oyster resources around the globe are really not in good shape for various reasons, but probably some combination of climatic events, managed river systems where there's some alteration in the historical flows, and sea level rise. Even in Florida, the oyster resource that we have had historically in places like the Cedar Key area and Apalachicola Bay, it is nowhere near what it used to be. And with oysters, is one of those ecological elements, much like coral reefs, where if you hit a tipping point where that settlement habitat is diminished to the point where even if you're spat rich and you have plenty of juvenile oysters, you break the life cycle. And SERP cannot fix that. So I don't think we have the wrong indicators. I do think there needs to be some prioritization relative to the sequencing, those two cues, and focusing in on those elements as much as we can, because much of the other indicators will follow from that. But also the recognition that not everything is going to be managed by SERP activities. There are external factors that are affecting a number of these indicators.
All right. Does someone else want to chime in?
I'll add to that if that's
Yeah, go for it, John.
okay. And I'll keep mine short so Bradley, you can jump in too. I think Gil gave a super overview, and also I think there's a tremendous amount. It's evident from the system status report. There's a tremendous amount of effort and knowledge that has gone into that report. And there's, I agree that the indicators themselves seem sufficient. However, some of the ways in which the indicators are related to one another is not captured well. So the integration could be better. I'm not sure that that means, what to do about the indicators themselves, but how to crosstalk some of those trends within and across regions. I think there was an example, like I made a public comment on figure 2, and I said, it would be really great if we could address some of those integration arrows, synthesis arrows. And I know that that's challenging, but there's a lot of people working on this. And so I think there's an opportunity there. Also, I will say there's some great visuals, and I'll call out in the periphyton section, and because I'm familiar with it, Evelyn Geiser's image from a synthesis book of Childers et al. 2019 that shows the food web essentially, and the relationship of periphyton to the food web. So that kind of information communicates well to a non-science audience as well as to a science audience. I think it's harder to have the indicators in a column, and some of them are the same across regions and some aren't, and like to try to wrap your head around that is tough. So integration of indicator status and trends would be helpful. And then I don't know how it would be brought in, but if it could be brought in, some more process indicators in terms of rates, in terms of elevation changes, or changes in concentrations of water parameters, or respiration rates, things that are giving you a little bit more of a pulse of the system. And I'll stop there.
Thanks.
Yeah. So, I mean, I want to echo kind of what both John and Gil said, but I'm going to take just a little bit of a step back too, and say again that I don't know that it's a particular indicator or anything that's off, but one thing that I've noticed is there's this common challenge in monitoring, and that's just tension between scientists who are trying to collect these comprehensive data sets and answer complex questions, kind of want to collect all the parameters and measure all the indicators. And then managers who are really trying to prioritize these budget constraints and more immediate objectives. And I'm not saying either perspective is right or wrong, but I think we need perhaps more upfront discussions about these kind of things. And my role as a statistician, I kind of see as a mediator in some ways. And we can help both parties. And so I've kind of seen three things that I think both John and Gil touched on in us assessing our restoration indicators. One is I think data management should get a little more attention in these discussions among PIs and agencies and stakeholders. Having some sort of dialogue around data management and developing perhaps some standardized protocols would kind of benefit all parties involved. And I could imagine this future where there's a kind of a centralized data hub for assessing comprehensive information on the Everglades or restoration efforts. And I think this would really streamline some communication. And I also, at the same time, I want to commend the efforts of South Florida Water Management District and USGS, who both do a really great job investing in these robust data platforms. And I think these could be some foundational tools for initiative, but we've got a long way to go as a community. Second, and I'll keep these other 2 points short because I think they've already been kind of addressed a little, is while we've put a lot of resources into field data collection, rightfully so. We need the data. We also need to prioritize data analysis to the same extent, really, because analyzing data is how we're going to close that feedback loop that's driving restoration progress. And without it, I think we're probably going to miss some key insights that could inform adaptive management strategies. So keeping on some of the real-time data analysis would be really helpful. And then the last point is coming from an academic background, I really realize the value of true data synthesis. And I think we spend perhaps too little time as a whole, integrating data and all the insights. I certainly want to commend all the people who spend a lot of time putting together the SSR, but I think we can actively keep seeking opportunities to bring together different data sets and different findings to really strengthen our restoration efforts.
Thanks. So I think Kevin wanted to go next.
I'm going to take an opportunity to try and synthesize some really excellent points that have been made here by Gil and John and Brad. The The beauty of long-term data sets, of course, is that they continue to pay dividends in ways down the road that you never really thought that you might conceive of using them for. Okay. And so there's always that very valid reason to continue to keep collecting data and keep collecting data. Okay. As to the actual, excuse me, actual question of whether or not we have the right indicators right now, I'm going to fall short of making a declarative statement whether we're right or wrong. I think that the indicators that have been selected for particular reasons to ask and answer questions about the component parts of the Everglades that in a lot of ways don't universally align with one another with one albeit indicator. We want to use species, we've selected a couple at the upper ends of the food chain, whether that's wading birds or alligators, because the logic might be that if they're doing well and if we're doing well by these species, everything underneath them in the food chain and the processes that are supporting that food chain are probably doing all right. Reasonable assertion. But we don't see that. We don't see a record here over the last 25 years plus of indicator species showing that they're doing really, really well. And so the SSR as a report is a way to break that down quickly. And that is a tool that is used, to inform a lot of non-science folks and science folks accordingly. But I'm going to get back here to what John was saying. As we go forward and what you are all charged with doing in providing your input and your thoughts and your recommendations is how do we use indicators within the Everglades science realm for the purpose of helping drive informed decision-making processes with respect to the 68 plus, in addition to the 68 federal SERP projects. How are we using this to be adaptive? How are we changing with the times? My experience with long-term data sets, be them with seagrasses and with fisheries, is that there comes a point where it is wise to stop, take stock, synthesize, as Brad was talking to here, and to reevaluate. The questions that I asked at the start of this, bless you, are these still the appropriate questions that we need to answer? Do we have the appropriate indicators? And are we assessing those indicators in a way that makes sense? I might suggest that there is an opportunity here that a pause needs to be made on some of this monitoring in order to do some more synthetic data analysis and to reevaluate what some of those questions may be in the future. Maybe that is the goal of the periodic SERP update here coming up again, or second periodic SERP update. But the same old, regardless of what the indicators are telling us, has not been working in the field. We're seeing tremendous declines. The Miccosukee tribe has been extremely concerned about these declines, for which our data tend to support, okay? And so that is why they've been jumping into this arena much more assertively over the last few years in order to be able to share knowledge, to ask questions, to make recommendations, to provide some knowledge that maybe is being not thought about or being overlooked or bypassed for favor of the established program of monitoring and assessment that we have within SERP right now.
Thanks. Eric.
Shall I close this out with the notice that we've been talking a good part of the morning about integrating these performance metrics together into a better across the board picture of how we're doing for Everglades restoration. But we recognizing that our performance metrics come out of our data programs, come out of our individual projects, the funding sources that is. And so we're building a way of looking across the whole system off of a bunch of tools that were designed to show return on the investment at the individual project level. So the thing we seem to be agreeing on is that we need a better degree of integration across the system. Do we have a real understanding of our salinity goals down at the southern end of the system? Are we tracking them and establishing performance metrics there that really makes sense. And this is the part that gets a little complicated, where we'll see some of our metrics look like where we're sitting now. They might be making sense relative where we've been in the last 5, 10, or 20 years. But where do we want to take that salinity over the course of time, and where, how that fits into the overall freshwater flow through the system? That's not being gathered and brought together in a concise way. That's not a clean part of it. So first part is that broader integration in the system, looking all the way up and down through the system in a manner, I think, that I've learned a bit from the tribe along the way, that we think of it as a whole system connected and allowing it to breathe. Our performance metrics should give us a measure of seeing how we're doing with respect to that. But we also have another issue that's going to come up with these performance metrics, and that is that since they're project-based funding to build the metrics, we don't know for certain how long we'll have them. So the actual individual measurements for being made get leveraged into a metric. The metric gets developed into a broader assessment of the program, and then pieces of that assessment that are necessary for the long-term tracking start to lose their funding. And we've got to be careful about the support for that funding along the way, and identifying that, having these open conversations about what we're collecting, how the information is being analyzed and used, and the importance of that to the overall program for the long run. And I think that's part of the efforts that the MAP look has to do right now. I think that's part of the efforts that we need to be focused on when we think about these performance metrics.
Does the committee, do any of the committee members have any comments or questions they want to ask? Yep, Denise.
Those were wonderfully illuminating comments, so thank you. Something that we had talked about in a previous report, and I haven't heard anyone talk about the incorporation of any resilience metrics. I only know of Fred's. All right. So can you remark on, are we just, we're afraid to talk about those right now, or we don't think that gives us anything, or what is that? Would you say there's an absence of resilience
Kevin.
metrics?
I would,
Start this.
yes. And, you know, in terms of, again, stating back to what John noted, a lot of the resilience questions that we have really revolve around supporting processes that have supported the creation and the sustenance of the Everglades over the last 5,000 or 6,000 years, and its continued evolution as a system. Now, Fred and his team have been tackling this question for a couple of decades to try and understand at the coast. How is this process of keeping up with the rate of sea level rise, for example, in our coastal mangrove forests? How is that trending? But this is a question that is not just for the coast. It's for the entirety of the system. And I think you're right on the money by identifying that there is a lack of resiliency metrics being assessed as part of SERP. And outside of the Biscayne Bay Southern Everglades Ecosystem Restoration Project, or BBSEER, which is the only SERP project that is actually conceived of sea level rise as part of its actual planning and design process. This really wasn't embedded within the SERP Yellow Book 25 years ago. And it's been really hard to try and fit that square peg into the round hole, considering the degree of how SERP is so process driven. It's been very ad hoc.
If I could follow up on resilience, first, just a technical challenge. If you have a performance metric down in the coastline looking at salinity or looking at some feature of the ecology on the landscape, and that ecology or that location migrates across the landscape out of where you've been measuring it, you need to have a plan on how you're going to continue to track that through that space. And you probably need to do, as some have done, get ahead of that. So up inside a freshwater slough, if you're seeing a tidal cycle in a freshwater system, maybe it's time to go ahead and get a salinity sensor in there and be ready to start tracking that part of the system. So there is this aspect of thinking about how your monitoring design and your performance metrics work to track a landscape that's under change. So I think that's important. But I did hear conversations this morning in the map discussion again that were about the idea of that envelope moving on the landscape and the idea of reassessing how the program is working in terms of a changing landscape and changing response in the system. So I don't think that we're certainly not avoiding talking about it. But I don't think that we're also have gotten far enough ahead of that. That's the issue, a really pressing issue that we need to be thinking about in the way we consider the rolling up of the performance metrics into the larger assessment piece. I think that's where right now, using the SSR and performance metrics as they are, you can derive products to let you look at resilience more carefully behind.
And I'd like to add one other comment, if I can, to that. Eric brought up that very interesting technical challenge, and I think there's another one too that we tend to forget about a lot, and that's this mismatch between the temporal scale of the data collection and then the questions we aim to answer. So, you've got projects, for instance, focusing on water flow or something. You might be able to derive some insights or trends within just a few months or even years of data. But some of the ecological questions, and again, if we're going to this more integrative approach and putting things together and thinking about things as a system, but some of the ecological questions related to wildlife populations or soil processes, I mean, these might take decades to really capture some sort of meaningful pattern in the data. So I think like engaging in these discussions of not only where we're going to do our data collection or how frequently we're going to monitor these things, but also making sure that we're doing this at an appropriate duration of our monitoring efforts. Like, Kevin brought up, there's a point maybe we need to stop, and that's going to be different for almost every indicator, every data, type that we have. And so I think this really essential thought process to kind of talk about, to really capture the questions that we want to answer and get the data that we need to answer those questions.
John?
I'll just briefly say too, I think the Florida Coastal Everglades LTER can help with this synthesis conundrum because it's embedded in our current proposal, which we hope to have officially funded soon. But it's been part of our history for 25 years in trying to define and characterize and quantify and economically commodify what resilience is from ecological and social attributes. And it's a bit of a pickle, as some of you probably know. And as has been alluded to, it can emerge over decades. It can be defined in various ways, but ultimately there's things about the system that we want to see, and we want to see in a direction, whether it's increasing, whether that direction is increasing, whether it's staying the same, or whether we want it to go down. And so, and by how much and by how fast. And so just to say that even if SERP funded projects aren't doing that, there's lots of other science in South Florida that could inform SERP. So use us to your advantage. It's mutually beneficial for us as well.
We'll go Margaret, Kathy, Chad, Denise. So Margaret.
Okay, thank you for those thoughts. My question, more closer, okay. So my question is related to thresholds, as related to the performance metrics. What do you think about existing thresholds, how those are set and how suitable they are?
Gil.
So I do think some of these indicators lend themselves to thresholds. But the problem I have with applying a one size fits all is these indicators are very different in terms of their temporal variability, their spatial variability, whether or not the measurements are taken directly or through some sort of statistical estimate. I think it's worth considering, but I wouldn't want to apply thresholds that perpetuate the single indicator perspective without integrating among them. So my worry would be twofold. One is some indicators, it may be difficult to create thresholds that really capture what you want to capture. And the second is it may lock in that indicator specific non-integrative perspective more than we have now.
I'll just add very briefly, when I think of thresholds, I think of an action that should be taken at that moment. And I don't know if that's always the case or if that's the way other thresholds are being thought of, but I tend to think of them as being an action point. And I don't know that we've developed and certainly haven't developed in all the cases of all these different performance metrics, what that action would be as soon as we hit a critical threshold in a process. But I think that that's something that should be being considered when we're looking at, call it the breakpoints in the continuous data set. And we set a number somewhere and say, this is the yellow and this is the red. We should be considering that breakpoint in terms of what action would you take if you fell on the other side of that line? What do you do differently? So I think there's an opportunity by establishing them and thinking about them for us to have a more open, direct conversation about what those actions should be. And I think in some cases that'll cause us to think of the timeliness. That might have us put pressure back on the IDS in terms of the schedule to get the right things on the landscape on the right timeline, because we're seeing things cross a threshold. But that's just as an example, a way of thinking about how I would think of the action side of the use of more critical thresholds, making them have more value.
I always kind of get troubled with the notion of a threshold as above a certain line or a certain number, it's disaster. And right at or just below that line, we're all good to go. And I'm going to bring in a tribal perspective here on this question. Miccosukee tribe has been living in this landscape for, well, helped actually shape this landscape, and recognizes that the bulk of the Everglades, in terms of its rhythms and its year to year, decade to decade, century to century, millennia to millennium, is not linear. It's not one spot all the time. It is everywhere, extreme on both sides in terms of how much water is in the system. And it's how much water is in the system that drives everything else, and for which the species that constitute the Everglades are adapted in their life histories. Some take advantage of certain stressors. Those are opportunities. Others cannot, but they will take advantage of their opportunities in other ways that the system is providing stress. And so I think we have to be careful to think about thresholds in the context of the Everglades as a system, not for just one species as being indicative of a negative or a positive on how we then extrapolate to the entirety of the system. I think this is a paradigm issue that, again, we set targets and goals about what the Everglades should be in terms of how much water flows in one area at this time of the year, for how long and how deep and how much of it and what is that water quality. And then therefore we try to equate that to all of the different species observations that we make and judge whether or not this is good or bad. Okay, that's an academic pursuit and an important one because it helps us to be more informed of the system. But we shouldn't forget that this is, and it was mentioned earlier, I think it was Tasso who said it, it is a dynamic system. It is a system that lives within extremes, and those extremes need to be met. And when we mute those extremes, that also causes problems too. So got to be careful, I think, with what we derive setting thresholds for. And Eric, I like your point very much that thresholds maybe serve a purpose as to a call for an action, but we got to be careful about what that means.
Bradley?
Yeah, no, I think those are excellent points. And I would also like caution against, again, I think it's a great exercise to think about thresholds, but I think it's also a dangerous one because the thresholds well, I guess let me go back and say that we have an N of one. Like we have one system, the Everglades system that we're looking at. And this is a problem in in some ways because there's we have to have all of the conditions in some ways to really understand what a threshold means for that system. So we would this is again where it goes back to like having a bunch of long-term data, and we can subdivide, we can take things out, we can look and see what had happened when conditions were similar in this way, when we crossed this threshold at this point, but it's also fundamentally a different system at that point as well. So that's just, kind of this caution about thresholds. Again, I think it's a great academic exercise, but I do worry about the putting it into practical senses.
And I'll just say very quickly that if we want to be sure about how much to weigh on thresholds versus other aspects of system assessment, we need to integrate what we have, communicate it more nimbly, integrate data sets, as Bradley mentioned. We need to be ready to play with parameters to, in the ideal world, we have data, high frequency, high spatial resolution. We don't, we have a lot of data. So we might not have as much as we want, but we have a lot that we can play with. And the more that we can analyze the data, as Bradley mentioned earlier and others mentioned, we can get a sense of what we're seeing, what we're not seeing when we're not sampling, or if we've missed things. So I think the devil's in the data analysis and reanalysis.
Thanks. Kathy, your question?
In the spirit of this whole discussion of a large integrated system, N1, and the fact that that system has a lot of people involved, as well as the entire amazing ecosystem, and recognizing that indicators are never right or perfect or any, but I'm curious about each of you. We're going to hear some more apparently about some indicators that are being proposed or thought about it that would be specific to the objective of measuring the goal, overall objective of improving human well-being, and whether that goes through an economic sector or other forms. What indicator or indicators do you think would be helpful in that regard? And maybe do you have some indicators you could take off the list of ones that are being monitored in the spirit of efficiency and not just always adding stuff? Any thoughts on that would be appreciated.
I'll start us if you all don't mind. Great question. Thank you. The Miccosukee tribe has been bringing forward the need for an actual indicator that assesses tree island health within the landscape. And understanding that you are more on, the side of things that is being more thoughtful about human beings in the landscape and the ecology of where human beings are part of. This comes out of the fact that tree islands are the critically important resource for the Miccosukee tribe. It's not a particular plant or an animal that inhabits a tree island. It is the whole tree island. It's the soil. It's what the tribe has put down in that soil in order to help build that tree island over centuries. it is, of course, the trees themselves, but it is also what the tribe does on those tree islands. And so it's not, tree islands, while they've had a lot of focus on trying to understand why they've been declining in the Everglades and how to apparently try to resolve how tree islands can exist in a landscape along with a ridge and slough Everglades. And I'm just going to let y'all know it did so just fine for a very, very long time before we dammed it with the Tamiami Trail and built all these canals and levees. That's a different story. Okay. The tribe has seen tremendous declines in tree islands. It has been measured across the system that about 70% of tree islands are absent now from the landscape. That's it's pretty unacceptable. And those tree islands that remain north of Tamiami Trail are not what they need to be. We are missing a key component of the hardwood hammock tree island community on a lot of these islands where it used to exist. And these are the places, of course, where the tribe lived and still maintains. South of Tamiami Trail and Everglades National Park, where you don't have impeded flow, those tree islands still look like they used to. Okay, so while it might be pretty obvious why an indicator like that might be necessary, it took the Miccosukee tribe over the last couple of years to bring this into the wider discussion. And I do want to commend Recover. Gina, I know in particular, has really taken up this issue personally to work to bring folks together to start to conceive of how to put forward an appropriate way to measure and assess tree islands as indicators of the ecosystem, and therefore how we can be more thoughtful about how to set, and I hate to say this again, goals and targets about what our water levels and how much water to flow through the Everglades is based on what the most sensitive elevation plant communities are in the Everglades, which are hardwood hammock tree islands. Those are the ones that are at the highest elevation and are most susceptible, and quickly so, to changes in water levels. When there's too much water, they die. And when they die, well, we know we're doing things wrong. So there's one example.
All right, if I could, I'm a bit new to the economic side of this, but at the foundation, we just went through a big effort to point out that the whole restoration process is indeed worth it, right? And I think that's a wonderful thing to think about. When we think about the performance metrics in that type of study, one of them was just a connection between the frequency of algal blooms on the coastal systems and the times that we properly manage the fresh water in the system to move it south through the system. So in a way, it's the absence of the disruption of the bloom events that allows the normal tourism dollar to be spent properly on it. So I think when you ask the question about performance metrics, there are things in economics that are readily available to us that are combinations of the environmental information we have in the performance metrics we've got in place already, combined with some other outside economics data. I think that it's a ready-made puzzle and that they've already made really good progress on this.
Brad?
Yeah. So I think this is a great question. And this is something we think about a lot here at the park, right? Because our mission is focused on preserving our park for future generations. And it's not only, supporting the ecosystem for its diverse array of flora and fauna and, the kind of the thing that we always think of, but it's about the park providing vital resources for the community. Things like recreational opportunities, the cultural experiences in the park, and also our ecosystem services. And so I think MPS as a whole really understands the value of having those types of indicators. And one that may come to mind, or one that comes to mind for me, is just thinking about, we have all of these indicators on particular sport fish and their populations, and are they healthy or not? But for our fishers, the people that are out on the water catching fish, a very robust fishing industry, recreational fishing industry here in South Florida, they can routinely switch to other sport fishes and other species. And so I think an indicator that could capture the the uh, the the economic aspect of that, or the perception, or even the enjoyment of our fishers, could be an interesting avenue to go down. And that's going to involve, I think, these indicators even more so are not just going to need to be coming from the scientists. They're really going to need to involve that kind of stakeholder perspective. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Thanks, everyone. I'm sorry, Chad, Denise, and Alan, but we have to move on to our next session. But feel free to ask your questions of the panelists during the break. Thanks very much, panelists. That was a really great session.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks. So our next set of talks will focus on trade-offs in SERP and the tools to evaluate them. Our first speaker is Laura Brandt, who is invited as an independent expert who spent decades working in the Everglades, and she's going to talk about trade-offs in SERP. Thanks.
Yeah, so now we're going to talk about something simple. Talk about the complicated things. We're just going to talk about trade-offs. And so, okay, if you can't do it quickly, oh, there we go. Okay. So when Stephanie asked me to do this, she had done this after there was a talk that I had given at Gear, which was trade-offs is not a 4-letter word. And some of you may have heard that talk. So some of the things that I'm going to talk about here are the same as that, but I've also reflected on that, and I took some of the things from that conference, and just thinking about this a little bit further and what might serve this panel to set the stage for talking about, or having us talk about trade-offs. And one of the things with Gear that really kind of struck me was listening to Scott Engel, the University of Florida Vice President for Agriculture and Natural Resources. And in his keynote address, he commented that part of the problems in South Florida were created by people. And that if we don't think about incorporating people into coming up with the solutions, we're never going to get there. And Kathy, your comments today about bringing in more of the kind of the human side of it are really much in line with that. And my translation of what Dr. Engel was saying is that we do need to be thinking more about how we incorporate the human values and those things in what we're doing, that it's not just about the science, though we would love for it to be all of our decisions are made about Everglades restoration with science. That's just not the reality. And it never has been. So to me, trade-offs are just telling us that we have choices. And I think I'm an eternal optimist, and I like to look at things in the positive. And so I don't get upset when somebody says we need to make trade-offs. There are a lot of people that do, and this is something that I think we need to be aware of as we're trying to have these conversations. I'll talk a little bit about it later, is the psychology of trade-offs and how that triggers feelings in people that may shut them down in terms of the conversation. For today, I'm using the word trade-off, so I hope none of you guys are offended, because that's where we are. Again, thinking about it, for me, it means that you have a choice between something and something else. And it says my internet connection is unstable, just in case you guys want to know, and people on Zoom are having a problem. The reality is that life is a bunch of trade-offs. I mean, we all make trade-offs every day. Every one of you who's in this room or on the call have made a trade-off with your time to be here versus somewhere else. And we do that based on what we perceive the risk and the reward are, using what we have as our objectives and how much we care about them and what our values are. And so we do a lot of this implicitly as we go about our day-to-day life. And for us as individuals, it's pretty straightforward because we're only dealing with ourselves. And so if we're having a conversation about it, we can wrestle with ourselves about it. When we get to talking about it with other people, it gets to be a lot more complicated. And it gets to be a lot more complicated because there are a lot of challenges with trade-offs. I started off, I mentioned briefly the psychology of trade-offs, and the first one being it'd be a triggering word for people that they shut down in the conversation because, and some of that is based on our psychology, and there's a whole field of psychological decision making and behavioral decision making that goes into this that most of us don't study. I mean, I know enough about it to know that it's there and have read some of this stuff and think that I'm immune to it and then find out that I'm not. But there's loss aversion. We are much more sensitive to feeling like we're going to lose something than if we're going to gain something, even though if what we're going to lose is less than what we're going to gain. And things like status quo bias, where, we feel more comfortable doing things the way we've been doing them because we've been doing them that way. Negativity bias. And there's a whole list of these kind of psychological factors that affect us when we start talking about trade-offs. And we don't talk about them when we're having these conversations in terms of Everglades restoration. Some because we don't know about them, and others because it's that more human side, and it's a lot harder for us as trained as biologists to deal with that. Another factor that makes it challenging is uncertainty. And we all know that when you're more uncertain about something in the future, it's harder for you to decide which way you're going to go because you have that feeling of uncertainty. I think one of this next list of the things for clear understanding, I think to me is really one of the crux of the challenges we have within restoration in making sure that we're having the clear understanding within the context. And even today, in listening to what people are talking about, I'm not sure we're all using the words the same way. And so, or that we're even talking about the same topic. We need a clear understanding who the decision maker is. And Chad and I talked a little bit about this, and he brought it up again today and didn't get a clear answer, did you? And I'm sorry, agencies are not decision makers. Agencies may implement the decisions, but there are people in those agencies who are the decision makers, and it ultimately comes back to someone in there. And I don't think we always are very clear and explicit about that, which means everybody can hide behind it, and it leads to the who is really accountable. Same thing with the role of others in decisions. I mean, how do other people play into the process? Does that decision maker really want the input of those people, or are they doing it because it's part of what they should be doing in saying that they had engagement from others? So, and any of those things can be, in my opinion, any of those things can be okay as long as you're explicit about this. I don't want somebody to ask my opinion about something if they've already made up their mind and they're going to do whatever they want anyway, unless they've told me that ahead of time. But same thing with shared goals and shared values, perceptions of values, having these common scales for comparisons of things, and then understanding when the issue is really about trade-offs or whether it's about something else. And I have a slide that goes into a little bit more of that. So as I said, if you are an individual, working through trade-offs isn't as challenging as it is when you are in a large ecosystem that is spatially and temporally variable and has people involved and all those things. We make trade-offs every day in restoration. We make trade-offs that probably should be explicit that are being made implicitly, and we pretend that we're not making trade-offs. If you don't make a decision, you're making a decision, which probably means you have a trade-off in there embedded into it. And so again, we shouldn't be scared of trade-offs. We should just acknowledge which ones that we feel are most important for us to actually have the explicit conversations about, and which ones we're willing to accept that we're making implicitly. And this whole notion of trade-offs in Everglades restoration is not a new topic. This is the first SISREP report, where there was the comment that there would be these different views on trade-offs that would need to be made as plan implementation moves forward. And now we're at plan implementation. And so now some of these things that perhaps we didn't really want to talk about before, we're now at the point where we should be talking about them because we are moving forward and implementing the things that we said that we were going to do. We also acknowledged that, or the committee acknowledged or pointed out to us that there might be these disparate expectations among different people involved in the conversation. And that we need to work through those. And that surprise, Everglades restoration is challenging. So again, none of these things are new. It's just, it's kind of the cycle of bringing things back up, and then which things are we willing to dig into and really try to make explicit at this point in time. And so what makes trade-offs hard? Well, in addition to the psychological factors behind that, we also have, again, we have multiple stakeholders, multiple entities involved with this, may have differences in knowledge, our missions, our perspectives, our preferences, and our values. And the last three, the perspectives, preferences, and values, I think, Kathy, are kind of getting at some of the things that you're talking about there that we're not talking about. And again, I think that comes from our backgrounds in more natural resource sciences and not so much more of the human sciences. It's easier for us to talk about the ecological factors that we think are trade-offs when they may not really be trade-offs. So ecosystems make trade-offs. And so I think we're at a point where, again, we've got to explicitly acknowledge that and work to address the ones that we feel are the most critical in us moving forward. So these differences in perspectives can lead us to different places in terms of where we are in the process of making decisions. And so this is a diagram I actually stole from or borrowed from Mike Runge, who has a paper on adaptive management. But we have objectives on the y-axis and knowledge on the x-axis. And when we go from clear objectives to disputed objectives and well understood information to disputed information. And when we are in this space where we have disputed or unclear objectives, we're likely not in a place where we can make really good decisions. That we're really in this space of conflict resolution. And I think in some of the cases where we think we're making trade-offs or we're talking about trade-offs, we're not talking about trade-offs, we're talking about where there's conflicting objectives, and we don't realize that. And so you're never going to be able to make a good trade-off there because you're not all talking about the same objective. Likewise, we have a lot of knowledge. And so there might be cases where the knowledge is disputed, and disputed is a pretty hard word. I like at the GEAR conference when in the session on trade-offs, I didn't hear a lot of talk about trade-offs. I heard a lot of talk about information where people weren't agreeing on the information. But I also heard in my head, part of the disagreements were because we weren't talking about the same spatial areas. And so if I'm talking about if this place here and you're talking about this place here, and we're seeing different things, that doesn't mean that we're disputing each other, except that's the way it comes across in the conversation. And so that's where I think some of these things are really more in this realm of fact finding or pulling things together. So the workshops that Kevin mentioned, that Gina has been leading with Tree Islands, I think has really helped to kind of narrow down with the Tree Island information, where are we in these different realms of needing to have everybody be on the same page and the understanding, and where we are in the place where we can actually make decisions, and trade-offs are part of good decision-making. And so when you get to that place where you are in the realm where you can make good decisions and you want to make good trade-offs or smart trade-offs, there's some things you need to know. And the you here in this case is both you as an individual, but also you collectively as the community that is working on that decision. And that's where it gets complicated. So you have to know what you want. You have to know what you care about. You have to know how much you care about it. And you have to know how much you're willing to give up to get what you want in exchange for something else. And so again, you as an individual, if you're doing that in your head for something that you are working on alone, it's feasible. When you start getting a broad group of people, it becomes much more challenging. And so again, using the tree island example, the tribe is looking at the islands from a perspective that we may not fully appreciate. And I think we're only now starting maybe to appreciate that we're not appreciating that. So it's these kinds of things that I don't think that we have worked through in SERP. I think there was discussion back in the Yellow Book, in the restudy and all of that, but then we didn't have to think about it because we weren't implementing things. So we could just kind of like wait and see if it would go away. So Recover started some discussions within the Recover leadership group to try to get at this idea of trade-offs, or Denise, and I don't like the cracked eggs, I'm sorry. In response to Denise's NCER, was it gear? Whatever, it was talking about Louisiana restoration and mentioning cracked eggs and what eggs might you need to crack in terms of restoration, because, you know, some stuff you're just going to have to admit that you're not going to be able to get everything that you want. So the Recover Leadership Group did a brainstorming exercises where this was posed as a start to the conversation. Those got organized up into different kind of categories. And one of the first things was that it was, okay, which of these things are within the realm of Recover versus not, you know, within some other realm like the working group, science coordination group of the task force, because Recover's role is science technical information. And as we know, restoration and SERP is not only science and technical information. And there are things that are outside the realm of Recover that we need to admit that we need to deal with, but they're not science. And so this was kind of a first step in moving forward on that. There's obviously a lot of work to do on this because a lot of these things are just, this was a brainstorming. And so as with brainstorming, there needs to be the refinement of which of these things are really trade-offs. Which of these things do we just have a misunderstanding of, or differences in understanding of what people are talking about? For example, listed species. What do you do with that? You know, I mean, there needs to be digging down into what is it that's perceived as the trade-off? Where are the real trade-offs? Where are the things that we're just not, we haven't spent enough time talking about? And so in these multi-party, multi-attribute decision-making, it requires that we bring in the human side of it. It's not just information, because science is just one driver of the of what is used within that context. And there needs to be this clear articulation of these different factors that I showed before in order for us to be able to move forward to this. We need to recognize the places where we can get, everybody wants win-wins, which is great, but it's not achievable everywhere. So we can look for where we have those win-wins and celebrate them, acknowledge that there are going to be places where that may not happen, better understand what we're willing to give up to get more of something that we want more. And also look for, as Stephen Covey would say, the third alternative. So instead of it viewing as you're going to win, I'm going to lose, it's where can we both kind of get something that's more acceptable to all of us. So I don't know where that leaves you guys in terms of talking about things, but that's kind of where I see things and where we are with where we need to go and talking about trade-offs.
All right. Thank you, Laura. We don't have time for questions right now, but Laura's going to be on a panel after the break. So save your questions till then. So thank you,
I
Laura.
just want to say that she's my spirit animal.
So our next speaker is Fred Sklar, who's going to walk us through an example of trade-offs in the Central Everglades.
What I'm going to do today is deliver a presentation that I did at the CNSF Water Management meeting from May 27th. And the reason the trade-off is not in this title is because when I had a meeting, I think it was with Gina and with Stephanie and with Bob Johnson, we're trying to figure out what I'm going to give as an example. And Bob Johnson says to me, well, you know, this presentation that you did on the implications of the dry season to the next wet season, which all had to do with hydrology and how we operate the system, which is a meeting we have every week. He said, there's trade-offs in there. And I said, I'm not talking about trade-offs. So when I deliver this presentation, it's your job to try and figure out where the trade-offs are. And just in case you can't, the very last slide will help you. So we're going to start off with the beginning of the wet season. We're going to start off with August 24, looking at the hydrology of the entire Greater Everglades, including Big Cypress, and looking at where the deep water is and where the shallow water is, and make sure you look at the color code at the bottom. You can see once you hit yellow, you're just about a half a foot of water, between 0 and half a foot, I might add. And that as we go through this image on the left, here we see October, the water gets a bit deeper in the southern part of 3A. It's deeper along the L67A canals. And you know what? Can I get a laser pointer? Or will that not work? But that's okay. That's okay. I'll describe it. So we go to December, and what the image on the right, I'm going to go back. We go to November. And then we go to December. The image on the right is showing the November percent relative to the period of record over the last 20 years. So a dark blue region is showing that you're in the 90 percentile compared to the previous 20 years in terms of water depths. So you can see almost the entire system is between 80 and 90% above the 20-year average for November. And you can see where that is in December. You can see that in January, you can see that in January, it's starting to dry out. You can see the northern part of 3A drying out. You can see just north of Taylor Slough. I hope you know where that is. I don't have a pointer. But the image on the right is still showing that this is, at least for Everglades National Park, pretty significantly above the 20-year average. And you can see that it's below the average along the L67C canal, the A and C canal. And that means that's okay because it's always been too deep there. But as we progress through this dry season, things start drying out pretty significantly. Here's February on the left. Here's March. Now, March, you can see that Big Cypress is extremely dry. You can see, unfortunately, you can't, maybe you can't. If you know where Lossman Slough is, it's gone. Taylor Slough hardly has any water in it. And in fact, Shark River Slough is no longer connected to the Gulf of Mexico. And the image on the right is showing that we're in the 10th percentile of dryness for almost the entire system. And then we go to April. And on the left-hand side, we haven't updated the right-hand side yet. And then we go to March. And now March is showing, we're now, we're in May. And May, the image on the right is showing almost the entire system, except where we've been putting water in due to COP in Shark River Slough. It's the only slightly green area showing it's at the 50% level. The rest of the system is only at 10%. So this is the drought. So to summarize, the conditions started out wet, way above average depth across the Everglades protection area. Recession rates were elevated at the beginning of the dry season, but from November to December, the average depths of the 4 major gauges in 3A, which I will focus on, fell 3/4 of a foot. Now, 3/4 of a foot in the Everglades is a big deal in 1 month. And to bring that home, the average monthly recession rates across October, November, December across the 4 gauges, and the image on the map on the bottom, the color matches the histogram on top. And the recession rates that you want are between -0.2 and -0.7 per week, considering it's going to be a dry season. You want to make sure that you do as small a recession rate as possible. And so what you see is, despite the recession rate that you want, and the system, almost all 4 gauges and over this entire dry season had higher recession rates. But let's add some flexibility to it. Let's say we don't have to have the perfect recession rates. Let's allow some of the recession rates to be faster, because it was high water. Even though we predicted a La Nina situation, we knew it was going to be dry. You could still see October and November, these gauges were way above the yellow. And then we go to recession rates are ecologically detrimental. And what you see is there's 2 periods of time where the recession rates in October and November for 2 or 3 of the gauges are way too high. And that was the way we operated the system. In April, they're too high due to the drought. Now you saw, Gina showed you this figure earlier. She showed you that we were operating the system for over 500,000 acre feet, meeting the restoration goals for SERP. And we were doing it at a time when we really don't have the reservoir in place to meet those goals. So let's go back to what happened in 2025, 2024, 2023, 2022. The black line is showing the hydrology in 2025, knowing that we had an El Nino year. We still dropped the water levels significantly during the wet season and into the dry season, way below the regulation schedule, and showing the extreme drought on the right. And then we go to 2024. Let's look at 2024. That's the light blue line. Very high water during the wet season, but notice also that it's above the regulation schedule during the dry season. And that's because it was an El Nino year and it was wetter. And that set up the stage for a lot of fish production. It was going to mean that in 2025, it was going to be a banner year for wading birds, because that is the lag time. If you go back to 2023, which is the light green line or aqua line, but you see is that during the wet season, it barely went over the regulation schedule twice. It actually went below it during the wet season, and then a massive when it hit the dry season, it's very high recession rates. So that didn't allow for fish populations to develop. The recession rates were bad for wading birds. And then if you go to 2022, even worse situation. We hardly had any wet season whatsoever and an extreme recession rate. So this didn't work well in 2025. We didn't have what we expected for wading bird populations. And so we asked the question, is the recession rate too fast? Are we not evaluating relationships to El Nino years and La Nina years? And would we have done better if we had an ecologically improved recession rate where even though you're above the regulation schedule during the wet season, you don't have to drop it so fast. And you don't have to have this massive recession rate also when you're below the regulation schedule because you're conserving water. Now, what happened during this past dry season, we had an unbalanced drought landscape. If you look at the refuge and you look at the park, at the very top graph, there's an arrow pointing to the middle figure, and that is showing the last 30 years of the hydrology. It's showing the 50 percentile and the 90 percentile and the average. The black line is the average. The red line is where the water levels actually were. And despite the drought in the Loxahatchee Refuge, you were still within the 50 percentile of hydrology depths. Go to underneath that, look at the arrow that's coming out of Shark River Slough. Despite the drought, despite the situation in Area 2 and Area 3, the red line is significantly above the average, and then most of it was even greater than the 90 percentile. Then you look at the middle, in between, the state-run water conservation areas. You look at Area 2 and you look at Area 3, and what you see in both those regions, we drop almost to below the 90th percentile of water depths. So the landscape is disconnected, and SERP calls for continuity of flow, sheet flow. It doesn't like this disparity of water depths. So what does that mean for wading bird nesting? This is in 3 parts. Part 1 is the initial conditions. We expected in 2025 to have a really good year because the 2024 El Nino produced long hydro periods and leading to great increased prey production. We predicted that the La Nina conditions for 2025 would allow for a consistent dry down to make fish accessible to birds. And as predicted, by November, there were large foraging flocks throughout the system. And you could see the numbers on the right-hand side. You can see that there were a huge amount of coastal nesting sites, which is one of the SERP goals. But the very bad recession rates, the extreme recession rates that occurred between November and February led to a complete collapse of the wood stork nesting along the coast. And then if you look at the wood stork, I don't want to call them threshold, the optimum period for successful stork nesting is that blue box. And you look at how we manage the hydrology in 3A, what you want to do is have the wood storks within that box for the longest period of time. We hardly touched it. And that's because the image on the right is indicating that the central part of 3A is now completely dry. So these were the implications for water management. These are the things that I said we needed to pay attention to as we entered the wet season. 1, since water depth this past season dried down to the 10th percentile, despite it being a La Nina prediction for water year 26, ecological recovery will require significant inflows of fresh water and extended hydro periods for water year 26. The image on the right, the blue is showing that the probability of a La Nina year now. This past dry season highlighted hydrologic discontinuities. That was the second point. The extensive dry down in 3A were significantly reduced fish and other aquatic prey populations. And so to deal with that, we need to try and maintain deeper than average conditions in 3A. And then finally, crayfish populations critical for wading birds might actually benefit from this dry down. So this is it. So what's the trade-offs? This is actually not the whole presentation. This was an excerpt of the presentation. So now, did you see any trade-offs? All right, last slide. Trade-off number one. Since water depths this past season dried down to the 10th percentile, ecological recovery will require extended hydro periods. This is a spatial trade-off between Shark River Slough versus Northeast Water Conservation Area 3A. Second, is the SERP target for continuous sheet flow achievable? This is a functional ecosystem trade-off between flow volumes versus TP loading. Trying to maintain deeper water than average in 3A will provide suitable dry season foraging depths for white ibis. This is a temporal trade-off, believe it or not, between tree islands versus wood stalks. Because if you get the water depths right for wood stalks, guess what happens? Your tree islands go underwater. And finally, crayfish populations benefit from a shorter period of moderate drying. This is a structural functional trade-off because you're trading off benthic productivity for pelagic productivity. Boom. You got all those four trade-offs, right? You saw that immediately. I actually didn't, but it took me a little thinking. I don't know if Bob was right. But I took a shot at it.
We've got time for one question, but and it's Stephanie's first, but there's a panel. So Fred's going to be on a panel after the break. So, and I'll let everybody ask their questions at the beginning of that panel. Stephanie.
Okay, this is just a clarifying question. So you described a trade-off between Water Conservation Area 3 and Shark River Slough, but I'm wondering if the Shark River Slough data is really an artifact of the data set being that that area did not get water for a long time. So even if you have really not much water going there, it's still going to be more than it used to get. So was it still really dry based on, I mean, or is it like in happy conditions? I think it's the relative to time that is throwing me.
No. It's total volumes of water are very high.
Still this year, though, no, I mean, it's really low this year.
No,
When you look at like
2024.
April, but your plots that were still showing it blue, you got it down to like 7,000, 5,000, 6,000 compared to 48. Like it's still really low in Northeast Shark Slough in this year, right?
Oh, in this year.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at droughts.
Absolutely, yeah, no,
Right.
we because of the drought and because of the way we managed the wet season, we are probably not going to be able to have a significant amount of water in 3A to have wading bird success. Because we don't have any, because of the lag effect, not the lag effect. Because this is predicted to be a La Nina year, this wet season is going to be too dry. And that's why there isn't a lot of water going into Shark River Slough now. And it's because of the Tamiami trail flow formula combined with COP said to follow that very fast recession rates.
All right, thanks very much, Fred. We're going to move on to our next speaker, then we're going to have a break, and then Fred and the other speakers are going to come back to join a panel. So our next speaker is Stephanie Romaniak. She's going to be joining us virtually over Zoom, and she's going to discuss modeling tools to evaluate trade-offs and how they are being used. Thanks, Stephanie.
Thanks.
We don't see your talk yet, so let's, yeah. Nelly, we're almost there. Yep, yay.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks for the introduction. So I'm Stephanie Romaniak. I am a research ecologist with the USGS, and I'm based in Gainesville, Florida. And I believe Nick Alman is sitting there with you today, looking tanned and relaxed after he retired from the USGS. And so he also dumped his job on my desk before he left. So I am also filling some roles that he had, which includes coordinating the GEPES, Greater Everglades Priority Ecosystem Science Program. So I'm going to talk with you about tools we have for evaluating trade-offs, some of what we've done in the past and what we have coming up. And when I think about trade-offs, like Laura Brandt was talking about, I think of it in a decision analysis context. And so I'm not going to, if you heard Laura's talk at GEAR, she talked more about the cycle of decision analysis, or what's also called structured decision making. You'll hear a lot of people at DOI, at the Department of Interior, refer to it as structured decision making. And as Ralph Keeney said, one of the gurus of decision analysis, it's really just a formalization of common sense for decision problems that are too complex for the informal use of common sense. So it's a framework that can help us. And it's not for an everyday decision like, what are you going to wear to work tomorrow? But things that are more consequential or complex, we would use something like structured decision making or decision analysis. And it helps us inform and really evaluate those trade-offs that we see. So I'll give you a really simple example first, one of finding a home. So I would hope that if you're looking for a home, you wouldn't just go on Zillow and make an offer at asking price on the first home you see with a nice cover photo. I mean, hopefully you're thinking about the things that matter to you. And those things that matter to you, those are your values, and those become your objectives for that decision. And so in this case, again, just a simple example, but we want to define what those things are that matter to us. And so I'm just sort of generically saying we care about quality of life, and maybe, let me see if I can do a pointer. Maybe that means we want to quantify things about the neighborhood, like we want to minimize crime rates or minimize our commute time. We care about school quality. Maybe we measure that by low student-teacher ratio or something like that. And so we take all of these things that we care about, these objectives, and now we can start to look at our options. So now we can find homes that start to meet these criteria. And then you can get to the point of trade-offs. So it might turn out that although you thought you really wanted a short commute time, I know that's a priority for me, maybe you find a house that backs up to a river or is on 5 acres, and you start thinking, okay, you know what? Like, I think I could probably take an hour commute if that meant I could, live on a river or on the ocean or whatever it is. And maybe you go back and you weight your objectives. And so now maybe you would say that this, quality of your home is doubly important. And so now you're starting to really get into the trade-offs, and you have a framework for evaluating them. And so when we think about the Everglades, you just heard Fred give you examples of some trade-offs just in one conversation and one presentation that he gave the other week to the Central and South Florida water management calls. I mean, these are trade-offs that we see. And so, these are real questions of how do we get to water depths and flows that are good for healthy tree islands and wood storks, and reducing salinity in Florida Bay. And so these are real trade-offs that we have to deal with. And, we talk about buying a house, you have a couple of stakeholders, maybe you and your spouse, or if you consider your kids' voices or whoever it might be. I mean, think about the voices of stakeholders, the people who are going to be impacted by these decisions that we make. So it's very complex. And having a framework like decision analysis to be able to help us evaluate those objectives and evaluate the trade-offs is really helpful. So we at GEM, Joint Ecosystem Modeling, developed a tool called EverForecast. And I actually the other day found our agenda for a kickoff meeting we had for this project. And it was a decade ago. It was January of 2015 is when we started developing EverForecast. And it took us 3 years to get the hydrology right. We did this in collaboration with the National Park Service. So there's a QR code here for our website, gem.gov, which at lunchtime, I think our servers all went down. So I don't think the site is up. I didn't check in the last hour, but in theory, it's pretty easy to remember. gem.gov would take you to our site so you can learn more about us and also EverForecast. So it's a spatially explicit hydrologic and ecological forecast. The hydrologic part is what really gets used, though the ecological part is what can get at the trade-offs. It incorporates historical water levels from over 200 gauge stations in the Everglades, rainfall data, and also rainfall forecasts from NOAA's Climate Prediction Center. And what we get are monthly, so every month the forecasts run. I'm going to say something about that in a minute, but the forecasts run and we get a new forecast for the next 6 months. And those give us water depths. And I'm going to show you what that looks like in a minute. But I want to, so when the website is up and running, well, let me go ahead and move to what it would look like. So that QR code takes you straight to the EverForecast link. Again, I don't know that if it's up right now. But even if it were, in some very sad news, so I am certain that you are all aware of all of the government shakeups and restructuring and layoffs and all of that. And so the GEM team has been quite impacted by those. And we recently lost all of our computer programmers. So we don't, if you were to click on the website, you'd have to go to January or before to see the forecasts. They're not served up on the website anymore. Long story, we can talk about that offline sometime. So we're working on a plan B. So I'm going to just show you here a couple of things highlighted for if you want to look at, say, the January forecast. So if the QR code is working, you would be taken to the landing page, which is this introduction site. I'm here on the water levels, and this is where you can find the hydrologic forecasts. And everything here that you see on this site, I told you we worked on this for 3 years, starting a decade ago. This was all in working with the users. So we were working with whoever wanted to be part of these groups that we had, where people told us what did they need to help inform their recommendations on what used to be called the EBM calls, ecosystem-based management calls, now the Central and South Florida water management calls. And so everything you see, the visualizations, the quantile breakdowns, the date filters, everything is what users wanted. And so here, if you have any questions about the details, we have a methodology tab, but we have publications that tell you all the details of how EverForecast was built. And I just wanted to point out this darker line here, this is Eden. And so this it's sort of tracking where our reality is compared to our forecasts. So the part that we don't really use and what we can use to start talking about trade-offs are these species responses. And so you can click on the different species and see If we were, so say our partners are using this and they're wanting to target a, higher depths in a particular region, what would the outcome be for the alligator, for example? And so the region, we workshopped the regions with our partners as well, how they wanted to see the regions of the Everglades divided up. And so I'm going to show you these same two maps on the next slide, and I'm just going to add low depth. So again, just using alligator as an example, so we can compare if we were to target the higher depth simulations, we'd end up with a habitat suitability score for the alligator of 6.5 versus a medium depth would give 4.5 habitat suitability, and then the low depth would be 0.26. So we start to be able to quantify what the ecological responses to water depths, water management, water operations might be. So I'm going to show you a map like this, but I'm going to add a couple of species here. So if here's alligator, apple snail, sparrow, prey-based fish, egrets, and wood storks. And what this figure is showing you is in each of these little regions, what was best for which depth scenario was best for that species. So in Loxahatchee for alligator, to get the highest suitability, we would want to target the high depth. But if we were targeting apple snail, we go with this, the lower depth. And so if we just pick an area, the area Fred talked about, which is talked about a lot on those Central and South Florida calls, we start to see that there are indeed trade-offs. So if we were to target a particular depth, like this medium depth for alligators, what are the consequences for apple snails or prey-based fish, for example? Well, what if we were to look at the sparrow? So same story, right? So we see that a low depth ground nesting bird, low depth scenario would be better for targeting optimal conditions for the sparrow, but there are consequences to some of the other species. So I'm just going to put some numbers here looking at these same species, but in a different format. So let's say, again, we were to target the sparrow. Well, compared to the optimal solution for alligators, we'd see a 26% decline compared to the most if we were to target conditions that are good for the sparrow, we'd see a 26% decline in conditions that would be good for the alligator. Let's say we were to target small fish. Well, that's a sort of a worst case scenario for the sparrow, and we'd see a 69% decline compared to what's optimal for the sparrow. But and as Fred was talking about there, it's not we don't need a one size fits all situation. We can prioritize species needs in compartments of the Everglades at particular time of the year during breeding season. And so there are ways to be able to do that. And I think even before we developed EverForecast, I want to say 15 years ago or something, 12 years ago, we started talking with a computational sustainability group, a group of computer scientists at Cornell at the time, to try to optimize the water in the Everglades. And it wasn't computationally possible at that time. That's ideally possibly where we'd want to go to at least inform these conversations. And I think we could do that if we were willing to use larger spatial units. But that's a conversation for another time. So what we're doing now is we're sort of picking up, at least with what we were able to do with the hydrologic forecasts, and we're working with the Army Corps to develop what we're calling a tool to balance ecological objectives in the Everglades. And it's a massive undertaking. The idea is that we want to have an integrated evaluation of multiple ecological responses to hydrology. So we want to be able to compare landscape attributes, individual species, and community responses to hydrologic change, whether that be from near-term water management, or if we're talking about the longer-term sort of multi-decadal timescale of restoration project implementation. And so last year in July, we worked with Recover at a workshop, and we had a lot of participants at that meeting were able to communicate to us. We wanted to know, what did people need? What was missing from that framework we started with Ever Forecast? And what we heard were that people wanted more types of hydrology. So they want Eden, they want the Ever Forecast 6-month near-term forecast, they want RSM on a 50-year timescale, they want salinity models. They want more models included. So not just the 12 species we have right now on the Ever Forecast site, but more of the GEM suite of models and more. So models we don't even have on some additional plant communities, invasive species, mammals. There were a lot of requests, including existing performance measures was another. And the ultimate vision is to build a tool that takes us from the Kissimmee chain of lakes all the way down through Florida Bay. And we were hearing that this was something that was really important for the user community. And these are different types of hydrologic models, as you know, that span that geography. And so it's going to be a challenge. I know our programmers were up for that challenge, and now we're sort of thinking and working on a plan B. But the idea in the end here is that we want to have this interactive website where a user can go in and manipulate hydrology and see, how does the ecosystem respond? If hydrology is manipulated in some part of Water Conservation Area 3, what are those downstream effects? And then how are the, I'll just say species, responding in real time? So while we don't have programmers, we have a very clever ecologist in our lab, Vincent Spade, who made a prototype using he built an R-Shiny app, and just a prototype to see, like, okay, well, what happens if you adjust water depth? This is not like tied to RSM or anything real. This is just sort of getting at the concept of being able to say, like, what if you move water depth here? What are those downstream effects? And so it's a concept for now. Stay tuned, because there's more coming. We're just in the first year of this project, and it's going to take a while to get to the vision that our users expressed to us at the Recover meeting last year. So here is the team, in case you know any of these fine people and want to talk with them. So James Behrens and I started Ever Forecast, as I said, a decade ago, and brought in Leonard Perlstein, who, as you know, has retired. So this was the cast of characters involved in Ever Forecast, and then the balancing objectives team. That project we're working on with the Army Corps is listed here. So feel free to talk with any of us that you see at any meetings, and we'd all be happy to talk with you more about where we're going with this tool. So thank you.
Thanks, Stephanie. We have time for one question, if anybody has a question. Yeah, so Alan.
Thank you. Thanks, Stephanie. And this also relates also to Fred's presentation. I notice in all these trade-offs, and I'm taking Kathy's, co-opting her questions here, there's nothing about humans in this. So is that going to be considered in the future as part of Ever Forecast, to look at the human interactions as well and the implications associated therein?
I'm curious if you had anything in particular in mind when you said humans.
Well, definitely not faculty. No, I'm just kidding. So I'm using the lens of, some of the interactions I had when I directed the Lake Okeechobee division, and we were trying to trade off water releases and the impacts they had in the Caloosahatchee estuary. Well, obviously the oyster fishers are going to be impacted by that. And so as we change our water around in the Everglades system, the humans are going to be impacted. It could be utilities, it could be drinking water, it could be, all sorts of interactions that we have with water.
Yeah, so I think so what you're mentioning now can definitely be incorporated as an objective, for example, and as long as we have input data, we can, good input data, we can build forecasts and model some of these things. But the way that I think maybe a more straightforward answer to that is that we're dealing with the water that the district would tell us that we have. And so that water that's allocated for the natural system is what we would be working with. And so these are conversations that we can have with our partners to see, what is the interest and how far would we span outside of that. But so far, the focus has been on the water that's allocated for the natural system.
Thank you.
Stephanie, I hope this is a quick question, but can you kind of summarize how you think EverForecast has been used and by whom and how often for what applications? I mean, it's an amazing tool and you get lots of feedback on they want more, but do you think it's really being used?
So the
well?
hydrology is what gets used, and that's used weekly. And so which is unfortunate that we haven't been able to provide it. We can't, so you asked me to be quick, so I'm not going to say this part. So the hydrology gets used a lot. And so that's something that informs our partners' water management recommendations. And so the Park Service uses it. And I remember early on, I would get on a presentation and have no idea. There was an EverForecast slide that someone was showing output from EverForecast at Army Corps meetings, Fish and Wildlife, National Park Service. And so I would see the slides on the meetings, and sometimes attributed to Jim, sometimes not. I'm just happy the information gets used. And so I would say most frequently at the Central and South Florida water management meetings, the hydrology, but the ecology side, the trade-off side that I know of is not used.
Okay, thanks, Stephanie, and thanks everyone else for these really great presentations and discussions. So we're going to take a break now for roughly 18 minutes, actually exactly 18 minutes, not roughly. So we'll come back at 3:10 and then we're going to have a panel. And so Stephanie, if you could stick around and join us for the panel, that would be great. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, the biggest. That's where I wasn't sure her presentation was redundant.
Where are our panelists? Where are they all?
Dr. Sklar, please report to the table.
Yeah.
Dr. McVoy, Dr. Brandt.
There's Kevin.
Gil.
We need a Gil. We need a Gil. We've got a Stephanie. We've got Kevin. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So next up is a panel discussion on restoration success and trade-offs with a particular focus on trade-offs. First, I'd like Chris and Steve as the new people on the panel to introduce themselves, and then I'll open up for questions. Chris.
Christopher McVoy. I am a longtime Everglades person. I guess that would work. My interests have been kind of two big areas, pre-drainage system. Some people know the purple book of trying to figure out as quantitatively as we could what the system was originally like. And then my other interest is in sort of the geomorphology aspects of the peat-based system. What makes that the way it is? What have we done that's lost some of that? And what can we do to prevent further loss?
Thanks, Steve.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Davis, Chief Science Officer at the Everglades Foundation.
Thanks. So first, because there wasn't any time to ask individual speakers questions, if anybody on the committee wants to ask their question now, if it's related to trade-offs, put your card up. Chad, like you had like lots of questions. All right, but maybe you ask them during the break.
Well, Laura, I didn't really have a question for Laura. I just want to tell her how great she was. So, I was talking to Adam Gilbert yesterday. I don't think he's here anymore. At the end of our field trip, and he he was asking me about, do I know anything about adaptive management? And, you know, what Laura showed, particularly at the end where, you know, she talked, I mean, that is adaptive management. It's Carl Walters' notion that it's a, you know, basically a giant societal collaboration. It's not science. I mean, science is easy. I mean, it's not, but science is easy. The people part is hard. And so I really appreciate everything you said, because that, I mean, those of you that have clocked me and the thing that I keep talking about, that's what I keep talking about. I mean, I keep asking this, and I'll kind of ask it again. I'll try an even different way. So in our briefing book, there was a news article talking about Governor DeSantis saying, give us the money, we'll do this. So that leads me to the same kind of question I always ask that Laura knows about, and we talked about it at Gear. So I just continue to wonder where the decision sits. You know, Stephanie R. That presentation was really good. That JEM model, that's got a ton of utility, but I wonder how it rolls up to getting to the point where the really just incredible scientific and technical information that we're talking a lot about here, that many of you presented on, that just is, you know, it's incredible. Where does that go to ultimately influence what's put on the ground for CERT? How, and I was talking to Kathy about this, I'm not sure, and I don't know if anybody can answer this or not. I'm still learning, so I'm not totally sure. Is there an Everglades restoration budget line item in the DoD budget every year? And if so, how is that set? How does that number and the priorities that flow from that number relate to everything that we're talking about here? That's the kind of thing I'm trying to get at, to figure out, to help me hopefully help you, just as one committee member, think about ways to try to squeeze everything you out as you can of what you're doing to make that more relevant to SERP and get things done. So I don't, it's kind of a far reaching question. I'm just trying to figure out, I mean, I do, like Laura said, I really want somebody to tell me, like, who are the 5 people that make the decision about what's going on here. But even if you can, or it's hard to specify, I'm just trying to I'm always looking for breadcrumb trails, and I'm having a hard time figuring out. I've got a ton of great breadcrumbs. I mean, like, you know, just incredible stuff, but I don't know where it's going.
So I think that's for me. Gina Ralph with the Army Corps. So there is a line item for Everglades restoration. The way that gets allocated, I would invite us to have a conversation with our programs and project management, and we can give you detailed information on that. So Ms. Ava Velez would be the primary point of contact to understand how some of the science informs decision-making. It depends on the decision, what level. Some decisions can be made by the project manager at the Jacksonville district. Some of the decisions can be made by our commander, Colonel Bowman. Some of them have to be made by the general at our South Atlantic division, and then some have to be made at the headquarters level, either the general, or it has to go to the Assistant Secretary of the Army, or it has to be made by Congress. So to give you a specific point of contact, a person's name, I would have to know what decision you want us to weigh in on. But there are several layers in the Corps of Engineers.
All right, let's go to Casey. Thanks, Gina. Yep.
Okay, thanks. I enjoyed this discussion about trade-offs, but would like to just learn a little bit more so I can better understand what is all meant by trade-offs. And I liked the beginning framing that Stephanie used regarding decision analysis and this idea of sort of the informal application of common sense versus a formal application of common sense. And for me, this is sort of useful to understand the way you're thinking about trade-offs, informal or in a more formal way. And so when I think about trade-offs, sort of classic, modeler approach to trade-offs, it would be something like the LOSUM study, right? Where you could keep it simple. You've got two objectives. I can use a preference neutral approach and give weights to each one of those objectives. And I can delineate the Pareto curve, right? Sort of your indifference curve or non-dominated curve. And then where you between the two objectives in terms of outcomes, and where you are on that curve is just dependent on where you decide to be relative to the two preferences or preference for the two objectives that you have, right? So nice modeling approach. And so, but then some of the conversation, and that's for planning, for planning sort of a study, but some of the conversations, it sounded like it was more operational. So what we want to do in the moment. And that seems like you can't use that formal structure for articulating the trade-offs. It's more of an informal based. And Laura mentioned uncertainty as well, right? So we think we know what these trade-offs are, but do we really understand the real trade-offs, right? If the outcomes are actually uncertain relative to what we do. So, and I guess my understanding of trade-offs, you're looking for the place where you can help one objective without hurting the other objective as much as possible, right? And sometimes there's no trade-off. Sometimes we think there are trade-offs, but they're false trade-offs, but you need an understanding of the relationship between the objectives to identify what those trade-offs are. So my question is, when you're talking about trade-offs, is it operational is one thing? Are we talking about planning, or is it both? And are you thinking of, my question is, do we have the information we need to truly understand the trade-offs? What's your sense of that? Or do we have an informal understanding and we use an informal approach? Or does it need this deeper dive and understanding what those trade-offs really are and delineating what they are? If that makes sense. So just digging a little deeper into what you really mean by trade-offs, operational versus planning, and the level of understanding you think you have for those different trade-offs between those outcomes.
Right. Go ahead.
So we have both types of trade-offs. I gave you an example of a operational trade-off that occurs every week. That in a way is kind of adaptive management, because all the state and federal agencies are in the room or on Zoom, and they're giving their opinion to the Army Corps of Engineers and the Water Management District on where we should be managing the structures that are currently in place. And it's everyone's responsibility to explain to those two agencies where we've been and if things have been going badly, what we might do to change operations. So there's constraints on that. There's legal constraints in terms of water supply and flood control. And the water managers are there in the room listening, and the following day, if there's a possibility of making everybody happy, which is rare, they'll make a decision. And then we all meet the following week to see the implications of that decision. And so there's a week by week understanding of the trade-offs. The other type of trade-offs.
Ask a question. So for those, and you feel like you understand what the implications of those decisions are. The trade-offs are well understood in that operational sense. Yeah.
However, we do try and make it clear to water managers what Laura talked about in terms of uncertainties, that it might be okay for crayfish, in my example, even though it's dry. And so that gives them the flexibility to say, well, we won't try and keep it so wet, and we'll instead try and meet the goals of the Tamiami Trail flow formula, and we'll put as much volume of water into the park this coming wet season as possible. So it comes back to, if I might divert for a minute, I really like Denise bringing up the concept of resilience. I think that the whole concept of trade-off is related to us getting a better handle on the resilience of the trade-offs, of the different elements of the system that can withstand certain levels of variability. And we can do that on an operational level, and we can do that on a planning level. So that we can look at multiple years of hydrologic management, and we can look at all the recovery performance measures and see how they performed the last 3 or 4 years, and we can prioritize and see how well things are doing over the last 3 or 4 years in terms of their resilience, to say, well, now we have an opportunity to try and meet the goals and objectives of a particular habitat or species even.
So I agree with what you're saying there, Fred, but I guess my direct answer would be no, we don't have enough understanding of the effects of the trade-offs. And it's because of what Fred's just talked about in terms of the longer term effects. What we do is we have an understanding of what we're showing in the tools and the information that's being used in those meetings, where we say, if we do this, then we know it's going to be bad for apple snails. What we don't know is what's the long-term effect of that. The decisions are being made short-term, week by week, day by day. Why did we have an extremely wet year where we had too much water in the system and now we're in a frickin' drought? I mean, in the natural system, that shouldn't have happened, right? I mean, you would have a full system and then it would slowly recede, but that's not what we had happen. So we haven't figured out that kind of dynamic. What do we do now when we have a full system? And how do we make that trade-off between having what we perceive as too much water in that situation and end up with too little later?
I agree with Laura. We don't have an understanding of resilience, by the way.
And I would add a piece that's somewhat in that same direction, and that is a consciousness at the time that these poor folks are in those weekly meetings of thinking about the different timescales and thinking about the fact that much of this system that we're focused on is peak-based. So elevations are not by any means stable. You can either build them up very slowly, or you can lose them more quickly. Very quickly if it's a fire, fairly quickly if it's microbial oxidation. What are the timescales? How quickly can you rebuild a crayfish population or a Gambusia mosquito fish population versus how quickly are you going to rebuild tree islands? Do you want to manage for tree island hydro periods or water depths or whatever it is, knowing that those have already lost elevation? And if you manage for the current elevation, you're probably taking hits on, say, system storage because you're lowering it down. It's not straightforward, but it's easy to overlook some of the different timescales, and they are different.
And I would say also in all these conversations we've been having, we've been talking about the ecological parts of it. But I'm pretty sure there's some flood protection and water supply trade-offs that are made in those conversations that haven't even been brought up here.
All right, John.
Thank you. I really enjoyed the presentations. It was great to learn about the model that Stephanie highlighted. And my question is more about the the planning side or the restoration side than the operational side. And so I'm just wondering, is a model or a structured decision-making or some formal process being used to evaluate different opportunities for restoration and to link restoration activities to the objectives that are, that are the target for restoration, like along the lines of what we saw yesterday in talking about the tree islands? Is there a way to weigh the benefits and impacts of different designs in it doesn't have to be super complicated, but in some sort of explicit way to that's just an example, but any other kinds of approaches that are currently being used to evaluate planning?
Sure. So the Corps has a very robust planning process. And as part of that, for individual projects, we have individual management measures, which go through a rigorous screening process. Those management measures are combined in order to form an alternative, which then we use the regional simulation model, either basins, if it involves the north of the red line, or the Glades Lexa. And so we produce several alternatives which then have associated performance measures depending upon the project level goal and objective. And we then look at how close we're getting to the individual targets for those measures, how well we meet the objectives, and we develop what we call habitat units. And habitat units are one piece of the puzzle, but the CNSF is a multi-purpose project. So we also have to look at water supply and flood control, those other social effects, net benefits. All of that goes into a recommended plan, which we evaluate under the National Environmental Policy Act.
Okay, Denise?
Thank you. I was going to ask a question earlier, and I think I'll ask it now, but slightly differently. So earlier I was going to say, we've been talking a lot about monitoring this morning and hearing about data collection. And in another meeting and another time, we'll hear an awful lot about modeling and nothing about data collection. And why do we think about them so separately? And so there's a kind of broader kind of question there about how they should be used together. And I think but then Stephanie's presentation made me think about how the observation, Stephanie, that what was being used was the hydrology and the depth information and not the habitat output. And it seemed to me that because that was being used for operational kind of decision-making, near term, months, we're not talking decades into the future there, that really HSI scores are a little bit irrelevant at that point. They're not really relevant at that kind of near-term scale. And so what might be missing from your forecast kind of approach would be an overlay of the data. Where are the wood stalks relative to the water depth? Or where, what is the kind of real time? What do we know about the antecedent conditions for the for aspects of the ecosystem relative to what we're seeing on the hydrology? I don't really know very much about the frequency of reporting and the way that the data and things like that are collected and put together, but I was struck by Bradley's point earlier. Was it Bradley who made the point about database management? And it's like, oh, what are they doing for that? How is that data available? And it sounded like there was a problem there, or an issue, I would say problem, something that could be improved. There was scope for improvement there. And so that might allow that kind of connectivity and the access to that data to be more integrated with the other pieces of information that you can put into the ever forecast, perhaps. But anyway, I'm prattling on as usual. But it seemed to me that I think we got this point on the table now. It's a point that Denise raised really early this morning, was like, how many years can you go before you fall off the cliff? And, what kind of preemptive measures can you take? What you really need is not a trade-off analysis. You need a risk analysis, right? Because you're going to make those decisions that mean one thing benefits and one thing doesn't. But, how long can you keep benefiting one and not the other before you have to make the reversal. And so that kind of risk analysis would be something that I think that you would want to kind of consider. And I don't know if there are any steps towards that or thinking about it. You know, Gina just mentioned the core's robust planning process, very, very robust, which has a risk analysis component to it in planning, but it's like we need that risk analysis more in a kind of operational kind of sense in terms of risks for different aspects of the ecosystem. And so I guess my question, if I can get to one, might be, is that the kind of thing that you're going to look at in this balancing objectives work that I think Stephanie mentioned that she was, you know, her group was undertaking with the core? Is that about balancing objectives in like near term? I was going to say, I want to say real time, but I don't mean instantaneous real time. I mean, you know, near term kind of operational things, or is that about balancing objectives long term? So anyway, there's not much of a question in there, but
Yeah, I got, when you started, Denise, when you got to the question, I was thinking, oh my gosh, and I was like, wait, how did she start this again? I'm going to answer the question. So thank you for rephrasing. So yeah, actually the questions that have come so far for the panel have highlighted something that I think was obvious when I was talking, but I failed to point out, which was that when I said that EverForecast, the hydrology was used for the Central and South Florida water management calls, that's for operations. Obviously, that's not for the timescale of restoration planning. And so the idea with the balancing tool is to be able to do both of those things. And so we're hearing those interests from the user community who want to play around and see if for both. So continuing to be able to do the operations bit and see what are the potential ecological responses on those shorter timescales. But then also, what if we could put it in the RSM outputs and we could say, okay, well, here's what we think is going to happen for, BBC. And so what if, right? What if we change the water here a bit? What would happen downstream? So there's a lot of steps to be undertaken before we can achieve that vision. But that is the idea, is that we allow users to be able to play around with both.
And can I just follow up there? So can you tell us how the data plays into that as opposed to the models? Like how you would kind of, how you're thinking about incorporating 2024 conditions as opposed to some kind of idealized habitat response?
Yeah, that was a good question. And I wrote down one of your opening comments that you made as something to think about. And so in some cases, we show information. It's not common. Most of our models, we don't do this, but we'll show information about, for example, where wading bird colonies are currently in relation to some of the outputs of the models. We've been talking and working with the Army Corps over the last year. In fact, I believe Tasso Kokovis is probably still in the room, and you might be able to ask him about this as well. So we've been working more closely in trying to think about the monitoring data and the assessment part and feeding that into basically having sort of more of a loop in our model development. And so we're doing that, for example, with some new fish and other aquatic fauna data that have come available that we've been working on this year. And so it's something that the Army Corps has recognized that needs to be done more. And so we're trying to work in that direction as well. It doesn't directly answer your question about how will we do that in a balancing tool. I hadn't thought about it. I think it's a really good point and idea. And one of the things we heard from the potential users of the tool at the Recover workshop was, well, basically they wanted everything. And they wanted to be able to layer everything and see this on top of that and this on top of the other thing. And so, you saying, what about the monitoring data, or sort of a snapshot maybe of what conditions are now. We didn't get that comment, but I am certain that the people who were in that room, if they're hearing you say this, will be nodding aggressively and saying, yes, that's exactly what we want to. So I like this idea. I don't know what we'll do with it, but I think that it could be a really good way for us to have sort of a grounding or a benchmark to where we are now, and then what might we be able to achieve in the future. So thanks for that suggestion, and I hope I've a little bit been able to answer your question.
So I think one of the things on this is that we're actually talking about several different scales of using information and in different parts of the planning process and the evaluation process and the assessment process. And so it gets confusing, and one tool isn't going to fit all. And I think we have trouble remembering that because we want, like Stephanie says, to have everything. So
But they need to be consistent, right, in their approach.
they need to be,
Yeah.
well, and this is one of the things that, and this was part of the push in doing the SSR this way, this time, is to really try to go from the evaluation tools to the assessment tools, which is different than looking at operational planning tools. So that's still another level of information. And so what was learned in the SSR in doing this was, not surprisingly, it's going to be very challenging to do it. And there's a whole list of things that came out of that of where we need to go. So for example, just for the alligator stuff, because this is something that I was playing around with, was going the evaluation tools and HSI. HSIs, what's the use of HSIs? HSIs are good for comparisons. They're good for planning. They don't tell you whether an HSI of 0.5 is what you need, but it tells you that 0.5 is better than 0.3. So now it's like, how do you go from that to what we're doing in terms of the data collection? And so that's a whole nother set of things that needs to be looked at and needs to be funded to be looked at, because it's not within any of the stuff. That's even separate from these weekly management calls. So that's even a finer resolution of the data. And it's great when we can get the people on the calls that are actually out in the field and say, yes, this is what we're seeing, or no, this is what it really looks like. So there's multiple levels there.
Does anyone else on the panel want to address Denise's question about risk assessment versus decision analysis?
I might comment a little
Yeah.
bit. Clearly, I have a bias as a soil scientist, but an example, looking at northern 3A, if you look at aerial imagery of it, you can sort of make out a bit of the ridge and slough landscape texture. If you look on the ground, or if you were to do transects across it, you'd see almost no elevation difference to it. It's a relic signature. Clearly, that patterning was there. By as best as we can guess, it would have had the same sort of elevation differences that we see in some of the remaining areas. So the cumulative effect of our management, each day that we make the decision, each week, you'd never notice anything, and there's nobody out in the field to tell you anything useful about that. But somehow our planning process, certainly the planning process, and even maybe some of the operational, has to take into account the cumulative effect of these things, because we can see we've lost texture, we've lost pattern in 3B, we've lost it in northern 3A to the east, we've lost it, there's various places. So we know that you can screw things up, but it's slow and cumulative. How do you factor that back into operational and long-term?
Yeah, I would just also like to add to that, and I'm kind of drawing from Fred's trade-off example earlier, because obviously frame of reference comes into play here. But when you think about the trade-offs within that WCA, Shark River Slough, we're talking about freshwater wetlands, right? And generally the way Recover looks at different parts of the system, it draws lines around these boundaries. But at the southern end of that greater Everglades or freshwater boundary that abuts the coastal mangrove wetlands, that's one of the most dynamic zones that's occurring right now. And we know that those soils take, decades, centuries to build up, but we also know that through about 15 years of research now that this committee helped to inspire, we understand the drivers of peat collapse within that zone. It's fundamentally salinity exposure in some of these freshwater ecotonal wetlands and drawdown. So dry conditions combined with saltwater is bad for freshwater wetlands. No surprise, but the biological consequences of that are very rapid loss of soil elevation that we have no means of recovering within the time frame of SERP. So I think a risk analysis that incorporates that more regional perspective needs to come into play. And then, of course, further downstream, you've got the mangrove forest that we're really not looking at as a metric in recovery. I think coastal wetland salinity, I think pore water salinity. These are key drivers. And Eric mentioned earlier that as some of these freshwater wetlands begin to show an influence of tide, we need to be changing the way we look at those. And that means we need to change our bounds or perhaps break down some of those boundaries in terms of the way we look at their response to ecosystem restoration.
Okay, thanks. So we're going to go to Jeff, then me, and then if there's time left, Chad.
So Laura gave us a list of things you need a clear understanding of in order to effectively deal with trade-offs. So are there particular things on that list that strike you as a thing where you are in a really good place with respect to that, or some that strike you as things you need to work on more to better deal with trade-offs?
I think everybody else on the panel should answer that question.
I don't know that I can answer it as well as Laura might, but on the general notion of trade-offs, I think there's general agreement that trade-off decisions will need to be made and have been made. And if you think about trade-offs as favoring one thing to the potential detriment of another, which is a trade-off, you want to make sure that whatever side is on the losing end of that trade-off is resilient enough to recover, hopefully over the short term, from that decision that you've made. I would say Everglades restoration begins with a trade-off. We cannot bring back the naturally functioning Everglades. So we're trying to create something that has both a sustainable ecosystem component while remaining heavily managed in perpetuity. That's a major trade-off. So these trade-offs that will occur again and again, one that Fred raised, the flow rate versus TP loading trade-off, is going to come up again and again and again. And sitting here, I'm not really clear who makes that call or what criteria that call would be made based on, or how do we get to that point where whatever ecosystem component is on the losing side of that trade-off, how we assess the long-term risk to that ecosystem component in terms of what wetlands ultimately develop and are they sustainable, and is it the type of wetland we want to see? So I think it comes down to having open conversations about the trade-off landscape and realizing that trade-offs will have to be made, but that losing side of the trade-off should always be the component that we consider be resilient enough to take that short-term hit. And also say that there are certain trade-offs that we just can't make. Any trade-off that threatens public safety, I think, will be off the table. And there are probably some regulatory constraints to us making certain trade-offs at the program level that might require some legislative flexibility for us to even consider.
I might add, I would agree a lot with a lot of that, especially thinking about reversibility. If you do something that you're on the losing side, is the reversibility on the scale of decades, centuries? That ought to get weighed more heavily than, say, a crayfish population, which you can expect will pull back more quickly. I would differ a little bit on the thought of we already have a trade-off on Everglades restoration as a whole because we can't go back to it. I would push back on that and say, spatially, we have already made decisions. We are not going to restore the Loxahatchee Refuge, Area 1, as a flowing system. You don't have the outflow. Similarly for WCA 2A and 2B, you don't have the outflows, so you can't do that as a flowing system in any reasonable direction. That's very different for WCA 3A, potentially 3B, and Everglades National Park, that's a smaller portion of the original system, meaning that you don't need as much water as the original system had, and you have more potential to restore that as an unconstrained flowing system if you're willing to get rid of constraints and willing to provide enough clean water at the top.
Just really quickly, one of the things that I continue to think about is this whole notion of restoration versus preservation. We have a very dynamic ecosystem. It's not static. With sea level change, climate change, those communities are going to move. So they may not be in the exact space where they were historically, but that doesn't mean we're not restoring the system. So we're, again, trying to restore those fundamental ecological processes. And we may not have what we thought we were going to have in the future. And in the interim, it may get a little messy. And I think there's a perception out there. There are some interested parties that want to draw lines around certain areas or habitats and say this needs to be preserved as is. But I think that's flawed because the system is going to change. And I hope that we can recognize that as we continue to restore the system.
And if I may, just because I keep thinking about John's question earlier as well, and this conversation about soil, and it reminds me of some of the obstacles we've been navigating in the BBC or planning process, where we're using a model that doesn't deal well with changes in sea level at the boundary condition at all, or it's not easily manipulated. It doesn't deal with changing soil elevations very well. And so we see a need for incorporating new sort of climate change scenarios into the RSM or some new modeling framework. We see a need to incorporate biological feedbacks that drive soil formation or soil oxidation, as we know that to take place within the system. So as we continue to mature, I think those kinds of modeling tools would be really helpful in evaluating restoration planning and operational planning as we move into the future, because again, a lot of it's taking place in that very dynamic ecotonal area, and we don't quite have the tools in place to fully evaluate what restoration can do.
Okay, thanks. So for my question, I'd like to hear from Kevin and Steve, and then anyone else on the panel can follow with their ideas as well. So in your view, for the groups of people that you work with, what are the highest priority trade-offs that need to be resolved? And bonus points if you have some general idea of how to go about resolving those trade-offs, because models can do some of it, but not all of it. So we will start with Kevin.
Very, very thoughtful about all these questions, and I haven't spoken up because I would probably never shut up. People at this table know that about me. But to try and
got 7 minutes.
okay, and to try and address that question from a Miccosukee tribe perspective. First off, the notion of acquiescing to this notion that we're going to have trade-offs is something that just is pretty foreign and unacceptable in large part to the entirety of the tribal community, from leadership on down to the folks who were born in the Everglades on the Tree Islands and had to come off. I think where the tribe's perspective, and I don't mean this to come across as being too idealistic when I say this, is that they view that all the impacts to the Everglades that have been experienced here over, let's just say 120 to 150 years, is a blip on the radar. The Everglades has been and will continue to be changing. The Everglades has evolved, matured, digressed in certain ways, I'm sure, okay? And the people who lived in this landscape and again, who have helped to shape that landscape, recognize that this is part and parcel of the change. It's a different kind of change. It's not a change that has come about because of more natural factors. It's a change that's come about by drastic manipulation of the landscape itself. That all being said, there is still a positive future to look toward. And that one day, there will come a point when all of us here at this table have been long gone, and whatever the end point we put pencils down on Everglades restoration comes to, and we give the system a chance to establish its new baseline or its new stasis, that will be a time that the tribe will still be here and have been living through that and adapting and evolving alongside with it. I think in the interim, there are a lot of lessons that can be learned here and put forward on how we can maybe reduce the pain that I think we still have the ability to do all the things that are necessary out of the system, provide for flood control for 8 million plus people in South Florida, to provide for water supply, and to have that balance of water to allow the system to be a natural system. What are those top priorities? Decompartmentalization. But the current plan for SERP is not to do that. A culvert here or a culvert there, or backfilling a part of a canal here or degrading a levee there, that's not decompartmentalization. That impacts water quality. That's why water quality is an issue. That's why we talk about flow-weighted means of water quality impacts to the Everglades. If we were to have a decompartmentalized system that's connecting Lake Okeechobee to the Kissimmee River chain of lakes on down to the coastal estuaries, we'd see a lot of muting of these effects that we are tracking right now. And water quality is a top concern to the tribe because the tribe understands very clearly what that does to the system itself, how it actually fundamentally changes the system topography and functionality of the distribution of those plant communities that are so important for the overall mosaic and for which the rest of those species are cued in on. But flowing the water through the system, not managing that water through the system as heavy-handed as we do, giving the ability for that water to flow through the system and to reconnect that backup of that water by way, and I know backup's a bad term, the necessary balance of water through the system that Lake Okeechobee historically provided, but cannot do now, to have that water coming through during the dry season, albeit at a lower elevation, but at a greater rate of flow, so that we can continue to support the well-documented historical wading bird populations along the coasts, and to give the opportunity for the animals to sort themselves out based on where water is in the system, based on how much it has rained, not because we've made a decision on how to hold back water or flow water, given this static water control operation plan for different compartmentalized parts of the system. So the tribe wants to see that water flowing across the trail. Ideally, would like to see it clean. If we can remove some of the bottlenecks and barriers to that flow and reduce the number of point sources where that water is actually allowed to flow, we might see some of these other issues that we worry about so much start to fall away, maybe.
Thanks. So Steve, just real quick.
Fred showed me I
Sorry.
have 1 minute. That's okay. I got to speak earlier, but I think that, this point is really important because the way most people perceive the Everglades and Everglades restoration is how it affects them. And most people in South Florida live along the coast, around the periphery. So what they see are the impacts of discharges. They see impacts of red tide on the Gulf Coast. They see the impacts of seagrass die-off and algae blooms in Florida Bay. They see deteriorating health in Biscayne Bay, all the way up to Lake Worth Lagoon and St. Lucie Estuary. That affects real estate, affects tourism, it affects fishing, boating, all the things that really drive Florida's economy. And that's why we've engaged much more and doubled down on the economics. We have a chief economist on staff. We're conducting studies, commissioning studies that Eric was mentioning earlier, all that because people want to see water being stored, cleaned, sent south as it did historically, and less of those high volume dumpings from Lake Okeechobee. So if there's a trade-off in there, that's what people generally want to see because that's how it affects their pocketbooks.
Thanks very much, everyone. Sorry, Chad, again. Yeah, thanks very much for all of your discussion and answers to our questions on this panel. It's been really informative for us. So you're relieved. Thanks. So now we're moving on to our last session, actually our second last session, because we also have public comment. So the committee is very interested in learning about the ongoing efforts of the second periodic SERP update, which is an effort that the 2016 SISREP report recommended, and support for such an analysis was echoed in subsequent SISREP reports. We've got 3 speakers now to provide a succinct overview of this. And these speakers are Zulaimat Vega Liriano. Let me put my glasses on. Gina Ralph and Amanda Khan. I believe Zulaimat is starting. Thank you. And then we'll have time for extended comments, hopefully.
Good afternoon, everyone. As it was mentioned, my name is Zulaimat Vega Liriano, and I work with the Army Corps of Engineers, and I will be presenting part of the overview of the second periodic SERP update with my colleagues, Dr. Gina Ralph, and also Dr. Amanda Khan. In this session, we're trying to basically provide an overview of what is the SPCU and the purpose, explain the methods and assumptions for modeling scenarios, kind of touch a little bit about what additional analysis will be performed, and how might this information be useful, or how can it will inform SERP implementation. So for starters, I want to highlight that the periodic SERP update is not the first one of its kind. The initial SERP update, or ICU, was completed in 2005. So this is basically the second attempt on a periodic SERP update. And this is not a reformulation. And what that means is that it's not going to end on a recommendation for authorization. So we're not intended to change the SERP plan. We are going to evaluate using new and updated modeling with the latest scientific, technical, and planning information. So any new information that is out there since 2005 is what we're adding into SPCU. And the intent or the purpose is to really determine the total quantity of water expected to be generated by SERP, both for the natural system for restoration and use in the human environment. Basically circling back to those 2 goals from SERP. So as everybody knows, changes to the Central and South Florida CNSF project were needed through features and water management operations to achieve the visions of the Everglades restoration. And for that reason, the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, or CERP, came to be about to restore the quantity, quality, timing, and distribution of water in the Everglades. The Yellow Book, as it's also known, it is intended to achieve by a series of conceptual plans referred to as components, which were authorized in Water Resources Development Act of 2000. And the components of CERP approved alternative, or D13R, were modeled using the South Florida Water Management Modeled, aka 2x2 model. This is going to be very important on the upcoming slides. This alteration allows the opportunity to study and develop the proposed plans for implementation. And people might think that this is easy, but it's not. The Yellow Book is not just one book, but a compendium of multiple books. So it's really complex, and it needs to be very thorough through. So as I previously mentioned, the framework is 68 components, but how do we implement the plan? The areas with the most need are identified and studied. And during that feasibility study process, the federal government commits or not to recommend one or more components for design and construction authorization. Therefore, these authorizations are the mechanisms in which the components become federal projects. And these are examples of projects like the Central Everglades Planning Project, CEP, or Indian River Lagoon South, IRL South project. Then there's complexity because some of these components within the project have many features, as you can see in the table. And some large projects split out in sub-regions. For example, CEP, we have CEP EAA, we have CEP New Water, CEP North, CEP South, and then for IRL South, we have the phase 1 and phase 2. So the SPCU is intended to look at the current status of each of the 68 components and forecast how all these pieces will work in the future. And of course, this is all required by Congress. With that in mind, we will focus on how the SPCU effort and how the SPCU team discuss the assumptions of status of the 68 components. So really briefly, this is the overview of the methodology. We identify elements in the original plan that have changed based on authorizations through project implementation reports, or PIRs. And within this, we look into project design decisions and changes during construction. We also look at changes in operation of components of completed projects. Also, we look at components being implemented outside of CERP, projects that are currently being evaluated, designed, constructed, implemented, and operated by the state and outside of CERP, well, with non-federal partners. We review some of the authorized features or concepts. And we look at future options of Yellow Book components implementation discussed in ongoing planning studies and the status of the planning process. And we also look at components currently on hold or project elements that have not been through any of the processes described above. And all of this was compiled, and we created the decision tree that was given as a read ahead before this meeting. And we apply this decision tree to all 68 components to achieve the common goal of develop a single set of future with CERP assumptions. So what did we found in this exercise of the assumptions? So I'm gonna walk through some of the key assumptions. So the key findings. We found a 21% of components that were kept as PIR authorized. We also have about 6% of the components that are currently on a design phase and have been refined since authorization. We found about 26% of the components are in construction or have been fully constructed. In the case of those components in planning phases, we have a 0%, because in midway, in a mid-course modification, there was WRDA 2024 authorization, and we move LOCAR and WERP into the authorization bin. We also found about 29% of the components are on hold or have not been authorized yet and have been kept as originally described in the Yellow Book. And there's also some cases, special cases, about 18%, that we identify some scientific and technical information, new scientific and technical information, and we apply that information into those components. And also, components completed outside of SERP were included in the future with SERP and in the future without SERP. And again, I know I went fast and it's a lot of information. So all of the assumptions for the 68 components can be found on those read-aheads that were provided before this meeting. So really quickly, for the modeling scenarios, we just touched base on the future with SERP. We also have future scenarios that include the future without SERP. And those definitely, like I mentioned before, includes projects completed outside of SERP. We will be looking at future scenarios with sea level change. In this particular case, we're going to evaluate the intermediate sea level change curve, which is about 1.6 feet of sea level change in the future. And that's taken from the coordination and collaboration from BBCR. And we also will have a sensitivity runs. For example, we will be evaluating the changes of ASRs from 2008 between 2000 ASR wells instead of 80, which is in the right now in the assumptions for component GG. In addition to that, we have some reference scenarios. Basically, this is the SERP at the year 2000, which is kind of the pre-SERP baseline, consider the pre-SERP baseline. And then an existing condition reference for SPCU. And just to provide a little bit of genes of some of the modeling information, the SPCU marks the first full implementation of all SERP components into the RSM model or the regional simulation model, and is within the period of record from 1965 to 2016. This is very important because SERP or the 13R was modeled using the 2x2 model or the South Florida Water Management model. The ICU that I mentioned before in 2005 also utilized the 2x2 model for the period of record from 1965 to 2000. And most recently, we have SEP, which utilized the RSM for the period of record from 1965 to 2005. So that was the first planning project using RSM and not the 2x2. And then lastly, we have as recent as WERP, which have the recommended plan and utilize the RSM for the period of record from 1965 to 2016. So we have all these efforts, different modeling tools, and this is the first effort in that everything will be within the RSM and also within the period of record from 1965 to 2016. In the images, I also want to highlight the grid that is more squared is the 2x2. And then we have the pink like a mesh, which is part of the RSM suite, specifically the RSM GL, has more better resolution. So the 2x2 is 2 miles by 2 miles. While in the RSM mesh is more dynamic, it has more of that resolution. It covers a little bit more of that granularity from the landscape, and it's in a smaller footprint. The triangles in average are about 1 square mile. And with that, I'm gonna pass it over to Gina to talk a little bit more about the evaluation.
Thank you, Sulimat. So you all have been listening today. You all have been listening today and know that SERP is designed to improve the quantity, quality, timing, and distribution of water. So the boxes just remind everybody of what we're trying to achieve with SERP restoration in terms of the footprint and the flow path. So I showed you this earlier today, and Recover will do a full technical evaluation to address whether Goal 1 and Goal 2 of SERP as defined in the Yellow Book are being achieved. In the future with project condition, and again, with and without sea level change, as modeled, it presents one future scenario based upon those model assumptions that Zulimat shared, acknowledging that there are still projects in these model runs that are modeled as per the Yellow Book because they have not yet undergone the Corps planning process to develop those details. So we're going to use that suite of ecologic and hydrologic performance measures, along with ecological planning tools developed in conjunction with USGS and others, and also to evaluate water supply, flood control, recreation, and cultural and archaeological performance. So the questions to address outside of the regional and system-wide perspective are also these indicator regions and areas within the SERP footprint in which those SERP goals and objectives as envisioned in the Yellow Book are achieved or not achieved in the future with SERP condition. So the indicator regions, these are groups of cells within the modeling tools that show hydrologic behavior of small local subregions, common both to present day and the historical system. And because they have similarities, ground elevations, community structures that are similar to these more extensive areas, we look at the hydrologic patterns in each of these regions to evaluate how well those alternative plans are acting more regionally or system-wide. So in the indicator regions, we have depth, distribution, and duration. And then in the transects, we measure timing and distributions of flows. Okay. All right, so once Recover completes that systematic evaluation, indicator region by indicator region, transect by transect, that systematic comparison across the entirety of the footprint, we will look to identify areas in which the SERP goals and objectives as originally envisioned in the Yellow Book are not achieved in the future with SERP conditions. And so in those areas, we're going to address if we did not achieve the goals and purposes, like what is the reason? So in that future scenario, if we're not meeting a specific target, is there a cause? And if so, what is it? So one example, and we always talk about at the very bottom end of the system, is if we still see hypersalinity in Florida Bay, is that hypersalinity attributed to a lack of sufficient freshwater flow? Which SERP can affect, right? SERP is about flow volumes and distributions. Or is it a reflection of sea level change? And if it's sea level change, SERP isn't designed to make up for additional flows to account for sea level change. We will evaluate it though. So based upon that systematic comparison in areas where the goals and objectives are not achieved, we're going to consider whether there are additional structural or operational measures that can be applied to get it closer to any given target. So an example of this is, again, SERP focuses on the quality, quantity, timing, and distribution of flows. If a performance measure reveals that we are not meeting a specified target, is there a measure that could get us closer? And that could be something like utilizing the Recover soil oxidation performance measure. If that reveals that even with restored flows under SERP, there's still a high risk of soil oxidation in northern 3A. What could be done to overcome that? Well, one of the recommendations could be from Recover that we need additional dry season flows in northern 3A to prevent that soil oxidation. So where do we get that water? Is this something simply that we can change operations of that SEP North conveyance feature that we talked about yesterday? Or do we need additional storage upstream or additional stormwater treatment areas to treat that water before we send it south? So those are some examples of some of the questions that we will address, and then potential recommendations. And just to underscore, this is not a design modification report. We're not changing SERP. We are simply looking at how well we are reaching those targets and offering recommendations for those illustrious decision makers, Chad, somewhere in the universe to make the decision of whether we need a change. Okay. So SERP is comprised of those 68 integrated components. And then as Zulamet previously said, we're going to use that regional simulation model. And based on those, we're going to use a standard suite of performance measures. And you've seen these slides before. For Lake Okeechobee, all of these performance measures are not exhaustive of what we're going to evaluate. They're simply to provide a snapshot. So we will look at the Lake Okeechobee stage envelope. And that will use the RSBN output. We will look at whether we're, highs, lows, optimal bands. We will look at the stage duration curves for Lake Okeechobee in conjunction with our target. And so we want to understand with SERP restoration, how much of the time are we in that salinity, in that lake stage envelope? And I have salinity on my mind because in the northern estuaries, we are going to use our salinity envelope, again, to understand how flows are affecting salinities within the northern estuaries. And we will also look at oyster habitat suitability. We're going to look at SAV, lots of things that we're going to look at in this region in order to understand whether we're meeting those original goals way back in the Yellow Book. So Greater Everglades and Southwest Florida, there is a whole bunch because this is the extent, this is what we're trying to get back, that characteristic ridge and slough tree island mosaic. So Recover has a lot of performance measures that we're going to use, and those that have an asterisk and a plus sign also help inform, Catherine, the goal 2, those other social effects, the cultural, the recreational, water supply, flood control. And so, for example, the Tree Island Indicator, you've heard from Kevin and you heard from Marcel yesterday, how important tree islands are to our Native American tribes. And so by looking at how well tree islands are doing across the landscape, that also helps us to gain information on one of those cultural values. We also look at that hydrologic surrogate for soil oxidation. There we are looking again at muck fires. We're looking at control. We're looking at that loss of peat. So all of these things that we have as part of the original SERP, these are valued ecosystem components throughout our landscape. So I have lots of graphs here. This is just showing you a frequency curve for our, this is our dry season average. We're looking at the example of soil oxidation output. This is where it tells you we have these difference maps. We can tell you where we have high risk, low risk of soil oxidation. We look at those dry events in Shark River Slough. As I stated this morning, additional 500,000 acre feet of water to Northeast Shark River Slough. So we look at the duration of those dry events in certain indicator regions across the landscape. This is our Everglades vulnerability analysis. This is created through the GEM Lab. This is with Stephanie Romagnac and her team. We also have lots of other indicators and ecological planning tools for alligators that we'll evaluate. We'll look at apple snails. We also have a model for that. And then tree islands across the Everglades. In our southern coastal systems, again, those with the asterisk are also looking at things that inform our goal number 2. So salinity in Florida Bay, You want to protect the salinity in Florida Bay, so you protect the seagrass habitat, so you protect juvenile fish, so you protect sport fish. We also have spotted sea trout and prey fish biomass, which help us to, again, understand those trophic dynamics within the southern coastal systems. So salinity, of course, is huge. We want to maintain that salinity envelope, acknowledging that it may not, that those mesohaline conditions may move further inland with sea level change. We also have, what is this? This is timing and distribution of flows to Biscayne Bay. So this is reducing those point source discharges to be protective of water quality and to avoid those huge shifts in salinity that some of our organisms just can't tolerate on a daily basis. BBC or nearshore salinity, this one is a fabulous performance measure created to tell us how much freshwater flow we're getting to Biscayne Bay, so we ensure that mesohaline strip. And it's real savvy. We'd like to thank Joan Browder, the late Joan Browder. She was instrumental in bringing this one to us. And then, of course, we talk about getting the water right, but is that meaningful to our wildlife species, to our crocodiles within that footprint? And then this is to get more to that second goal, which we really didn't have or hear a lot of today. So for the second goal with water supply, flood protection, and cultural recreational values, we're looking at water supply in the system. I think Alicia gave you a good presentation earlier. Flood control, we're looking at the South Miami-Dade root zone. We have ag in South Dade, and we want to make sure to see what kind of effects we may be having on that. And then we have the wildlife management closures. That's within Water Conservation Area 3A. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission manage that for hunting and other recreation. And they have closure periods where it's off limits to recreationalists because there is either extreme high water or extreme low water. So that's one of the measures on how we can affect those recreational values. In Lake Okeechobee, we have a minimum stage we need, of course, for safe navigation. So that's part of that envelope. And as I mentioned earlier, the Tree Island indicator, prey fish biomass for that subsistence fishing and native way of life within the Everglades for our federally recognized tribes, but also for the Gladesmen and for other Floridians. And then the alligator production model. Alligators, of course, are also very important to our tribes. So with that, we have many, many more, but I'll stop because I'm tired of hearing myself talk. And we're going to move on to Amanda.
So lots of wonderful background information, and perhaps you're wondering, what's next? When is this going to end? I have 4 slides. Okay, so next up, we are going to incorporate those additional features that were approved and authorized in WRDA. So currently, we actually already have LOCAR in the latest derivation of the model. Well, now we are going to incorporate WRP. We are ensuring that we've incorporated the most up-to-date operational plans and water management, including new schedules such as with the Water Conservation Area 2A. I missed a step between the model output because we're going to run all the models, including the sensitivity runs and including the sea level change in the future with and future without scenarios. Once the model output are complete, they're going to go through comprehensive quality control and then released to the Recover, as well as they'll be publicly available. But to Recover for that technical evaluation and all of those wonderful performance measures using the most up-to-date performance measures for that technical evaluation. Then the whole team is going to compile all of this information for the second periodic SERP update report. We're also going to look to develop a communication strategy, and I'll get back to that in a second, and then land on our final report. Communication is vital. Some of our mechanisms of communication are going to be through comprehensive Recover workshops to really get with the scientists and other subject matter experts and all of those involved with Recover to look at the information received, discuss analyses and what we're all seeing. We'll provide periodic updates as needed or preferred, to the working group and science coordination group of the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Task Force. We're going to continue the dialogue across agencies to continue answer questions and gain knowledge across the community to help inform our analyses and the evaluation. Throughout this, we're hoping to implement a strategy for public communication. Then we'll release the report for a public review and address comments, also multi-agency review, and then we'll have our final reports. The final report will, of course, contain an executive summary, and then relevant performance measure graphical outputs, as well as appendices that'll include all of the model information, the model description reports, I think they're called, with all of the assumptions and all of that detail for people who would care to digest those appendices, and also more information on the recover output, and that will compile the report. So Gina touched a bit, as well as Umet, on what the periodic SERP update is not intended to do, a reformulation or something to go to authorization, and a little bit also on what it is intended to do. So we have these wonderful updated models. We have these wonderful updated performance measures. We're hoping to really have good cross communication and within agencies, well, during the technical evaluation, but we want to make sure it's not just a report that goes on a shelf, right? So if we just say, here's the report and leave it at that, then we really lose that opportunity to use it effectively. And the purpose is to be able to use that information to then find improvements. So we're going to use the report to look at what are some of the unexpected outcomes in the future with SERP performance, versus, hey, this is exactly what we expected. Consider the unforeseen circumstances. I mean, 25 years ago, we could not predict land use change. We maybe had an idea. We couldn't predict when storms would occur. And as several people have mentioned, the Yellow Book didn't consider sea level change in the scenarios or in the planning. Are there ways that we need to look at our planning in the next projects differently, to adapt or acclimate to what we're seeing in these responses of the performance measures when we're looking at this single snapshot in time of what we envision the future with SERP to look like? We want to make sure this information can be translated to inform the upcoming planning projects, the upcoming implementation processes, as well as operational updates. Right now, for instance, we're going through several interim operational updates, and it is an iterative process. As more infrastructure comes online, we'll continue to update that to make sure that the system is working together. That's the unique thing about this periodic SERP update. It is a perspective that we can really take SERP-wide to look at things and how they are responding with a future that we've envisioned, the snapshot in time of full SERP, instead of just project by project, but really looking at the entire landscape and how things shake out. So we want to digest this information to then inform those decision makers. At our level, it's a little easier. And then what I'm really hoping we can gain is take this information, communicate it in an effective way across agencies, across public, across the community, and across, national conferences, and gain the most insight we can in order to move to that space where we can really look to potentially novel solutions, ones that were not envisioned 25 years ago. So that is it. And I'd love to thank the entire periodic SERP update team. So many people have worked really hard on this, and we really appreciate it. So, questions?
Thank you. We'll
Whoa.
go Denise.
Should we just go around the
one or
table?
two?
Two.
All right, Denise 2, Denise 1, Chad, then Casey.
Yeah, D1 first shot.
All right.
See it answers. Great. Thanks very much. That was really helpful. And that must have been a huge effort to identify all those features in and get them all working together in the model. I have kind of three components here. The one thing that was missing from your final slides there, Amanda, was the timeline. So maybe you could run through that for us. The other thing was, Gina, you said that the idea was to evaluate whether or not the objectives were being achieved, and if not, why not? It's not clear to me how you'll know why not when you've only got runs that have got all the projects in or not all the projects in, and whether or not there may be some subsequent modeling analysis to, for instance, take out a project to kind of isolate the effects in a particular area to understand it better. And then my third kind of question is whether or not you expect the evaluation to be done at the, I think the terminology is the recover region level that's like in the system status report, because that's pretty coarse. And I'm thinking there are going to be kind of local variations and issues of the kind that we've heard a lot about today that will need some further explanation. So what the kind of spatial granularity is will be of that kind of assessment.
Schedule. So we are hoping to have the additional components incorporated by late summer, early autumn, through which it'll go to review, hoping to have it released for evaluation soon thereafter. The technical evaluation will be conducted during the late winter, early spring, and we will go from there.
I would like to put in a plug that this team will be at the National Conference on Ecosystem Restoration to give a session on the results of the second periodic SERP update. And I did leave a card on everybody's table here today for anyone interested in attending. So, and Chad is the chair of that conference. So anyway, your question for me, will we do sensitivity runs? No, we are not doing sensitivity runs. We will use the expert knowledge of our modelers to help us understand why we're seeing a certain effect within a certain region, acknowledging we may not be able to tease out the answer. Okay. And then as far as the scale, we are going indicator region by indicator region. Yep, across the footprint. It's a new map.
Oh, the indicator region of the subsets of the larger area?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and we're also going to use those transects, and that's how we'll report up on it. Very similar to the yellow book. Sure.
Can I just follow up to Amanda's answer about timing? So your technical evaluation is winter. Does that mean that's the recover evaluation? So the timeline, or you think we could see something? Can you give us a ballpark month?
So right now, I'm planning for January. We're not going to commit resources
in
over
January.
the holidays.
Yeah.
And at the same time, the recover team will receive the model results. They will be public. So people can see the model results. The public will not be able to see the full evaluation of recover until it's finished, but they will have access to the modeling output at the same time as the recover team.
So just to clarify, Recover's work is to run the additional models, or you're saying all the models, including all the transects and the eco models, are all given to you in the fall?
So everything will be provided to the recover team, probably, this is my understanding, in December of 2025. And that includes information. Once the regional simulation model runs are done, that is provided to USGS so they can run their GEM tools. That takes approximately 3 weeks to deliver. When everything goes out to the recover technical team and the public, it will be the full suite, RSM, ecological planning tools, all of the GEM tools, all of that will be made publicly available, and we have some really savvy stakeholders. Steve, I'm looking at you to help us, with that evaluation. And the recover workshops, there will be a series of them, and so the public is invited to attend those as well.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Some of us have been waiting years, almost decades. So I really appreciate it. This isn't so much a question as maybe just lessons learned. We just went through this process in the Chesapeake Bay. And it was a long process. I'm still standing. I would just say kind of three things. The first one is, may sound flippant, but we named ours Comprehensive Evaluation of System Response, which was acronymed as CSER, and people either wanted to hail CSER or slay CSER. So I would say, be careful what you name it. But the two other things are sort of technical. One is that when I looked at your list of performance measures that you're going to look at, it's such a long causal train between water and the endpoint that it might be helpful to break it up into chunks so people can understand, and it might give you some insights about, why you're not meeting. So the first one would be, did you get the water there? The second thing is, did the water do what you thought it was going to do? And then did you see the living resource response that you thought you'd see to that? So it's like a series of questions, because that'll tell you a lot about why you're not meeting it, And the third thing is that what we found is that as scientists, when you go into technical review, you think you really want to spend time making sure the assessments that you said are really, rock solid. But people really want to know about what the opportunities are. And if you don't flesh that out in enough detail or give them enough information. So I guess my thing would be, in those workshops, can you gather people around that don't, will not only allow you to do technical review of the assessment, but will allow you to really brainstorm some of the innovations or opportunities that to improve your effectiveness, basically, that may pop out. So that's good luck. Godspeed.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I just had a question of you three about some of the things Denise just said. So when Denise was talking about the long causal chain from water to endpoint or performance measure, and can it be divided up into, I hate the word chunks, but that's what I said. Is that what the hypothesis clusters are that we saw this morning in those talks? Like a chain of events or processes or influences that get from water to performance measures, or am I misunderstanding?
No, you are spot on. And what I'd like to see as part of a communication tool is a very similar way we presented it to you today with those hypothesis clusters, like where we see improvements to help us inform whether or not, we need to recommend something else. So yeah, I think as you're talking, we want to be able to graphically display the results in an easy to understand manner. And I don't know, from my standpoint, those hypothesis clusters where we show the linkages and show the red, yellow, green, to me is an easy way to communicate where there could be a potential breakdown. But we'd love your recommendations on ways to show that. And if you have examples from what you've done in the Chesapeake Bay on communicating the results in your update, we'd love to see it.
Okay, Chad. Thank you, Chad. We have lots of time.
Okay.
Well, actually, no.
Too late, you said it. No, you said it.
Nice.
All right, so I won't go long. This is probably more a plea for help for me than what I'm about to say is, or ask is, probably completely clear to the rest of my fellow committee members, and Helen and Stephanie may beat me with a stick after this session is over. But I'm trying to get to the point that Laura brought up earlier about, I'm working as hard as I can as a newbie committee member to get on the same page as everybody about what we're talking about. Gina, yesterday you said there's a delta between SERP and Everglades restoration. And then later Fred said that the mandate or the charge of the district is bigger than SERP. And which immediately told me there is a bunch of stuff going on here that some or a lot of which is beyond the control of SERP or even relate, like directly related. Jean, you did a great job today, trying to hammer that home. Like, I felt like you were talking to me, like, get the water right, QQTD. These are the things that we are focused on. And I think our charge is to speak to progress vis-a-vis SERP. So my windup is, will this update help like speak to that issue, for me or for all of us, so that as a source of information, it helps us keep our eye on the prize about giving thoughts and comments and direction about, what could be useful to you, but not like I am right now, kind of mushing everything together. I mean, this is at the root of my questions, like who's making decisions and all that, like, because that is pretty expansive in my mind right now, and I'm trying to find the sweet spot. I'm wondering if you anticipate the structure or the content of this update to kind of help delineate what you could control, what, these, like you gave a bunch of things that you were going to look at to speak to those two goals in the yellow book. Can you specifically say these are the aspects of SERP that speak to these, and here are other things going on that maybe is useful information, but we don't control? I'm just trying to figure out, like, I'm really interested in that delta that you talked about. And I want to be careful that I don't lump things in that are in that delta that, and say, well, why aren't you doing this or that?
So I think the way we model, we're going to have a future with SERP, acknowledging it's one snapshot, but we're also going to have the future without SERP. So you can see the delta between what SERP is doing for the South Florida ecosystem due to SERP implementation. You can separate that. We're also going to show you the existing conditions, what's on there today, how SERP may change that in the future. And then we're also going to show you the future without SERP, with sea level change, and the future with SERP with sea level change. So there's going to be a delta between the future with SERP and then the future with SERP with sea level change as well. And so what does that do to what we thought we were going to get? And then does that drive that SERP, restored SERP, full SERP, from further from that desired restoration condition? And in some areas it may, but it's to be determined by the modeling that will help inform that.
Okay, Casey, Kathy, then Jeff.
Great, thank you. I have a related question, I guess, but it's really trying to target how the results will be used. And so the example you gave regarding, I think, Florida Bay, that Gina, you gave regarding Florida Bay salinity sounded interesting. It sounded as if you said that there are, and say that the outcome between with and without SERP, with say sea level rise, is that your objectives are not met for salinity in Florida Bay, right? Say that happens. And it sounded as though you would use those results in different ways based on whether you got the flow right and you didn't get the outcome you wanted due to sea level rise, or
Oh, darn. I'm just kidding.
saved.
Happy hour starts early.
Or maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Or maybe not.
Yeah. Right. So I was trying to understand. So it sounded as though there are some things you can say, okay, we will alter something within SERP in order to adjust and try to meet the salinity goal. But if it were due to sea level rise, you would say, well, that's not something we can adjust. And so I'm curious about that. So if it's due to sea level rise, do you give up on that objective? And which would be consequential to do so. And maybe you would even say, okay, well, then we're not going to allocate resources to that objective anymore and focus on other objectives. And so I'm curious about that. You know, are there things you might determine you can't meet, and so you give up on them because you can't adjust things, or just if you could talk about ways in which the results will be used.
So I want to be clear that the recover recommendations aren't necessarily going to alter SERP. They may make a recommendation for, hey, we're not meeting the Florida Bay salinity, therefore additional flows are needed. We may or may not be able to achieve that with the existing water budget or predicted water budget, right? If we say, you know, hey, sea level change is a factor for this, that doesn't necessarily mean that SERP now has to deliver additional flows to meet that goal in that area. You know, SERP may not have the water to do it. So I think we're going to make recommendations on things that potentially could be altered. But again, this is not a design modification report. And I want to be very clear that any of the recover recommendations have to go through a process for consideration. So are there going to be things as a result of sea level change that are going to change the trajectory of those goals? I think that's what I was getting at this morning when I put up those goals for some of the areas and said, are these still, is this still what success looks like? And so we're going to have those conversations, and those conversations are going to happen in those workshops because we understand we have, you know, different missions, different authorities, different values for different areas of the system. And that's where, you know, we always get to the trade-off conversation or the balancing. And I know Amanda wants to add more.
Yeah. I think this gives us a real opportunity to consider that transition that we're going to go through, regardless if we had sea level change or not. We have a transition, but also knowing that things are going to shift with sea level change. How do we then incorporate that into our knowledge of the ecosystem, what we're hoping to achieve, and still maintain the ecosystem service and cultural services and everything of the ecosystem that we were hoping to achieve with the original objectives of SERP? So I think it's just kind of that reframing it instead of being so rigid of this is exactly how it was. Well, that was quite a while ago, 1997, 1996, when it was originally envisioned. So I think this gives us an opportunity to really look at what ifs in the future.
It's really going to shine the light into the potential challenges, all the hypotheses that we have in the mind on sea level change, all these trade-offs. Like, we're going to be able to see it in the SPCU report. So the SPCU report is going to showcase those potential issues, and we're going to have it there, and here you go.
And the
everybody.
wins, not just the issues, the wins.
Well, the wins too, but the whole spectrum. And then decision makers can take that information and perhaps go beyond and propose other some solutions to fix any shortfalls or showcase the wins, etc.
Quick follow-up. I love that you're using or are considering sea level change in the future. I'm curious your consideration of climate change in terms of, say, in particular, temperature increases and potential changes in precipitation.
I think Pierce.
Our models at this time do not have that capacity. We have with the information, the South Florida Water Management District has a large climate working group. I can't remember the exact name. We're really looking at the precipitation patterns, temperature patterns, and all of that. And I know also Recover, we're trying to look at finding specific snapshots or conditions that we could consider for different climate scenarios. So at this time, we don't incorporate that. But it's something to consider in the hypotheses clusters as, think of it the synergistic stressors. If we are improving the salinity or the light penetration, potentially you could have a higher tolerance of temperature variation. So you're kind of removing one of those compounding effects the best you can.
Thank you.
Okay, Kathy. Thanks for that presentation. This is really very cool what you're doing. You don't need me to say that, but the way I'm coming at this from the perspective of an economist who's worked on benefit cost analysis for 40 years. And what you're describing is basically the underpinnings of doing a benefit cost analysis that's an ex post analysis in nature. So that's just means after the fact so most of what the Corps does, if not all of what the Corps does in cost benefit analysis and their regulatory or their economic work is ex ante. It's before you got a project, you have to figure out what's it going to cost, is there benefits for the cost, blah, blah, blah. In my field, there's a very strong encouragement for people to do ex post analyses as well, because the learning process of what you thought was going to happen in a system, both the system, the modeling and the physical stuff that you're more focused on, but if possible, and I realize I don't know if you can talk to the econ group or whatever, it strikes me as a wonderful opportunity to fully build out, or at least partially build out, the benefit side more completely. Gina, you did a really nice example of giving me a number of the endpoints. Number of tree islands and water quality improvements, a variety of things that would be central as inputs into benefits assessment. If you've got catch rate going up or more people recreating in some of these areas, or housing that is now, that's the inputs to doing a benefit assessment. And that would really, for somebody like me and my community, and at least what the federal government used to care about, would be super valuable to say, we made this investment of this kind of money for the last 20 years. We are planning to still continue to make investments. What have we achieved that matters to people? Both monetized, because you can monetize, people enjoy their house more because it's cleaner water and there's fewer harmful algal blooms. You can quantify that. I'm sure you can, if you can get that beginning part. But even things you can't quantify, we're going to be able to protect X number more of the tree islands. But we can do better when we flip the model this way. So mostly I'm cheerleading that this is really cool and maybe encouraging you at some point. And I know it would take resources that you probably don't have easily accessible, but that can be a very effective communication. It can also be a very effective way to rethink your goals. Like, wow, we didn't really think about the recreational impacts in this place being that high, but look at what we did there. Maybe that's information to help us think as we go forward what our goals should be. Harmful algal blooms is, causality is really hard. Everybody's already talked about that. So but you can do ranges. And anyway, I really think it's cool work. And I just want to encourage you to think more that way. And if there's anybody on your econ team or whatever that for me to talk to, I'd be happy to brainstorm, because that can be a really useful way to communicate to the public, both what you've achieved and what you didn't achieve, and what can be done going forward.
So I'd just like to add that Dr. Chloe Borseth, she is a recent PhD student from FIU. She is now a core team member, and she is now an SPCU team member, and she will be talking about that at NCER. She has a session or a discussion on that topic. And so I can put you all in touch with each other. Chloe is fantastic and full of wonderful ideas, and I think that would be very helpful for her.
Great.
Okay, thanks. So Jeff?
So excellent presentations, but despite their excellence, there's one thing I didn't understand, but I just want a clarification on. In the pie chart with the 29% of projects that are just like in the yellow books, nothing's happened, some under construction. I didn't understand the other category, the 18% other. Like what are those and how are they different from the others?
Right. Sure, no problem. The 18%, they're special cases. So we learned through the process that even though a specific component has not landed an authorization, we know of scientific information and will need like a modification. So a quick example, component GG, the ASRs on the northern region, in the yellow book, it was proposing 200 ASRs, and with the ASR regional study performed in 2013, it was decreased, that amount of ASRs, potential ASRs or feasible ASRs were lowered to 80. So in our future with SERP, right now we have 80 ASRs. So that's basically a modification from the yellow book component.
Okay, because that's what I thought you said, because up until that point, I thought you weren't changing anything, but for those, it sounded like you actually are. And so these are things that you're confident when it actually goes forward, it's going to look different than what's in the yellow book, and you're putting those changes in. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. We're at the end of this session. Everybody did really well keeping on time. I am going to now hand it over to Stephanie to introduce the public comment period.
All right, so we have 2 public commenters, one in person, one online. So Nick Almond, Nick, are you still here? Now a member of the public coming to give his public comment for 3 minutes, sure. And then Ben Olson, who's online. I think Sam is gonna elevate you to presenter mode and you'll go after Nick. Thank you.
Nick, public comments are given the weight they deserve.
I completely understand, and it's fun. As being an implementer of 3-minute rules, I'm now the recipient of a 3-minute rule, so that's very good. So Nick Almond, private citizen, be completely aware that this has nothing to do with USGS. This is my opinions. First, on the trade-off analysis, I just wanted to say that, critical thinking about trade-offs is really important. It's important to define and discuss and analyze the starting point of what you're discussing. Is it really you cannot do X and Y simultaneously? Is that really is that such a cut and dry thing? Are we sure we cannot do both, or parts of one and then the other, I guess? So the other thing I don't know if this has happened, but I can imagine scenarios where a trade-off analysis is used as a tactic. Well, we can't do this, so don't even think about that. You have to decide whether you want X or Y. So it's just the semantics. I like the whoever suggested risk analysis. I don't know if that was, the idea of sort of characterizing it as that has, to me, a more scientific basis, which is my sort of bias, I guess. So analyze it critically. And you can think of many examples of where we've been, confronted with, and we'll have to deal with trade-offs and risk analyses in the future, and really take a hard look of whether X could not be done because of lack of investment or lack of time, lack of resources, whatever you want to categorize it as. Can we do that, or do we really have to make a choice between one or the other? I also want to just quickly comment on what Stephanie and her great presentation on the GEM work. I just want to take it a little step further that maybe she didn't do, is that in my understanding, and I'm not directly involved with it, you should address questions to her, but in January, that GEM group had 30 modelers, 30 really bright, hardworking people who made all of those mechanisms work through their modeling efforts. As at the end of the last week, there's 0. So 30 to 0. So when I'm just asking you to think about that as you look for expectations for GEM work in the future. I know Stephanie said Plan B is what they're working on, and I have great confidence in that group of people that they'll come up with the best solution possible. But there will be, I think, a change. So I just wanted to point that out. And the final thing I just wanted to focus on is scenarios for this SERP update. And I really want to, and I know I'm a broken record on this, really ask the Corps and the district to think about modeling scenarios that include a wetter and a drier climate, not just sea level rise. Everglades is a water-based system. We've already published work back in the it was 2015 that suggested that even a 10% reduction in annual rainfall can have huge repercussions on the water budget, not just for the environment, but for people. So I know the modeling may not be as accurate as we want it to be, or we have the great confidence in it that we would like, but you could do scenarios, a wetter scenario and a drier scenario, see what happens. And the Corps actually has done that scenario sort of application before, many years ago. After the CNSF study was approved in 1948, the engineers had to design a system for the future. And whatever they did would be in place, as we know, for decades and decades. And they said, well, how many people will live in South Florida 50 years from now? Their estimate was 2,000. Okay, you know, that was pretty far off, but being the great engineers that they are, there were such safety factors built in that they're handling 9 million people. Did I say 2? I said 2 million people. There's 9 million plus people, and the system still works for its design purposes. That's amazing. We can use scenarios in this regard for climate change as well. I have the weatherman tell me every night on TV, the climate's warmer, it holds more moisture, these storms are more frequent, and they're much more intense. So I think it's really important in a water-based ecosystem and a water-based restoration effort that we try to take that into account somehow. I'm sure there's a lot of smart people that can work on that. And again, it's really fun coming here and seeing all of the people that are working on this with really good intent and smartness and great resources. I really love seeing all the new faces in the various agencies. It gives me hope that, you know, we have a lot of fresh perspectives and energy to work on the future. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Ben Olson.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
My Wi-Fi is a little funky, so I'm just leaving my video off to make sure it doesn't lag. My name is Ben Olson. I'm one of the many private landowners in the Western Everglades Restoration Project flood path in Region 2. One of the questioners this morning asked what oversees SERP and Everglades restoration. The short answer is there are no overseers in SERP or Everglades restoration. What was authorized for WERP and WERDA 24 is polar opposite from what was outlined in the Yellow Book. WERP doesn't reestablish sheet flow from the West Feeder Canal. What was federally authorized severs the West Feeder Canal and floods 30,000 acres of primary panther habitat. With the change to the Endangered Species Act rules coming, it'll soon be legal to flood this land. Our only protection at this point is South Florida Water Management District, who objected to the WERP federal plan in favor of a state-led alternative. Reviewing meeting minutes from early meetings of this project, it was the Seminole representatives demanding the changes and citing that the Yellow Book, quote, is too dominant in planning. This is what occurs in closed-door meetings. We've come to a point where U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is refusing to acknowledge panthers in the project footprint. What they wrote in the biological opinion for WERP was that the only impacts to panthers will be in the North Feeder STA, and no least cost pathways are impacted. But when comparing the modeling from the least cost pathways to the modeling for panthers, every pathway through Region 2 footprint and tens of thousands of acres of primary panther habitat floods out. I've asked FWS personnel to publicly acknowledge panthers and other endangered species, which would be impacted by the federally authorized plan, which were deliberately left out of the project implementation report. They won't. But this isn't just a problem for Everglades restoration at scale. It's also directing smaller private projects as well. I'm currently in the process of attempting to remove Brazilian pepper tree on my property. Last year, we recorded 7 unique panthers on Olson Ranch across dozens of videos. And because of this, water management needs me to get a listed species survey conducted as part of the permitting process. So the agency which insists there are no panthers on our property, which would be flooded out by the WERDA 24 authorized work plan, now has to come out and confirm whether there are or are not endangered species in the footprint. If I was a betting man, I would bet they're going to prolong my personal restoration project as long as possible. To be clear, FWS has the footage of panthers on our property. FWS knows the least cost pathways were flooded out by the authorized plan. The modeling was covered up by a novel application of indigenous tribal ecological knowledge as a controlling measure for WERP authorization to benefit the Seminole tribe at the expense of the environment. No panther habitat units were assessed with respect to Region 2 because the data was hidden in violation of the National Environmental Policy Act. We need an overseeing mechanism, one controlled by members of the public, not one overseen by agencies or the major nonprofits they play ball with. Because in my few short years of dealing with Everglades restoration, I've seen how disgustingly political it is. Tim Breen asked if we're getting the water right, and I would say we're never going to get it right unless we're honest about modeling with the public. The Corps hiding critical data behind a claim of ITEC that had to be obtained by the Freedom of Information Act is tantamount to fraud. It's time for actual transparency and not just signaling for it at meetings. And I'm going to continue to speak up until we get there. One last thing very quickly, we're incorporating WIRP into the future with model, but just about every single agency privately admits WIRP will have to be drastically redesigned. They just refuse to say it publicly to avoid admitting they violated the law. I would bet the culvert modeling they hid behind ITEC will be left out of their with modeling as well. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Ben. We actually had one last minute public comment from Chris McBoy, who promises it'll be short.
It will be short. I just mentioned that a couple of times in the presentations today, there was usually a paired set of satellite images put up, one of pretty much the current system and one that comes from my grandmother's attic, who was very foresightful in 1850 and did satellite imagery of the original system. However, unfortunately, due to some family difficulties, I guess, there are several versions of the satellite one from roughly 1850s, our reconstruction. If you see one, particularly if they're paired, where the marl prairies, the two pinkish areas in the current system, show up in the pre-drainage one, you do not have the final one from the published University of Florida Press book. The final one, those marl prairies do not show up as pink. They show up as much bluer, more similar in coloration to Shark Slough between them. And the reason for that is the final research that we did on those areas said, you know what? Those actually had characteristics hydrologically that were much more similar. They were clearly higher, but a good deal more similar to the Shark River Slough area, including water lilies and things. So be very careful, because when you see those pink ones, both in current and pre-drainage, you say, well, clearly there were marl prairies there and it was clearly drier, and that's a good place for whatever species might want to be there. That's not our best estimate of pre-drainage conditions. End of public service announcement.
All right, thank you. So I want to give a final thanks to all of our speakers and panelists today for your presentations, your thoughtful discussions, and your generosity with your time.